When the world is getting darker, I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in this shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in their way. make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. There was a time when you had me falling to the ground, like a king without a crown. Whoa. Why you make it hard? Don't let me down. You might as well be lost, but I'm found. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on, and I deserve to stay, and I'll find my way. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. I wanna be with you always. No, you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. In the dark we fight. You take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way. also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out low. Was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. Under the sun, our fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings the fight in me, makes me wanna move. Fingers down your spine, looking in my eyes, feel your hands on mine. Tonight we're freer than ever. I wanna remember. Oh, we run every endeavor. I wanna remember. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out. No, was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly, I can fly, I can fly.
lands him in the face. Insult to injury.
It's all right, Wonder. You now baited in. It is a counter gang, but the flame splitter on the harpoons. First blood to Origen. And H2K applying pressure. Exile, flash, and ghost is available. The stun finds its target. Here comes the ankles.
And they're going to roll more behind Cabs to see if they can finish him off. It's a quick flash, but they follow it right over the wall, completely isolated, and Maxwell gets his first kill of the game.
To Berlin. We are coming to you live at our final day of competition for the week. And tonight, the battles between Group A and Group B continue. Earlier, H2K and Roccat were setting up on stage for our first match of the evening as we see them taking to the stage there. Odawamne heading the troops, a happy Jankos and a happy February, and also Betsy and Roccat setting up, probably giving the final notes. Hello, everyone. I'm EpicSkillshot supporter, and joining me is Martin the Fisho Lunge. I just need you today. You're going to break it all down.
Okay, fine. I'm okay with that. I'm also pretty okay with the games from yesterday. I actually think they're very enjoyable to watch, so hopefully we get some good ones today.
Yeah, definitely. Looking back at what we saw yesterday as a cross-group play continued, the Misfits, they looked dominant against Splice, taking the match 2-0. I expected it to be 3 games. You didn't.
Of course not. I mean, easy to say in hindsight that we all knew Misfits would be the heavy favorites, but honestly, they play fantastic League of Legends right now. I think they're exceeding expectations coming into the split. We knew they were going to be a good team, but we didn't expect them in week 4 to look like one of the best teams in Europe. Like individual players, late game shot calling, it's all there. Especially
the improvement from weeks 1, 2 to 3 and 4 is something that we hadn't expected out of them. On the other side, Splice not showing up that much. The Fisho have Splice reached their ceiling.
I think if they play like this in week 7 or 8, then we can say 100% yes, they have. But right now, a little bit too early, maybe in the split. I think we can question a lot of things about these guys here. Maybe what they're showing is that last split was just a much weaker European split, and that's why they were able to get second place. But again, I think that's also a little bit too early to kind of call them out there and say they are actually not good enough to be a top team. They have issues, synergy, communication, individual play even. A lot of stuff they need to work on, and it's actually a shame watching this team play like this.
Oh, that is a heavy judgment from the Fisho. If that doesn't make you clean your act up, Splice, what will? Following that matchup, Fnatic, they took out Vitality 2-1. It was a bit of a struggle. It wasn't pretty, but Broxah came onto the team, and did he fix all of Fnatic's problems?
Every single one. I mean, they won, right? So he fixed all of it. I think Broxah did fine. He did his job. I don't think he was that important when it came down to how Fnatic were winning games. So very clear that just replacing Amazing is not going to make Fnatic a super team instantly. All in all, though, he had a fine performance. Fnatic, they get the victory. I think the third game was very, very shaky and could have gone both ways. But a win is a win.
A win is a win. Vitality could have said the same. They at least won one of the games. And we gotta say, GBM in the mid lane looked okay. Nuktak on support, surprisingly, did quite well.
I mean, yeah, Vitality coming into this, it looks like a mess. You know, they're making changes. Mid laner becomes support. One of the best performing players was Nuktak in the mid lane, but they moved him to support. He did fine down there, especially in the third game. GBM Xerath, we loved it. However, the macro game, I loved it at least. I was like hoping he was actually going to carry the game because he's playing Xerath and no one else is doing that. But Vitality, it's just, they have so many things they still need to work on. I'm not sure more roster changes is going to help them. They need time, but you don't really have a lot of time because they're already sitting outside of playoffs. Luckily for them, Splice are also losing just above them.
I love your positive approach. Well, he's playing Xerath. We don't see that. Not because maybe he can't play anything else.
He almost carried. He just got caught a few times in fights. He didn't run cleanse. There were a few things we could highlight.
It was entertaining. It was also a day of Group A victories yesterday with the Misfits and Fnatic cementing their places in 2nd and 3rd respectively, as to be expected from week 4 from the games that we had on our plates. But then here, of course, nothing changed in 1 and 2 yesterday.
No, because Splice and Vitality both lost, so there's not going to be any sort of changes here. Unicorn still first place, undefeated.
Still, Splice has to beat themselves up because they're needing those wins to catch up to H2K.
And I guess maybe if you are Splice and Fnatic, as long as the teams under you keep losing as well, you are keeping your playoff spot. You just don't enter a playoff as a favorite.
And there is a big chance of that today, as later we will see if G2 can maintain their perfect record when they take on Group B's bottom-placed Origen. And, well, today can go one of two ways, as expected, or a huge upset.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that G2 and H2K are pretty heavy favorites coming into this. That being said, in Europe, we've had these upset days before where suddenly the top teams just can't play League of Legends and the bottom teams show up big time. Could happen. I think it's more realistic that we get the 2-0s for H2K and G2.
So, as looking at the league from, if we take a step back, you would want the better teams to absolutely smash the bottom tier teams for kind of the credibility, or not?
I mean, you want your top teams to be consistent, to be like a strong region, but sometimes it is fun seeing the upsets. So I don't know. It depends if you want entertainment or if you want the consistent top teams.
6 games, I'll take it. But first up tonight, Roccat will be up against Group B's second place H2K. H2K obviously have their eye on that first place, on that bye, but Unicorns of Love are sitting there. They played G2 on the first day of the week. They lost, but we can say it was a good showing from them overall.
It was a match between two really good teams in Europe right now. We're still early on in the split, so it's acceptable that you have some issues that you need to work on. Good macro game overall in this series, a little bit slower than maybe people have expected from some other games. We saw good individual outplays from H2K, from Origen especially up in the top lane. And I think we have to highlight the bot lane as well.
Definitely.
Fantastic to see how they're now working better with the team, but also just the individual performance by Nuclear and Che.
And it was a big question. Will the communication falter? The first couple of weeks wasn't running. But here, Nuclear and Che, they were up against Sven and Mithy, and they smashed them.
They destroyed them in lane. I've never seen Mithy feed that much. He died 14 times in that series alone. Most of it came, because Nuclear would just snipe him on Jhin multiple times.
17 kills over the series.
Yeah, see the stats. 17 kills for him, 28 assists for Che as well. They barely died, even though they lost 2 games. Very impressive stats for this H2K bot lane. And if Nuclear and Che can keep doing this, then it's just going to give H2K another lane they can carry from. And they already have mid and top lane and jungle. So that can make H2K very scary too.
They're looking absolutely scary. Even with a loss, you don't often say that, but if there's one team you're going to lose against, for now, it's fine if it's G2. Sure. Further in the split, you would, of course, like to beat them. But they look like a solid top 4 team, rather, in Europe, which is where they want to be.
Which is where they want to be. Like Unicorns of Love, G2, H2K, and Misfits right now seem to be a step above everyone else. H2K just got to prove it right now. Obviously, they're playing a bottom team, and it should be fairly easy for them.
We'll see if that happens. That is enough from us. Let's send it over to our casters for a look at their opponents on the other side of the rift, Roccat.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And hey, guys, I'm Daniel Dracos. Joining me is Mitch Krabblevor-Spools. We're about to get into what I hope is a very exciting series between Roccat and H2K, but let's just jump right into these lineups, starting on the blue side with Team Roccat. In the top lane, it's Faxi. In the jungle, Maxlore. Mid lane, Betsy. AD carry, Hjarnan. Support, Wadid. And, of course, Coach Grabs.
Yeah, they're still sporting that heavily changed roster that was brought up at the start of the season, but they're obviously struggling right now, and that's why today is going to be potentially a very short day, because we have teams playing that are at the bottom of the standings versus, honestly, top 4 teams in Europe. And that's what's going to make it very hard, because this Roccat roster has to go up and fight an H2K that did so well versus G2 Esports.
Yeah, and an entire roster that looked so strong in that series. We'll take a look at it now. In the top lane, it's going to be Ottawamne. In the jungle, Jankos. Mid lane coming in, it's Fevivin. And then these two, the dynamic duo showing up huge in that series. AD carry Nuclear, support Che, and, of course, Coach Prawley.
Yeah, Roccat shows blue side, so they're starting with the, I guess, easier draft to play. Kind of, but it's still going to be quite rough to do, especially because H2K looked strong because they worked on their weak points. That is the thing I saw improve the most is Nuclear and Che, how they looked just now versus how they came into the LCS in week 1 and 2. It's almost like a complete difference.
I think we were very, I'll say I was very quick. I don't want to lump everyone in with this. I was quick to assume that they'd be more passive consistently because we saw that in the first few weeks. And then they just popped off in that series.
It's very hard for us to kind of really dig down unless you go watch their solo queue games, because that's how they played at the start. But they also were given room to grow, and we talked about it at the start of the season as well. We need to see where it goes, because obviously slotting into a new team environment is going to be rough. Communication barrier will be rough, but they highlighted some really stellar individual play as well as map play, especially on Che on that Tom Kench. It was very pleasant to see that.
Yeah, beautiful plays, great map movement as well, and now you have to think for Roccat, that's one more threat for them to deal with. May have been easy before to assume a passive bot lane. No longer the case. So we head into picks and bans. Roccat taking some pretty standards off the table thus far. Zyra, Jace, not looking to give the Zyra over to Che. no one really wants to play against Zyra regardless.
Yeah, this is something G2 was doing as well, I think. Zyra Malzahar opener. They're just going to stick with the standard Zyra. I like Rumble banned away against Odoamne as well. It's more likely to force a good tank matchup that you can draw relatively early. We need to see where the priority lies on Ivern for Roccat, because that seems to be kind of the flavor of the last 2 weeks.
Well, and really, I think Ivern as a pick just fits so well into what we consider Maxlore as a jungler to do, right? Enables your lanes to be successful, helps other people on your team carry the game, and so we want that from Maxlore. But I also feel like we really want to see Betsy and Hjarnan kind of step up and be big carries for this team.
But to explain that why we think that, we also need to give the context there, right? And if we look at Roccat right now, they are struggling, and we wanted to delve a little bit deeper and like, where is Roccat really faltering? And we looked at, for example, the CS differentials at 10 and 15 minutes, and they weren't as stark to honestly explain why they were so far behind in gold. And then we looked at objectives, and they weren't that far behind either. Turns out that most of the deficits from Roccat are actually generated by not getting many kills themselves and then dying quite a bit themselves as well. So they're playing low pressure styles where Maxlore is forced to go into a deficit as well by showing up too much at his lanes, but nothing is really happening. Roccat averaged a single kill, well, 1.1 kills at 15 minutes. That is far too low.
Definitely want to see more action from them in the early game, or to give up less deaths in the early game so they can maintain even. We can see how they come into a mid game, but they're already setting themselves up for success here. That is the Ivern coming out for Maxlore. We have the Ryze locked in as well for Betsy.
Yeah, stylistically, Maxlore is more of a supportive jungler, where he can really make his lanes shine. That I think is the style we saw a lot from him last year, where he kind of took off. It's hard for him to find his footing on picks like Kha'Zix, so I like that they go for the Ivern. Obviously, the rest of the draft, H2K went for power picks on their bot lane. I like this. Investing early in strength with the Malzahar and the Varus. A really strong combination, especially that Zyra's out. Yes, Misfortune is still open, but in the way they drafted it, Roccat had to choose jungler, AD carry, and support. They need to pick 2 out of 3 roles, and they let support slide by, which means H2K can likely ban out Misfortune in the second ban phase.
Will set themselves up for a pretty, easy bottom lane, all things considered, at least a strong advantage.
Yeah.
Coming into the early game, Malzahar, of course, especially terrifying past that level 6 point. And Corki now locked in as well. This has been a Febivin special. Definitely one he's enjoyed playing recently and has put up some fantastic numbers on it as well. Yeah,
luckily for H2K, for Roccat rather, it's the Malzahar support and not, there's no room for Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench would slot in beautiful with the Varus and the Corki, because that's again this poke siege comp that a lot of teams have been running with Ivern, with Tahm Kench as protection. Right now they're running it pretty bare. They need some peel in there, so we may see a Shen pickup from Odoamne if it's not banned out.
Taking their time in the second ban phase, MF, as predicted, taken off the board, Elise to follow. And it's been interesting. I feel like we've seen a lot of teams give up on tanks and just go for these team comps that are very squishy, very vulnerable, require that high level of execution. But interestingly enough, Trundle now taken off the board.
Because I think H2K want to play Shen, and they expect Roccat with the Elise ban, also forcing themselves to ban Rek'Sai. Why just ban one jungler if you're going to go in, ban both, or they ban maybe Lee Sin away, so they want to really force it seems Jankos on Rek'Sai, but I think he's comfortable playing that jungle right there. So Rek'Sai Shen seems to be like a good composition here, with Rumble taken off the board and the Trundle off the board. I think this is a fine matchup for the Shen to play.
H2K now taking their time. They can save last pick for jungle. They can save last pick for top lane. But what is the priority here? Are they willing to give up the Shen? It looks like they are.
Okay, so they really just want to find a comfortable top lane matchup. Remember, they have counter pick potential here, because obviously the picks will go over to Roccat, and they already know what jungler they're playing against, so they're going to cater their jungler against the composition of Roccat, or they just really just want Maokai, and they don't care if Roccat get the Shen themselves.
Interesting to see what they play. We saw Jankos and Prawley kind of messing around before the game started. Jankos screaming at Prawley, jokingly, of course. Maybe we're going to see something fun. Jankos tweeted out about it as well. Maybe we're going to see something crazy here. Prawley talked a lot about using the stage as another place to practice, to push for more difficult team comps, but there's going to be some difficult lanes here. Foxy picking up the Fiora, going up against Odoamne's Maokai. That's a match we haven't seen in a while.
No, it's Foxy on a carry. It's good if you play with a utility jungler. Obviously, you want to... The combination of top and jungle, usually you want at least have some carry potential in there. I like it. It's a win condition for Roccat if Foxy can take off. Can have to do a lot of work. And they draft Tahm Kench support, which is good into Malzahar. or it's a playable matchup into Malzahar to also allow for better map movement. So these guys are opting very clearly into a 1-3-1 composition here, Roccat, but it is incredibly difficult to play at a very high level.
Well, I really like it. I like that they're setting their teams up for success. Maxlor on a more supportive role. All three of the primary carries here, given a champion that can carry, given a champion that can split push, that can snowball leads and larger advantages. It's pretty good to see, but H2K have now rounded out their composition. They're picking up the Graves that has been rising in popularity so very quickly.
No, I like the matchup here. Graves with pushing lanes is an incredibly strong jungler to play, because early game Corki should at least have control of keeping the wave neutral at worst, and then this Varus Malzahar lane can always push in a melee support like Tahm Kench, let alone that Varus already outpushes Jhin. So these are two pushing lanes where Maokai can be kind of left on an island, because Ivern ganks aren't that strong in terms of damage, so if Vodwana plays smart, it gives liberty to Jankos to kind of play the style that he likes playing sometimes as well. Not as much visiting lanes early and snowballing, but he also likes occasionally playing heavy farm invade and just kind of messing with the opposing jungler.
Well, and of course, if we see that, it will mean that there may be less kills given up in the early game by Roccat. Maybe that lets them come into the mid game on even keel, which is something we so rarely see. We're finally going to see Roccat mid game without a deficit. Maybe we're going to see some improvements in terms of shot call.
Yeah, and that opposed to the honestly stellar early game from H2K, especially when it comes to objectives. These guys take down so many turrets, first bloods, dragons. It's all within their reach, and we need to see if that happens again against Roccat.
Really terrifying to play against, too, when you're a team that already feels like they have a struggling early game. But now, coming into it, head on over to Twitter, hashtag H2K win, hashtag Roccat win, hashtag ROC win, rather. If you think Roccat can take this, if they think they can bring it back. This is a team, of course, with a ton of history, struggling again this season, but not entirely down and out yet. And H2K absolutely have to find a win here.
Now, you see what happens. Roccat every week is a new blank sheet of paper where they can write their story on, but if we dig into history, the sheets that have been written aren't that good so far. They're looking to find consistency. They're looking to find victories. So obviously, their dream is to make playoffs, and they've discussed it, but it always seems like an idle hope for them.
It's a sad place to be as well, especially with Maxlor coming onto the team, a guy who had so much success in his first season, a guy we expected to see, you know, kind of an excellent performance coming out. He's really been struggling to find impact, as has the rest of the Roccat lineup. And now I think we talked about it in Champion Select. Our eyes are really going to be on this early game. Can Roccat play clean? Can they keep even as they have been?
And it obviously starts here with the invade. Maxlor and Foxy looking to get a little ward on a buff. If you place it around 52 seconds, you should always have an idea of where the grave starts, and then you can cater your jungle path around it. Ivern has some flexibility. Basically, when he hits level 3, he can kind of swoop around back to the other side again, or go for a fast smite gank, depending whether he wants to maximize efficiency or have a bit of a gank timing. Obviously, Jankos, his dream is that he can not get any buffs stolen and find a way to invade Ivern as well. So it's always a mind game.
That's everybody's dream when you play against Ivern. Very rarely the case in solo queue, although we do see a lot of Iverns in competitive. Just play to the safe side. Go for the fast early clear, not worry so much about contesting early buff.
And this is also an evolution we see so often. Right now, Roccat, they see the red buff is not being started, so they expect a leash on the side of H2K, but H2K's bot lane is just kind of going to camp the second brush here. So Jankos is solo starting. This is something teams should be ready for, because we have seen it a lot. Grace has an incredibly sustainable clear, but it's going to be very hard for the Roccat lanes right now to kind of survive. And it's also good to do versus Ivern, because Ivern doesn't need a leash. That sometimes shifts matchup. If you have a winning matchup where you have to go help your jungler, the opponents could get an advantage. So Jankos selecting to take a slightly slower path in benefit of his lanes.
And of course, one of the many perks of the new jungle pathing for Graves is that he only has to fight a single monster at a time for the bottom side clear. So much easier to be healthy on that clear. Now H2K have gotten push priority as a result of that early bush control, and I mean, it looks good for them so far.
And you see the adaptation in terms of skill points as well. Che here starting with Malefic Visions as opposed to spawning a Voidling, because if you're going to play that push-centric style, there's no point for you to spawn Voidlings as they get one-shot by the turret. He's just going to go for a little bit of harass over time and going to force Yarnan to farm under turret, or poke Wadid out if he does want to help Yarnan with CS. And then again, second skill, Q right there. He's really not interested in the traditional Voidling approach here because he's going to be so push heavy.
Yeah, just looking to reset the Malefic Visions, get down a little bit of extra poke there. Honestly, a solid start so far, but of course not going to see too much action here on the bottom side, at least not until Jankos makes his appearance known. And for now, Ivern continues with a steady early clear.
Yep, steady early clear here. Jankos playing around the possibility of his red being stolen as well, just by power farming, I think. not losing out anything. He's actually on pace to kind of match this Iron pick overall. This is the point of contention where we usually see the Krugs being stolen. This happens almost every single Ivern game where Ivern wants to walk in, but because Graves has such a fast clear and Yanka still has Smite, he will actually not succeed, I think.
Of course, still has to set it up to smite it away, so does not have the luxury. Maxlor potentially caught out here.
Maxlor's level 3 versus... Ooh, the respect flash. That's rough. You're playing this jungler that is known for its fast pacing, efficient clearing, and honestly, really easy gameplay, and then Jankos is outpacing him on the Graves without a leash.
And it's really interesting too, because it's not like he skipped a camp to get ahead of it. He just full cleared. He did every single camp on the way there.
He skipped his own Krugs, you know. That's the thing. He made the decision of going to contest the Graves, and it may show some being not so familiar with the matchup, because Ivern wants to do that against a lot of slow clearing junglers to then mess with him on Krugs. But in this particular matchups, it seems that it was the wiser choice to actually go for his Krugs instead.
Maxlor getting the bad half of that deal overall, now forced to back in plain sight, so H2K have the knowledge and the comfort to push up their lanes to put pressure down here.
Exactly, and that's also a nice example of good team communication by H2K. He spotted top left. He knows, then Jankos knows that there's only one camp remaining for this guy, which is the Krugs bottom right. Well, bot lane is perma pushing, they invade, and they get full knowledge on the jungler in the first 5 minutes of the game, which makes it very easy to play a League if you know where the enemy jungler is.
I would love to know where the enemy jungler is.
You can. With 2 deep wards, you too can know where the enemy jungler is.
You're saying I have to get better to know where the jungler is? I'd like to know now, Crepo.
Well,
and Betsy'd like
knows.
to know. Yeah, finding out the hard way, Jankos moving, and that's actually a lot of damage. Feven gets a little aggressive there, but not going to pursue it with the flash.
And again, these pushing lanes, Jankos is free to roam into the enemy jungle. He too would like to drop a ward, has 1 stack left, and he can pap down if he wants. He's just looking for camps that will respawn soon. The Raptors are up now. And Che peeling off here, good support jungle synergy. Now it's up to Nuclear to play safe. He could technically get flashed on if they know Che is missing rather.
Going in, Feven getting a little aggressive there, but Trigger Seed not going to do any damage. And now Che on the way up. Jankos coming in as well, and Che has been a monster this week so far.
Yeah, but look what he's doing here, Che. He's moving ahead of the enemy support, which means that there's never a 3 versus 2 collapse from Roccat. This is all playing in unison, and it looks like he's not doing much, but it's providing support that allows Feven to kind of play aggressive. Because Feven is leaning towards the side where Jankos is, and Jankos knows he's not to be afraid of a roaming support, because Che peeled off much sooner than Wadid.
Yeah, allowing Force setting up that aggression. Corki now pushing out the mid wave. Rise gets a decent back. Not a whole ton lost on the side of Roccat, but H2K is still clearly in control. Once again, a story of small advantages here.
Yeah, small advantages, very objective focus. The bot lane turret tier 1 is what they're aiming for. H2K is so good at getting it. I think 11 in 13 games they've gotten first turret overall on the map. That's been dropped 1 versus Vitality, 1 versus G2 eSports. So incredibly impressive rate so far, and they're repeating it again.
Interesting to see too as well. 6-minute mark, we're well away from the 10-minute mark, but one of the big things we talked about was that the Roccat lanes generally tend to stay even. But right now, H2K building a decent lead for themselves on the bottom side of the map. They're going to have to be careful though. Snare goes down onto Che. Maxlor on the way in. Trigger Seed. Che's going to be triggered after that. Spit back into the team. Exhaust comes down. Double TP. Hjarnan running for his life. Odo's here as well. So is Faxi. First blood drops for the Tom Kench. Now going to trade one back in exchange, but has Odoamne given his life. Trigger Seed drops. The challenge has been issued. Odo drops in the end. That's great for Roccat.
And this is exactly what we need to see more from Roccat. Organized group plays, hitting their weaknesses and helping their bot lane hide their weakness in terms of being pushed in here. The immediate reaction here, good gank timing from Maxlor. It was warded out from Che and Nuclear. We can criticize that one large ward location later on. We'll definitely see it in the replay because they saw the Iron coming, it was simply too late. If you're that far pushed up, you need a ward on where the Scuttlecrat dies, not any farther into the river because it's essentially useless then. A really quick teleport from Faxi, and Betsy also roamed down much faster than Feven. So this was a controlled kind of all-in bot lane with teleport for Roccat, and we haven't really seen that too often from them.
Take a look at it one more time. Ward.
So this is where they see him. It's already too late, right? If Wadid flashes in with the exhaust, Che can never flash out of range, and then he gets devoured. At this point, I think it's better to yield a 1 for 0 and actually complete your teleports because you're only going to snowball Faxi here.
Terrifying spot to be. Foxy and Odo both level 6, and of course makes it so easy for Fjord to just run into collapse. You can see there, as you mentioned, Betsy ahead. Feven not even leaving the mid lane in that exchange.
No, once you know you're out roamed, there's no point chasing because the action is obviously over rather fast in this early game. So it's a great move. It equalizes the gold. Bang on even right now. and also nullifies a bit of the pressure. Because it's more of a war of attrition when you're being pushed in the bot lane. So this is a really good moment to breathe for the Roccat bot lane.
Have to be happy with it. Of course, no sizable advantage for them quite yet. Like you said, mostly a difference of pressure, an additional longsword to back it up, but traded off from a tier. The CS differential keeps Nuclear just slightly in the lead overall.
Yeah. So Maxor will definitely have to revisit that lane with Daisy to prevent the turret from falling, or they need to make a play somewhere on the map, maybe with the package to kind of break open, or with the Rise ultimate rather, because the package is on the side of H2K. But that's something they then have to be careful for on the side of Roccat, because that is the ideal dream play for H2K was a little bit later, getting the package off Febiven, so he can actually accelerate the roam versus the Rise, be bot lane much faster, have the play be initiated by Jankos instead, and then take bot lane turret. That is kind of the play pattern that H2K is looking for.
Haven't found an opportunity yet, and it's interesting because Roccat are found success in that early bottom lane play before the level 6 mark for so many of their champions. Tahm Kench, no Abyssal Voyage to set up a secret approach on the jungle gank. They're finding advantages without those semi-global abilities, and that means it's only going to get easier if they can kind of remain playing at the level that they have so far.
I like this from Maxor, grouping with his middle laner just to push out. It's all about pressure at this point. Pressure is what generates you kills. You won't find them out of the blue. So if you can't gank a lane, just helping your laner reset. That's why Fevin's walking up in the mid lane right now. He cancelled Betsy's base. And these little advantages, small victories, that's what you're looking for.
Fevin hanging out in his own little brush in the mid lane. Curtain Call coming out to clear the pressure. There's the Tahm Kench going in on the backside, delivering Daisy, and Shay is the one who's left all alone. Will use the ultimate there, but he is now doomed to fall. Exhaust goes down, staring contest, gonna complete, but not in the favor of H2K. Maxor picks up another one.
Yeah, H2K need to cross map here and get something in the top lane, because that was a really good setup, because even with mediocre execution, Roccat still convincingly pulled ahead there. But right now the answer is obviously you lose bot side, you need to make a win on the top side. Faxi stayed, and Fevin's roaming top.
He has flash, he has all. What is he going to do? Parries a little bit, but he's not going to be enough. No mana here to cast the ultimate whatsoever. Does manage to lay it down, but cannot use any other skills. He's going to drop, but nice play to lower the health bars, H2K.
And that's a really good reaction from H2K, but it also shows a tad the inexperience of the Roccat roster. It is very greedy to stay at your turret right there when you're looking at the map and what you just did. You spent all your resources on the bottom side. You need to yield in the top side. You can't just expect to outplay. This is not solo queue.
Foxy a little greedy there in the end, but Wadid maybe hoping to punish H2K, who now have also stayed a bit too long. Red buff triggering down, gonna snare him up, gonna lock him out. Odo drops as well. Roccat once again with a kill lead.
Yeah, and they're fighting. This is good to see from Roccat. A lot more proactivity. We can excuse Foxy maybe staying. That was a good reaction.
Void Swarm gets laid down. Malefic Visions as well, now pulling back. Both teams seem so ready to fight, so ready to set up around these objectives. And I mean, surprised to see that a turret hasn't dropped for either side yet. Both teams contesting everything.
But they're being chipped though. Mid lane turret down to 35% right now. Bot lane is actually not as chipped as you would expect. But right now, it's all about the threat of the Abyssal Voyage for Roccat. They can do so much with this ultimate from Tahm Kench. Deliver any member, keep basing, keep switching the lanes up, you know, surprise people, and suddenly Abyssal Voyage comes out where you don't expect it. Point and click snare on Rise. Almost point and click follow-up on Maxlord plus Daisy, so that's the combo they're looking for.
I mean, so easy to get the setup if they can keep the pressure up in the lanes. For now, they're on the back foot on the top side, but arriving to the lane to match the duos. Bot lane now becomes our top lane, our top lane fight.
I'm also glad to see no QSS rush against this Malzahar by Hjarnan. Not following in the wake of Steelback. Actually building lethality items, which are really strong.
I like them. We heard about it. 60% up front, 40% later. We'll look to get a little more than that. Maybe it's Odo's turn to overstep. His turn to overstay. Odoamne getting cut down slowly but surely. Daisy dishing out the damage, and they are going to take him down in the end. Roccat popping off, but H2K are on the top side.
Yeah, they're racing for first turret now. Fevin should get into the mid lane, so this is actually not as good of a trade, especially if Fevin can roam from mid to top right after, because with the silence and the fact that they can actually make somebody perma locked down with the Varus Malzahar combo, this could actually be a more beneficial trade for H2K on the back end of the play. Let's see what happens.
Jankos is here. He's moving in. They have the ultimate from the Malzahar. They're not going to use it yet, though. They're just going to take the tower. Roccat learning from their past mistakes. They back off.
And this is the beauty of a good pressure game. Even when you get surprised, your cross map can net you more advantages, because his first turret gold plus another turret worth of gold versus a single kill on a turret. So that's definitely a win, unless they lose mid here. And that may have been a pathing mistake for Featherman.
Once again, the smart rotation coming in, using the Abyssal Voyage. A TP is here, will finish in the end. H2K ready to fight for this one. Roccat not taking the risk.
Yeah, technically speaking, Featherman could have been here, but the speed at which Roccat are making decisions is honestly unparalleled compared to their previous week, so I'm really glad to see this improvement. Look at it. Decisive flash in, snare like this, it all looks so easy, but the beauty is in the fact that they're doing this together, peeling away, knowing that they may lose mid-turret. They're also yielding top tower pressure really early. There's still good trades from H2K because H2K played the early game so well, but Roccat, the fact that they're staying even while being at such a large pressure deficit is impressive.
Interesting shift, though, because we do see the CS differential in the bottom lane continue to grow in the favor of Nuclear. Now, Nuclear has been playing incredibly well, but, I mean, what is Roccat? Is Roccat giving anything up in exchange for all these kills, all these bloody trades, or is this just kind of a difference in the comfort and laning phase?
Yeah, they have been giving up. Well, the draft is what makes them give up CS, right? Obviously, you could technically play this perfect, but when you play Jhin versus Varus, you're already at a minor mismatch. And then when you match a melee support versus a Malzahar, you're obviously going to get pushed in and drop CS. So that's to be expected. They also backed off from the top lane turret instead of dying right there. Roccat bot lane did not make the mistake that Faxi made. So as a team, they are learning and adapting. But can they keep this proactivity up, or will they settle in their old ways?
This is something we talk about when we look at teams. In scrims, you rehearse the early game over and over and over again. Every team has so much experience in that area, but when you get to the mid game, the late game, the rosters that haven't been together as long do tend to struggle. But Roccat usually struggling much more.
Yeah. Like in half their games that they've played up to this point, they were behind more than 2,000 gold at 15 minutes, and it's so hard to play that game then. Everybody that you walk into could duel you, so you always have to yield the pressure. When somebody walks up to you like, no, after you. You have to be polite when you Roccat. In 5 out of 10 games. Now, they're actually even, so this is a much different environment. They also have a comp with a purpose, they have clear win conditions, and they've shown good communication, so a lot more is possible for this Roccat roster this game.
Now moving down to take an Ocean Drake as well. One that's solid to have in the early game, and as long as the gold remains even, it'll be a pure benefit on their side. H2K not in a position to take anything else in exchange.
Yeah, and it's a good dragon to have early game as well versus a poke comp. Love me some Oceans. And they've initiated a 1-3-1 protocol as well. Tom Kent's such a great support in the 1-3-1 composition as well.
Will allow you to move between those lanes so very quickly, but H2K now focusing their attention on the top side, moving up, maybe hoping to mitigate some of the strengths of this Fiora.
Yes, exactly. If they can get this buff to the Maokai, which you can get very quickly with all these Voidlings, stab him in the eye every time. Get the Herald. Poor guy.
You just gotta feel bad, you know? Nature helps you evolve, magic helps you evolve, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna give you a giant eye on your back.
You would think that over time, you know, with the laws of evolution, as like Rift Heralds eventually would spawn 2 eyes, also one not located on its back.
We posted recently we have 100 million concurrent players. How many Rift Heralds do you think die a day? I feel like at this point they would lose the weak eye on the back.
Nope, still get poked into it every single time. It hurts. Poked myself in the eye today. Can confirm.
You live a difficult life, Crepo. Truly
Getting
full of struggle.
dressed is surprisingly hard if you have physical capabilities of a caster. Anyways, Rockat's still fighting.
Maybe looking for greater opportunities. Once again, the gold basically dead even. Small differences here, but nothing too relevant at this stage.
Yeah, and now we see something that H2K have been working on, which is also hard with their composition. It is incorporating side lane farm in their mid game.
Pulling back now, though. Have to be safe. Redemption coming out. H2K getting aggressive on the mid lane, and Roccat really not comfortable to trade here.
Yeah, because this lane matchup is exactly what Roccat want. They want Fiora to be dueling with her teleport on the bottom side of the map versus Maokai. They want this Ryze on a side lane to keep the map open, so this is H2K's least preferred map configuration. It doesn't mean they can't play it, but it's not what their comp really wants to do. Their comp wants to play 4-1. That's why Featherman neutralized the wave Rudder, and he's peeling off right now to come join this mid lane siege.
And a lot of confidence coming in from H2K as well. Not too worried about the damage, the return. Shay flanking on the side. Yankos.
You say flanking, but it's incredibly risky, and you have to be very aware of the vision when you do that.
Oh!
He's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Varus. We've all experienced it. We didn't expect always to see it here, but...
We always talk European sniper, American sniper, but Korean snipers, man. They're so good that they forget. They make Yarn forget to press heal and flash. That's how good they are.
That... All right, we're gonna have to focus back because Betsy's getting taken down here. H2K are blowing the map wide open.
Another Korean sniper comes in, suppresses
Roccat are not happy with this. They're going to make moves of their own. Odoamne potentially going to get taken down here. Healing Field does drop at the tail end of that Fiora ultimate. Foxy now pulling back. Maybe looking to find the fight onto Jankos, but no engage opportunities. H2K,
and
this is huge.
This is huge. You say it right there. It's such a massive opening right now. They killed 2 crucial players. They got another turret in the top side. They negate the snowball opportunity for Foxy. Things are looking so horrible right now for Roccat.
And the map just goes wide open. 1 kill drops in mid lane. Suddenly they can go, oh yeah, we're going to go in on top lane. Roccat
yes,
respond, but nothing happens.
That's what you want in 1-3-1. You want to kill one guy so you can force numbers advantages somewhere. And it is the hard part for Roccat. The main weakness in their 1-3-1 comp is that they have very limited wave clear, right? So if you look at who's defending the mid wave, it's Ivern, Tahm Kench, and Jhin. So we can actually just say Jhin. He's solo clearing mid wave, which means every time he walks up for CS, he gets an arrow in the face. Understandable. But then, when you're not walking up to CS, try and use your heal. Generally keeps you alive.
Sidestep, I mean, there's options, right?
Flash, base, or die.
He chose die this time. I don't think he'll choose that next time.
I don't think he'll be choosing anymore because Roccat right now are 3,000 gold behind. It's H2K that make the choices.
Setting us up, curtain call goes in, just clearing a wave.
That's wave clear.
That's
it's
true.
Safe wave clear.
Kruppo, I don't think that's the ideal use of the curtain call, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, maybe you know more than I do, but that doesn't feel good to me.
It doesn't feel ideal, but it actually was a solution previously. If you had to clear a wave and he was at threat of dying or using sums, using curtain call to clear a wave is acceptable in this comp.
Is that the moment where you like do the classic tanky support body block?
Yeah.
Poor Che. Not a tanky support.
Has a passive.
True.
Blocks
one shot.
All it takes is one shot.
One opportunity. Roccat need to find an opportunity, though, as we move to the mid-game. 20-minute mark, and H2K holding on to a 2K gold lead. The split push is working out well so far, but it's H2K who we have to wait to a response from.
I like it. It's pretty aggressive to go for this turret, but they know they have the Tahm Kench ultimate to kind of rotate from mid to top. This is actually a really nice opening. This is something you wouldn't expect from a team that just made such a big mistake. And the river vision in around Baron is actually pretty nice. They just lost a few control wards to Che clearing them, but overall, Roccat is still hanging in there nicely. It all depends right now. Can Foxy keep beating Odoamne's Maokai? Yeah, look at it.
And I mean, it looks good right now. He finished the Black Cleaver. He's on his way to the Ravenous Hydra. Maokai forced to build some MR for the coming fights means that Fiora will have a better 1v1 matchup. So I feel like the other question for H2K is where can they find an opportunity for Odo to get out of that lane, to get into team fights, to force something
I mean,
on.
that's a teleport, right? All he needs to do is neutralize. It's more up to Che and Nuclear to provide the crowd control effects. Che has a lot of agency in this game because there's nobody building a QSS just yet. So he could really open up and swing picks, especially in a map so divided. If Feviven can ever peel off, disappear into Fog of War, which again is probably Che's job to do as well with the vision. He is a very crucial player for H2K right now.
Keep your eyes on the Malzahar. As always, Nethergraph's such an important ability. The potential to lock down, shut down any one member of the Roccat lineup.
The random control ward in the Russian mid lane. I like this, the switch up from Feviven right here. He knows there's a lot of distance to cover for Betsy to push all the way to the top side. Betsy will likely do it slowly too. So they're moving for a bit of a gank or maybe a dragon attempt.
Looks like they may be shifting the lane.
Yeah, they're shifting the
matchup.
lane matchups to secure dragon, most likely.
Second Ocean on the board, maybe not looking to give that one up. Not as crucial as we move further into the game, but good to have. That's a solid engage onto Wadid. He's in trouble. Daisy still swinging away. Maxlore still up, but Wadid does drop. Jankos on the front lines. That's big. In goes Febby. Double kill for Jankos. The red buff ticks down. The arrow lands true, and Nuclear gets another one.
Superb usage of the package and the Nethergraphs. This was a coordinated H2K catching Roccat off guard, despite all the information technically being present to Roccat. They force the engage on one guy, but they don't blow too much because they know Devour is available. Chase played so much Tahm Kench that he knows if he Nethergrasps Maxwell right there, it's a waste. Then they one-shot the Tahm Kench, not allowing him to use his thick skin right there, and then Feviven comes sweeping in because Betsy is nowhere near to be found.
Excellent play going in. Once again, the confidence from Feviven on this Corki to leap under a tower to secure those kills.
And we see that Roccat is still struggling in the mid game because having your Ryze that far up in the top lane is acceptable as long as you're careful mid. So you need to make a choice right now. If you're Roccat, you can't have Ryze aggressively push top lane, and you can't be aggressive in the mid lane at the same time. It's just simply not allowed in terms of League of Legends macro. Because it's too easy for H2K to do exactly this.
maybe lulled into feeling safe, that they were just going to continue to play out the game as it has been, forgetting for a moment how much damage is present on this H2K lineup.
Yeah, and if you elect not to build Quicksilver Sash against the Malzahar, you need to be ready for these type of engages.
Well, Woodland's getting shot down, Dragon steadily falling. H2K don't want to take any risks here, don't want to give it up. 4K gold lead now matching the Ocean Drake of Roccat.
Yep, and there's no Baron Rush potential because it's been taken, which means H2K can more comfortably play the game on 2 lanes right now. Because the payoff of playing on 3 lanes isn't there for Roccat anymore, especially when they're this pushed in. Look how far Betsy would have to push to make it all the way to tier 2 in the top lane. H2K says, you know, we're just going to clear mid with Feven, keep those minions alive. It's actually getting engaged on right now.
Oh, Feven running, but Che on his way in, as is Yankos. Talk about the agency that Che has, and now this is just a feeding ground for him. He can go in anywhere, pick off anyone, and right now H2K have got their sights set on the bottom side.
Group Siege, you have probably a 2-second silence almost. Yep, 5 points into that Q here from Che. Switch 3 points into Voidlings, then 5 points into his Q. He has a 2-second silence. You have a massive tank and 3 great poke champions.
No engage coming quite yet. Nice silence under the front lines. Maxlor's in trouble, will get eaten up. Arrow does land, snares up a couple members as well, but the turret slowly and steadily falling. H2K are going to grab this one.
Yeah, and the counter to a poke comp is either brute force all in or just let it be. You're not going to win if you take it slow. Look at Yard at half HP. Roccat may as well yield.
Snare onto Odo, not the member that you want to hit. Arrow charging up from Nuclear. Does not going to connect onto anyone. Odo maybe going to get taken down. Foxy gets dropped as well. 1-for-1 trade.
Good pickup right there. Nuclear is strong though. He is the man to watch in these fights, dealing so much damage.
Watch the arrow. Where's it going to go? Healing reduction down onto Maxlor as well. Exactly where they want to be. Inhibitor's now going to fall as well. H2K slowly bleeding them out. They need the fight. Che going in. Nice denial by Wadid. Running back, trying to get Betsy to safety, but they can't keep this one going. Wadid has to give his life. Betsy may give it 2. Arrow goes down, ticking, but does make it down to the fountain.
Yeah, good decision making there from H2K. It doesn't matter that he gets devoured. All that matters is that Betsy gets CC'd when he rushes into you, so he can then target other people, either by Nether Grasp or by his allies Devour. And right now the base is open for H2K.
25 minutes. Betsy trying to clean up house. Yanko's going to get taken down. Chain next on the menu. Bevan running forward. Who's he going to kill first? Yarden goes down. Can he get Betsy 2? Exhaust onto him. That's going to do it. Betsy running, and it's the triple. He's looking for the quadra. Just going to tick him down. Nice defense.
I mean, you got saved once. You can't do it twice. H2K going for the straight finish when basing was a much better call here. This is scrim behavior, and they know. Look at it. Look at the player cams. They're laughing because they know they went for a greedy finish when there was absolutely no need to. If they just base right there, they go mid and top, this game is over. 100%.
Now, of course, Betsy picks up 4 more kills, but is this going to be the defining moment? Is that quadra kill going to turn it back for Roccat?
It could be the tipping point if H2K keeps kind of what we say, trolling. You know, if they keep playing loose and they get caught off guard by a good Realm Warp or a good Abyssal Voyage, it's technically possible, which usually is the best kind of possible. But look at it, the setup right here. It starts seemingly well, but once Faxi drops, it's really easy for Che to just keep his eyes on Betsy. All he has to do is stop Betsy if Betsy goes in. He can't overstep himself. Let's pause all of a sudden. Then Betsy goes in.
Freeze frame.
Freeze frame right here. Zoom in, enhance. Well, he flashes even for it. But Betsy is now CC'd by his own teammates. And 2 of his teammates die in the process because he can't obviously do any return damage. At this point, H2K, you base, you go mid-top. You do a 4-1 siege with automatic minion pressure in bot lane. These guys are just trying to keep it short.
I mean, respect. 25-minute marks looking to end the game before we hit 26. No longer going to be the case.
Some disgusting bounces, though. I like that Feven goes for enemy AD carry right there, and he almost would have finished off Betsy if it wasn't for the exhaust.
I mean, such a powerful spell, especially in those circumstances as well. Just shutting down the entire burst rotation of the Corki. Realm Warp comes in. This could be the opportunity.
They have to try. They have to do something.
Redemption goes in. H2K not taking the bait. H2K not taking the fight, but they have the package. Maybe looking for the re-engage instead.
They're still in Abyssal Voyage. I'm kind of disappointed Faxi wasn't here with the team, because you know you're going to have to pull the trigger. And I would just deliver Faxi one side, Realm Warp the other, and just brute force all in. Because right now you have one of your warps disabled. H2K can play a lot more comfortable.
And pushing forward, Maokai's with them as well. Odo happy to be there. QSS available for Wadid as well as Betsy and Foxy. No one is going to get locked down here. Tom Kench will make sure of it if the individual solo laners do not.
Yes, but there's still the silence. It's sometimes really deceptive how strong that can be, so we need to track if Jake can land some of those in the fights.
Running forward, Daisy just going to be body blocking, no damage coming out. Betsy on the side, going on to Nuclear, not going to find the opportunity. Roccat pulling back, that's so much poke damage. Graves' ult comes out, will not be enough. Deadly Flourish not going to connect. And H2K, the slow, steady siege.
Yep.
Looking a lot cleaner after the Quadra for Betsy in the base.
They're slowing down. There's obviously no more Baron buff. Things getting needlessly hard and complicated. Probably will likely have a stern word with the H2K lineup after that one.
Well, the slow siege continues. At the end of the day, they are still setting up for the wind. Imagine it'd be a much less stern word than if they were to get over-aggressive here. Yeah.
No, for H2K, it's good to bide their time. They can obviously punish Roccat if Roccat walk forward, but obviously, in a map so wide open, there are opportunities for Roccat to pursue.
One of those opportunities is going to have to be the Baron. 37 seconds out until it will spawn. Infernal Drake up as well. They really can't afford to put their vision anywhere other than in that pit, and this is pretty much the do or die moment. If it wasn't clear that H2K were already set to win this game, if they take this next Baron, it will be confirmed. And if Roccat can steal it, if Roccat can look for a fight, find an opportunity here, maybe they can win out.
Not quite Cody Sun levels of Varus poke, but Nuclear still doing a great job. Topping the charts right there.
Good to see. Once again, I mean, Nuclear, insane game against G2, of course, finding the early lane advantages. This time, the arrows just continue to land true in the fights, but...
No, H2K definitely, everybody did their role. Everybody knew their job. They fell behind due to a few nice plays from Roccat, but overall, they had the bigger picture in mind. They played their strategy well. They didn't tunnel into the 1-3-1. They didn't try to match. They peeled away. And then on kind of item spikes as well as package spikes, they switched up the map and surprised more than once.
Items across the board for them look very good right now. Of course, you can see the respect for the Ivern composition coming out in the itemization present. Executioner's calling.
Yeah, when you play versus potentially 2 redemptions, you want some heal reduction. It's a standard, obviously. Edge of Night, super strong if you can build it. If your champion has some use for this item, build this item.
Yeah, believe it or not, 30-second spell shield on top of lethality.
Well, 10-second spell shield
10 seconds
every 30
seconds
is nasty. And then really good utility build from Che, just running over it. This is the 3-item maximum DPS spike Corki build. H2K peeling off Nashor here. Good vision toggle right there. We can see the pressure that Roccat is under right now. Brushes give vision, I think, for the first 3 seconds, but then they become just brushes. So you're actually working against yourself here if you're Roccat and you're spawning brushes for vision, because you help yourself right now, but you hurt yourself in the future. It's like a bad credit loan.
The payday loans, man.
Payday loans.
They need the vision. They need the vision now.
They need the vision now. They don't care about 3 seconds from now. Damn.
They're going to care about 3 seconds now because they're missing a member, and this tower's going to need to get defended. Wadid is all alone, and Jankos is unconcerned.
It's a bit in too deep, though.
Daisy on the side, Trigger Seed going in. Odoamne ready to TP on the backside. Betsy's taking a lot of damage. The healing reduction is down as well, but suddenly it's Odo all alone.
Oh, Foxy!
Che! Oh, gonna get burned through. Foxy's popping off. Exhaust does drop. That's a little too deep. Flank does come out. It is the 1-for-1 in the end. H2K biding their time, pushing forward.
But yeah, you can see how close it's getting here. Imagine if 1 or 2 members a little lower, and Foxy gets a slightly better entry point into the fight.
Looks good overall. Taking Che off means the Nether Grasp is off the table as well. Maybe easier for them to find engagement, but top laner for support, not the trade they want.
Don't hit the ward if you're going to do Baron.
Now moving forward. Oh. I mean, it's like this brief moment of calm, but you both know, you just know that the teams are ready for Baron.
This is the moment where H2K truly realized maybe we should have not greeted for the Nexus. And we've all been there in solo queue. Ah, this game is over. Ah, this game is not so over. Oh dear, don't tell me we're throwing. Ah, we threw.
Well,
Roccat going for Panic Baron.
Steadily getting lower, healing reduction drops as Nuclear gets the arrow across the team. Lots of poke damage going in. Jankos on the front line. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Max Lord down next. They're just cleaning house. 2 down for him in the end. Is any CC going to land? No. Shut down. Doesn't even make it out. Yep. 1 realm away, not enough to stop the damage from Febivin. Wadid now in trouble, but here comes Foxy once again. There's no exhaust this time to shut him down. He's trying to look for damage onto Jankos, but there's 3 members here. Che's just biding his time, doesn't even burn the ult.
Yeah, panic play at the end there from Roccat. They were biding their time, hoping to just get a really good window on guest base timings. It was enough, though. In the end, H2K take it, but they left some wiggle room for Roccat. And that's going to be a good mental boost, I think, for Roccat for the second game.
Need to come in with clear thoughts, clear plans in the next game. Similar story for H2K, and while it was mostly clean, 1 or 2 mistakes could leave openings in the future.
Much more resilient Roccat. They too try to have clear calls, good plans. They try to channel their inner CLG, but sometimes they still struggle while doing that.
I mean, okay, I'm not gonna. CLG's having a hard enough time in NA. They do not need me to be one anymore.
See, good coach taps his players twice with the notebook. Take note.
Oh wait, I think that was 3 times though.
No, everybody got 2 taps.
I think that was 3 on you.
Oh, favoritism from Probably.
Favoritism.
Things going downhill here.
The rising star, no longer non-biased.
Yeah. I think things are going to go downhill from here for H2K.
Ah, clear sign, Krepo.
An equal amount of taps is very worrisome trend. Now, H2K, I think we saw more of the same from them. They played a lot of pressure, which means chip damage, which means eventually if something happens on the map, you always have cross-map potential. Like if there's a full HP turret, you can't take it. We saw that especially when Roccat went bot lane. They got a kill on a tower, but then Feven finished off mid lane turret that he prepped so well earlier. So that in itself already is a 1 trade for H2K, because mid lane turret is much more valuable than bot lane, and you get first turret gold, which is actually what the kill is worth. But then they take another tower on top of that in the top lane, and suddenly, while you're trying to catch H2K, yeah, how about that?
Yeah, it doesn't work out for them in the end, though. For more on how that game 1 went down, let's send it over to the analyst desk and take a look.
How about that? Definitely not going to catch you outside, but we are going to talk about the game. And I love that you brought it up again, Krepo, how systematically H2K played out this game. And that is exactly what we wanted to look at. They are a team coming into this with fantastic objective control. First in first blood, first tower, and first dragons. And then here, first blood gets taken away from them.
Well, yeah, this is what happens sometimes. You play very standard and so on, and a jungle gank, can always appear. And this time around, Roccat picks up 2 kills for it. But the thing we like about H2K and what we're going to follow is just how they don't panic. Like, they don't try and then suddenly counter-gang a ton of things and be super aggressive all of a sudden. They start cross-mapping. This is just another good setup by Roccat, but if you look at the minimap, you can already see now how H2K is saying, okay, we can't play bottom side. We have to start playing on top side. We need to get something in return. And mid lane as well is open because Betty was roaming. And that simply means, well, first tower hasn't gone down just yet. Oh, sadly here for Roccat, it actually died in the mid lane before they got it bot lane. Dragon dies. Well, what do? You take the Rift Herald. Again, you always trade cross-map 24/7. You don't panic if you start falling behind to some ganks, because ganks can always happen. Even the worst team in the world can gank SKT and get a kill. But then you got to make sure you don't lose everything else on the map, which is what Roccat actually started doing.
And on top of that, Fiora got a kill there in that bottom lane gank, so you'd be afraid of if she get the upper hand in the lane versus Maokai, so that Rift Herald doubly pays out.
Exactly, just even more value. Normally you take Rift Herald because there's nothing else on the map, but in this case here, to try and stop a split pusher, it buys you a little bit more time, or I'm to stay alive for longer, which again allowed the rest of H2K to make plays, and that's exactly what we started seeing once we get out of the laning phase.
Definitely, 3 kill deficit, but no gold deficit, and then H2K have already taken down the first tower. They have Rift Herald. They still have control. So the minute they get a snipe, they know how to capitalize.
Exactly. Like, this is obviously a big mistake from Yanan, having both summoners up, just not expecting to get hit there. But as soon as they get that 1 kill, on your minimap, you can see Che on the Malzahar, instantly moves to the top side. Betsy here makes one of these classic mistakes we see where you lose control of the mid lane and you still try and step forward in your side lane, and he just gets ganked instantly. Top tower goes down. And it looks so simple, because it is so simple if you just play it by the book. So when you get that advantage mid, if the enemy is then overextending in the side lane, you just move over there, you kill the guy, you take the tower. And it's not flashy, but it's so effective.
And we also got to point out it is simple, but it is made simpler, of course, because they are not playing versus a top opponent. It is much easier to execute that game plan when there aren't as many counter moves coming out of the opposite team.
Sure, obviously Yanan should never die there in the first place, and then Betsy shouldn't step forward when Yanan has already died. So just some mistakes there from Roccat, but I think it's just cool because we see this from H2K like so often that they do. It's not just random, it's like really planned out, and that is like the good macro we often highlight.
Definitely, and they already were in a good position, but then in the end they know that they can engage mid lane, they pull the trigger for the team fight, follow it up with Baron, and boom, done deal.
Yeah, kind of the same thing again where Betsy is split pushing right now, so H2K, they know, okay, we're gonna have a numbers advantage if we go for this. Package comes in from Febiven, and there's just zero chance here for Roccat to actually win the fight, because they're never 5 members, and H2K, they know that, and that's why they know, okay, we have package timing, Odamne is on his way down, could even have teleported if needed, he didn't have to, So they just get like this very clean engage into Baron. And yeah, it's not a clown fiesta at all.
No.
It's really simple. It's
beautiful to see the execution.
It's the beautiful rotations and everything. And it's why, you know, you become a top team.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. Of course, you could say, well, H2K, why don't you just go ham and pick some crazy things? But I like that they're just trying to cement the way that they know how to play the game and play it out cleanly. We'll see what happens in the next game. I mean, I might want to see them going crazy, but how, as a Roccat, do you disrupt this? Because in their head, probably they say, well, we got that gank, we got first dragon, okay, first tower fell, but what more can they do to kind of be counteractive?
In a game like this, it honestly comes down to them, and this is not something you can fix just going into game 2, but because it would come down to you just being as good as good at playing the map as H2K are. Because where Roccat started faltering was when H2K would move and cross map, Roccat wouldn't follow fast enough, and they would give them suddenly an advantage mid lane for Fabian or top lane. They would pick up a kill they didn't have to give away, and some of those small mistakes cost them. But I think Roccat should keep trying to gank. They should keep trying to play aggressive early game.
More.
They have to almost try and just like super snowball in the early game.
Would you rather see a Kha'Zix except for that, like Ivern, because you know
Actually,
you probably won't get to the point where it's valuable.
Most European teams, Ivern is fantastic on. Roccat, who's trying to beat a top team, a macro-heavy top team, no. Just honestly, go for Kha'Zix, go for early game junglers who can really snowball, play aggressive lanes. I like the Fiora pick here. They got kills on it as well. That was actually a clear win condition. Sadly for them, the rest of the team then started dying a lot and they lost almost every tower, so Foxy never got to actually be a proper split pusher. I think we just have to see like risky picks, try and go for the high reward plays early. Yes, if it backfires, you lose, but you will probably lose anyway.
Yeah, well, there we go. We'll see what happens. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have game 2 between H2K and Roccat.
How do you say hello in Lebanese?
Marhaba.
Lebanon, I mean.
I have no spit.
Marhaba, baby man.
Wamne getting cut down slowly but surely. Daisy dishing out the damage, and they are going to take him down in the end. Roccat popping off, but H2K are on the top side. All right, we're gonna have to focus back because Betsy's getting taken down here. H2K are blowing the map wide open. That's a solid engage onto Wadid. He's in trouble. Daisy's still swinging away. Maxlore still up, but Wadid does drop. Yankos on the front lines. That's big. In goes Febby. Double kill for Yankos. Yankos gonna get taken down. Chain next on the menu. Bevin running forward. Who's he gonna kill first? Yarden goes down. Can he get Betsy 2? Exhaust onto him. That's gonna do it. Betsy running an instant triple. He's looking for the quadra. Just gonna tick him down. Nice defense.
Top as well. I'm really strong now.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Maxlore down next. They're just cleaning house.
Yeah. No, just end the game, please.
Welcome back to Berlin, where we are about to bring you Game 2 between Roccat and H2K. H2K, almost a very clean game. Almost, until they gave Betsy a quadra kill.
Yeah. Yeah, up until that point, but even before that, I think it's a great game for H2K to play, especially if you're a team that is working on fixing minor issues overall. It's something you can highlight one or two things in the early game that kind of threw them off, and then fix them. Like the ward, for example, how they got ganked. They should never die to that gank. They know it. They'll go back to the VODS like, oh yeah, you're right. Versus an Ivern, when we're pushing, we should probably ward a little further down, especially when we're using 2 wards instead of 1. So there's a couple of minor points of improvement, which is great, because when you play versus weaker teams, very often the games either get super chaotic and it's really hard to learn, but H2K still try to play their super clean style.
Well, I feel like Deficio talked a little bit on the desk about what Roccat need to do to find a win here, but even aside from what they need to do to find a win, there's been marked improvement for them across that first game through almost every stage. There were some big issues where H2K clearly had the advantage in terms of macro game, but early game, they made some smart moves. They punished H2K once or twice, and that was good because when we came in, we're like, Roccat, they go even, but they never do anything better. Yeah,
we can see that it was also a game where the style was just kind of shown so well, because the key moment that we kept talking about, the analyst desk looked into again, and it was just so indicative of like what H2K like to do as a team. So it's fun for me, especially when we see like stylistic trends in teams and they keep happening over and over, because it makes it much more fun to analyze teams and also react to how other teams may draft and play against them.
Of course, the evolution of H2K has been in full swing. This week it's been Nuclear stepping up alongside Shay, but now with blue side, we'll see how the draft is going to evolve. Roccat now on the red side as well. Rise taken off the board for Betsy. Definitely a champion he has found some success with over the last week or two. So good to take it away, and Roccat pretty much committed to the standard here.
Yeah, always take away the power picks that you don't want to play against. H2K has shown a lot of versatility in picks and bans so far. Roccat got a pretty decent comp last game and couldn't make it happen, so they'll definitely struggle on this purple side, I think.
Curious to see what the first pick priority is going to be. There's a lot of time being taken on the final ban here from H2K. Will in the end be the Malzahar?
This is actually becoming a super standard blue side. The only caveat here is that
Rise went second instead of...
H2K really adapting in the metagame here, choosing to ban Rise second and not third on blue side.
You gotta mix it up, you know?
What an evolution.
How truly... this is the thing, this is my fear, is that these bans... I want to see a little more creativity.
No, this won't keep happening, especially because there will be much more comfort picks. Like, Jace is going through for some reason, you know, like eventually teams will start leaving up more OPs.
Yeah, of course. The trade-off is that you're going to give up Varus, and it looks like you're going to give up Ivern as well.
Varus, Ivern.
So Roccat picking up the standard power here.
Question is, do you pick up Corki early yourself here, or are you okay with just playing anything into it? Because it'll be like a Corki, maybe it might be a Corki pick for Betsy into a Katarina ban out on the second phase, and suddenly you have to dig pretty deep if you're Febiven. Although you might as well just play the Jace into it, of course. Jace is still the flex pick.
Febiven has been showing us a little bit more variety in his champion pools in terms of what he likes to play, but at the end of the day, H2K choosing to match the AD carry pick. Yep. Are they going to match the jungle here, keep Jace as that flex pick, or are they going to give away where it's going to go?
They've been consistently been moving their jungle pick until kind of second phase. Maybe just a Tahm Kench to deny from Roccat. I think it would be a decent pickup here. I like the way they play with Tahm Kench. Jace sets you up for 1-3-1 so well as well. It's really good in this kind of Ivern comp. Okay, so they like to give away the Jace mid by just picking a really strong champion on the bomb lane.
I mean, when we look at it very loosely, we can call this the double flex. Now we're going to assume at this point.
Well, I think that's fair.
That you know, we can assume. I think that the Jace is going mid, the Rumble's going top, but there is room here. And
there's
Roccat,
always room for doubt.
So what does Roccat pick here? Do they match here? Do they look for a top laner of their own?
I mean, they get to pick their top laner after rotation if they want to, if their pool is deep enough. But they just match to Maokai. That's really interesting for me to just do that.
Yeah, my understanding was that Rumble pretty much beats every tank in lane. So why prioritize
Maokai's
tank in here?
playing fine. He probably just wants to play this tank into Rumble as opposed to some other tank into Rumble.
Not give H2K the opportunity to kind of ban away the comfort picks.
Take your tank.
Well, a much less exciting pick for Foxy this time around. Of course, not going to be the Fiora this time. The tried and true tank for all top laners, Maokai coming in. Second ban phase means Lee Sin will be taken off the board for Jankos. Playmaking
Corki. I was hoping H2K was going to ban Corki here, because it's the comp that Misfits ran so well. Like a Tom Kench Corki on the last rotation would be such a great comp. It's such an easy comp for Roccat to play. Again, Deficio was hinting at it on the analyst desk. Either play something hyper aggressive or play something super easy. Tom Kench Corki could have definitely been that.
And super powerful as well. We already saw the damage the Nuclear was putting out last game on VODS, and that was just a matter of connecting arrows. So if Hjarnan has the same skill shot accuracy, there's nothing to really differentiate there.
It's so weird how the weeks have evolved in terms of Kha'Zix's appreciation. He's gone to the point where people will pick Ivern, be okay if you pick Graves into it, ban Lee Sin and Elise, and leave Kha'Zix open. It's so weird.
All right, well, I'm excited about this Zed pick. This is going to be pretty interesting. Now, you can pick something easy to play, or you can pick something that gets aggressive early. We heard Deficio say it, we're echoing it here, and this is definitely something that gets pretty aggressive pretty early on. So Zed pick now picked up for Betsy.
I hate the pick. I'm so sorry.
Don't rain on my parade. He's going to kill people. He's going to steal AD. It's going to be beautiful.
You're right.
And there's a Warwick. Okay, all right, okay. Clearly the gloves are off.
I like the Warwick because I just want to see more Warwick. But the problem with the Zed pick is you're running a tank in the top lane. You have Varus AD carry. All your damage is mainly physical. Because, I mean, okay, Maokai saplings. If you build Leandris, maybe.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Blighted Quiver from Varus. He does max health damage. Come on.
Yeah, and then you pick the Zed. Ooh, that's rough.
I like H2K's composition, but it's very odd.
Yeah, so they ran off with the Tom Kench, which is it's a really strong pick, especially in the likes of Zed, Maokai, Ivern. It's so strong against the core. Makes you wonder why wouldn't Roccat look to pick up a pick like that? If they're gonna be playing Zed, you need to play on a side lane. You don't teamfight with Zed, right? So you're gonna put him on a side lane, hopefully he snowballs. Then why would you leave the one pick that can teleport from lane to lane and that Shay has shown to be an absolute master on to H2K? Why would you not early rotation it and then pick your Zed later? It's not like H2K is going to lock in Zed.
Not only that, I mean, you what do you have to deny the Zed death mark? Well, how about a Tom Kench?
Yes, exactly.
You can shut it down immediately. Not only can he roam over, bring more members to shut the Zed down, he can just take that member away that you're trying to kill. But once again, I mean, if the Zed gets ahead, none of that really feels like it matters. Zed.
We're getting a note here from production. Apparently, Deficio is putting a lot of karma points on the fact that it'll be top Warwick. We don't necessarily agree, but we have 9 seconds remaining for the magic switcheroo. I seriously wouldn't see it coming. But on the level of jungle, I think Rumble jungle is quite similar to Warwick jungle. It doesn't happen. Deficio's wrong. We have an interesting draft. The day couldn't start any better for me.
This is what I wanted to see, you know? I'll be honest, I love weird stuff. Like, I can't call this like, ooh, great drafting, because I'm really just excited about the Zed. I'm excited about the Warwick. And I really want to see how Jankos plays this champion in particular. We've seen Xerxes pick it up on the Unicorns of Love, and I really want to know what Jankos' take is on it overall.
Yeah, the one defense for the Lulu pick in the end over Tom Kench is obviously to get more pressure. Again, that's what we were talking about as well. If you need a snowball against a better team, pushing lanes is a great start.
If you want to do more than just watch these teams push lanes, if you want to give them your support, head on over to Twitter. At LOL eSports, hashtag ROCWin, hashtag H2KWin. So, depends on where your loyalty lies, but this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 2. Can Roccat bring it back? Can they make this a series? Is this going to be the day of upsets? All questions will be answered here.
There's a guy literally howling in the crowd. Also a big Warwick fan. I'm digging it.
I love it. So every Warwick has a different thing sticking out of his back. So the main one is like the chemical thing, and I guess this guy's got ice.
Great.
I'm curious. How do you know this is?
I love your play-by-play commentary. He has
no, this is my color commentary. He's
blue.
A thing. See?
He's ice.
It's ice.
Warwick.
The other guy has a sword. One of them has a sword coming out of his back. I think that's sick.
I've barely seen any Warwicks because his damage falls off so hard later on. He gets.
I've heard he's like the king of low elo, and by heard I mean he's beaten me in a lot of games, and I am in fact below elo. So
empirical evidence suggests that. Warwick actually has an insanely high win rate. So does anything which is played on the opposing team that I'm in. Ooh. All right, the standard ward again, a little later this time on red buff, just get some information.
See if Maxlor wants to go for a more aggressive invade this time around, or if he remains with sort of the fast clear start that we've very consistently seen.
I feel like Warwick's clear is slower than Graves for sure. So this is definitely an opportunity where Maxley could end up on a Crux steal. And they have pushing bot lane as well. So I think that's the style they're going for. They want to open up. Maybe they're combating some of the trends that H2K have highlighted. Some of the symptoms of the H2K disease, which is always ending up with first turret. So Roccat fighting that.
Disease.
Yeah, it's a great disease to have. Fighting the bot lane push themselves really hard with the winning push lane. And then obviously if you group with Ivern, Varus Lulu is a great poke composition to get that first turret. And then you can put Zed on that lane and you can play from mid.
Oh, you see the pings coming out on the buff.
Oh, he's strolling over.
See how they play. He wants to steal this one away.
This is Ivern. He sets up his camps and then he casually strolls into the enemy jungle.
It's all kind of a mind game. I think probably comfortable to know that he can make it out if Warwick does try to stick onto him. No flash on Jankos.
So H2K just did a blue ping on blue buff, knowing that Ivern started there, and Jankos is going to go for the counter invade. Because he knows he can't for sure know that his red is gone, but he knows that Ivern probably used smite on blue if he starts on blue, which means he should be able to contest there. Otherwise, he can fight a level 1 Ivern. I like this.
Definitely has the strength. Once he gets him below 50%, we'll be able to chase him down. We'll get the attack speed steroid as well.
It's a good choice by Jankos.
Very different pace here coming in on the bottom side of the map, though. Now that the melee support is in the picture, Roccat very comfortable to take control in this early laning phase. And now the question for me is, what are they going to do with it? Because we saw what H2K could do.
I mean, push poke until Ivern's level 6, group up with Daisy. That is the play pattern you would expect. Jankos playing in the brush here. Nice reveal from Maxor. Always check what's going on.
Pulling back. Of course, smite is available. Jankos.
Yep. Just making him take more damage before he smites, obviously. So back on his side. Although Amna obviously had the liberty to push the entire time, because when your jungler is literally shadowing the opposing jungler in his jungle, also Maxor just used smite, so Jankos knows that he can just walk in here.
Caught in the brush. Not going to see anything aggressive here. Jaws of the Beast is good, but can't afford to die to the towers this early.
That's a bold move.
I mean, Warwick has insane damage and insane sustain. Can't afford to get
kill
too
him.
low,
Slap
though.
him, Maxor.
Oh, going in. Can't turn this, though. Is going to get the fear off. Odoamne's over the wall. Are they going to flash for it?
Oh,
nice
flash.
go in. Ooh, not going to get it with the Jaws of the Beast. Doesn't follow in the end. Jankos is in trouble, running for his life.
That was really messy. Someone like Odoamne flashed into a wall, and Faxi was AFK for some reason. That was very peculiar, to say the least.
I love Warwick. This is great.
This
Keep
is not
fighting.
Warwick. This is just borderline disrespect. The enemy jungler is right in the brush above you, and you start Krugs if you're Jankos. Obviously, he knows Ivern has really low dueling strength, but
maybe a little bit too confident there in the 2v2 matchup, but more than that, you're never going to get the 2v2 matchup. It's going to be a 3v2. There's a tower a foot or two away from you.
I mean, obviously, what you could argue is that if you make it a 2v2 matchup and Faxi is supposed to be farming, what you're winning is CS denial. So obviously something you should factor in.
Well, right now, the CS is very heavily in the favor of Odoamne.
Yeah, Maxwell has to catch up, so Odoamne can just keep playing, burn the trees down.
Oh. Betsy get aggressive. Maxwell there to help out the trades, but not seeing too much effect from the Zed quite yet.
I'm Ivern, I'm helping.
Do you see the bushes? Anything could be in that bush.
Yeah, it's actually not that great of a matchup, Zed into like Jace early, I feel. It's okay, but definitely not the greatest counter pick to lock yourself into a full physical comp.
Feels a little unfortunate, of course, just takes exhaust as well. Betsy's in trouble right now. He's going to get taken down.
Ooh.
Nope, running away, knocked back, ticking down, no ignite. Wants to go in. Betsy goes down for first blood. Jankos has the fear. Jaws of the Beast to follow it up. Knocks himself onto the other side. Bevivin, double kill, and that's a dirty start for H2K.
Oh, and how's the card start falling down, toppling on itself here for Roccat. And what are these flashes? That's another poorly timed or aimed flash now by Betsy, smashing straight headfirst into the wall, making it very easy for Fevin to follow up.
This is just brutal. Now Zed, of course, we can debate how effective of a pick it is, but let me tell you, it's never a good pick when you're this far behind this early on.
Zed from behind sucks. You know what also sucks? Ivern from behind. Luckily for Roccat, they're not playing Ivern Zed. Oh, wait.
Oh, no. It's so hard for them. And I just don't really know what the thought process is here from Betsy.
I mean, his thought process is, let me get the hell out of here. I'm losing this trade.
No, I mean, but it starts with the aggressive part. I'm not questioning the let's get the hell out of here. I approve of the let's get the hell out of here. It's the I'm going to burn my shadow.
Well, he probably thinks I can trade, and if it goes wrong, I'll run to my jungler, because they usually help. Obviously, you have to flash over the wall to get help, and Maxor is, I mean, he has a limited potential on this Ivern pick when it comes to skirmishes. The real strength, obviously, is the fast-paced clear, the crowd control setup for damage, and then Daisy. But ain't no Daisy around here yet.
No Daisy yet. He's still level 5. Bloodscent tracking Faxi. They can go in on this one, but Odoamne has the equalizer. This could be bad. Goes in, twisted advance, equalizer drops. Odoamne taking a ton of damage, but so is Faxi. Shield's gonna pop. Maxwell just gonna whittle him down. Decent damage from Odoamne. He's buying time. Hitting it up. Nice. All right. Arcane Smash gonna take it in the end, but here comes Jankos. That's a hungry wolf. I love our crowd. Thank you, audience. He wants it. He's hungry for blood.
Do it. You know you want to.
Jankos, come on.
That's just an excuse to tax his lane, by the way. This was pushing out. It's like, oh, I didn't mean to tax, but since I was here anyways.
He wants to do it. What is he?
Waiting for
coming in.
Yeah, he's doing a dive.
They're low. They're bloody. He's hungry. He wants it. Here the howls coming out. Jankos, though, taking a lot of damage, and he's going to go down. That is a great start to that for Roccat.
Yeah, tagged just a fraction of a second too early. Definitely want to be the first one to tag it so Odoamne wouldn't get punished. Because if Odoamne somehow dies on this dive, he's going to lose out a bunch. And this is obviously fantastic because there's teleport advantage. Faxi losing another wave to the turret. Odoamne will border on a 20 CS advantage here.
Very big at this stage of the game. No MR picked up yet from the Maokai, which means he's just going to shred that health bar. Only continues to get easy. And really, Hjarnan, though, falling so far behind in this matchup when he played the Jhin, but now that the tables have turned, building a lead for himself.
Yeah, but only 7 CS, which is marginal, especially when you know that junglers have been fighting each other. They had complete freedom in the bottom lane to kind of abuse this matchup. So Che and Nuclear are much better at the other hand. They gracefully lose the matchup, and they smash the counter matchup earlier.
Definitely kind of what we're now coming to expect from Shay and Nuclear, and maybe Hjarnan finding small advantages. Good start, but not at all.
I wonder
what
if
they
this
want.
call was made in advance. Like, yeah, I have teleport in 12 seconds. Then Jankos takes some turret shots. If he doesn't take turret shots, this is actually a great call. The mistake is obviously he goes in too early.
Oh, the mistake is now that he's trying to 2v1 versus the Daisy. Lulu's bringing it up. The How's going to give the fear. Leaps back in. Exhaust is down. Maybe hoping to get something, but he might just give a kill over to the Zed. Shay says no, denying the engage there. Betsy does have the death mark, waiting on it.
Damn, Che, being the hero, that looked so bad for a second. Now Nuclear needs to flash.
Nuclear, there's no Devour there, but the exhaust goes in. Betsy snaps back. Keep your eyes on the shadow. Where's it going to throw? Not going to throw anything out. Smite goes down. Nothing is happening.
Was Hjarnan here the entire time? Now Adidas a flash. 1 shot, 2 shot.
For the third, looking for the fourth. Not going to find it. Wave is cleared.
All right, that was obviously came out of replay, so we don't know what happened before. But it looked like Hjarnan ultied very late right there. We need to see if he could have used it any earlier right there. But what a great save from Che, flashing in with the Devour. Crucial, stopping another snowball attempt from Roccat.
And goes back to full health already running face first into the enemy jungle. I love this pick. Trying to make things happen, maybe looking for an opportunity. Betsy has to be safe, has no tools left at his disposal for safety, and
sniffing him out.
Hungry for a little something. Primal Howl not going to connect.
It is a great rework though.
You really feel... Okay, so I wasn't scared. I was like, ha, this is silly. People are complaining that this is like a thing and it's irritating. And then when Warwick chain ganks your lane at level 2 without going back to his jungle, you learn to be scared of Warwick.
All right, let's track this again. Feverin, coming into the week, one of our narratives was, man, Feverin farms so well. He was up around 7 or 8 CS at 10 minutes. Then he played against G2 and his CS stats overall dropped to 3. So we're like, nah, we're not running the stat anymore. Jankos is stealing away rep up here. But right now, he's up again. We're approaching 10 minutes. He's up to 12 CS. He was up 10 earlier, so definitely winning lane consistently, rather.
I mean, good to see from him, too. Big question marks as to how he would perform. Now, put into a matchup that is very risky. You make a single mistake, Zed finds a lead, things go south, but coming out on top despite everything else, and even in items for now, but happy to have the 2 kills, and most assuredly has enough
there's
for that
still 2
Youngers.
Dorans in there, don't forget them. They're very strong very early on.
We just keep watching Jankos.
Yeah, it's very satisfying.
He's so hungry. Oh, nice engage. Leaps over the wall. That's going to be the ultimate. He's going to get feared up. Max Lord, no opportunity. Daisy can't even protect. Foxy's in trouble now.
Yeah,
Warwick's
he's
on
in
the way
trouble.
up.
Warwick's going.
Jankos is so fast. Oh, no, Foxy. That's the double kill. That's the Warwick.
He's having fun. Yeah, now it all starts falling down for Roccat right now. They had a moment where it was possible. This is obviously the other side of the coin. If you do take risky drafts and you rely on snowballing, when you fail hard. There's a lot of momentum swinging both upwards and downwards.
Not where you want to be. Oh, deadly flourish. Can leap out, but the curtain call's still up. He's gonna have to dodge more than just one opponent. Deathmark's there. He can use it to try to dodge a shot. Warwick comes in.
I love diving in ahead of gym players. It's actually a not so familiar dodge pattern. Most of the time you, I don't know, it's too in-depth, never mind. But especially if you consider that there's somebody in front of him dealing damage, to juke inward 3 times is actually quite surprisingly.
That's just brutal to watch.
Yeah, and again, it's Maxor attempting to catch Featherman. This is disrespect. You can't do this. When you see enemy mid, when you know you've lost control, and you see enemy mid walk into your jungle, and your mid laner isn't right next to him, you can't expect him to be face-checking you. You have to think, I wonder why this Jace is walking to my jungle blind. Perhaps it is because he's not blind after all. Maybe somebody else is near, like a character that can jump 2,000 range and stun me. Well, he is. So it's those little things that you can deduce, but you need to play with respect for your opponents.
And it's unfortunate too, trying to find an advantage and just loses one in the end. Things not looking good for Roccat. They were so close, they were so even until 15 minutes in the last game, and it's 12 minutes this time around, and they're already 3K behind.
Yeah.
Farm heavily in favor of Yarnan on the bottom side of the map, and that's good. That's what we like to see, but the kills all too much in the favor of H2K, as well as that tower first blood. Things looking difficult for now. Of course, Infernal Drake on the table means both teams should be ready to contest this one.
Yeah, but really good objective setup in this comp. Like, Rumble is like the old school first dragon, let's fight champion. Get level 6, get equalizer. And again, this first turret is falling, or second turret already, is falling so early here in the mid lane. Feven always seems to have turret pressure over his opponents. Obviously, it helps because Betsy made a mistake, but still, he actively looks to chip that turret down. And he doesn't die that much in comparison.
And once again, it's a story of small advantages turning into larger ones over the course of the game. You don't think that 200, 300 damage to a tower is going to matter, but suddenly it turns into a 1K gold advantage. And now Jankos happy to take this dragon. Pretty fast clear now that he's there to back up. Now it is below 50% health. The attack speed skyrockets. And Betts is going to be in trouble now. Deadly Flourish still connects. Curtain Call goes out.
And once you're tagged, it's a lot harder to juke. Oh,
before. Oh, that connects. There's no way he's making it out. Warwick is too fast.
Well, that's just cheating at this point.
I mean, Warwick isn't faster than, I'm going to say a bullet that's like an energy ball, but a bullet. That's the good news.
But Betsy right now, last game he wasn't with his team at all when they were dying. Now he's the one being picked off on the side lane, so it's a very rough day for Roccat.
Yeah. I mean, Betsy had the Rise. Maybe that's a pick he's much more comfortable on. Once again, the Zed really feels like a gamble when we see it come out.
I've not been a fan of Zed picks so far. I feel like they've always been much better picks available whenever he has been picked, and he's always been played kind of subpar too.
I mean, it's another one of those picks that's hyped to watch. Yes, it can get a lead, but why gamble on it?
Look at the setup right now. You can poke if you're on there, because you can even risk being on a turret, because you know you have Tom Kench next to you.
Daisy comes out.
I like the respect flash here from Che. Just clean, calm and collected. Set up from H2K here. Poke, 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 and then punish. Now Betsy looking for more.
Jankos. The slow speed up on the Ghost. Oh.
Ghost is more of a diesel these days.
It feels so bad now.
Yeah. No more nitro engine Ghost. No. It's all about diesel. Slowly ramp up. Yeah, once you're tagged, I do like the way HK bot lane set up Deadly Flourishes. They do it consistently very well.
Yeah, looks good.
And look, there's no cross map, right? Like, if you're Roccat, usually when you get 4-man Dove as a laner, you're like, guys, what are we getting at the other side of the map? Jungle creeps.
Maokai can push a little bit.
Yep. I got some CS helping.
I mean, it's good, right? You can see the 30 CS differential on the top side. Otawamne spanking Foxy here in terms of the CS differential. And this game, I thought we might see, you know, marked improvement from Roccat. Maybe they would develop their plan and bring more to the table, but it's H2K who have developed more, who have brought more to the table, and that's a good look. Oh, that's not good. Leaps in, Jaws of the Beast. It's going to follow him over. That's a powerhouse ability. Just continues to keep the ball rolling. Otawamne moving forward. He does not have any tools. Pop goes the death mark, and down goes Otawamne, but Jay now trying to take his carry to safety. Jankos running for life, triggers up, hopes to find an attack speed steroid. Ow, no.
And that's a 2-for-0 for Roccat, because guess why? Because Fevin's in the bot lane, solo pushing. So Roccat, H2K went for an aggressive play with no vision in the enemy jungle, with no idea of where Zed was, and got ganked to the top lane at the same time by the Zed who was missing, by the way. And they actually make a really big mistake here. Luckily for them, it won't matter in the context of the game, but this is the type of things that if you want to breed consistency in kind of checks before you go into a play, these are the situations you want to avoid. This is kind of a scrim gank, you know? It's like, oh yeah, we can get him. But really, who's close, right? Does he have flash? Can he escape? Maxwell survives, then Lulu comes in. Look, Oduwame dies in top lane. Look where Featherman is. He's not into kind of in range or close enough to warrant this type of play. If Featherman was already on tier 2, you could go for this play. Because stalling means that Featherman can not only get tier 2, he could also get the base. But it's a very greedy play by H2K.
And something you brought up earlier, the kind of the damage fall off of Warwick. Yeah, his early is very strong, but he needs someone else there to kind of back him up in these circumstances. Maybe we'll be better once he gets a Titanic Hydra, but until then...
Yeah, and especially if you add Lulu and Ivern to that equation, slow damage champs are okay if the other guys don't get shields or heals, because then eventually you get them. But I feel like Warwick's damage gets neutralized entirely by Ivern's shield coming off cooldown.
It's going to be such a frustrating place to be. You need to get him to the 50% health threshold to get the attack speed steroid to really be able to do damage. Not going to be reliable here. Yanko's still farming well, still keeping up, still having an impact, but just single greedy moments that we surprisingly see so consistently throughout H2K games. There's always one or two moments where I don't know if they're trying to push their limits or if they're just making mistakes, but I don't think this is going to be one of them because Foxy is in trouble. They're steadily burning him down. Tomcatch is on the way. There goes the Infinite Duress. He's now set to fall, tries to get out with his advance. Courage of the Colossus, not going to be enough. 3 stacks, drops to Jankos in the end.
Yeah, finding your limits. That's always the nice way to put it. Usually we just call it overextending or getting greedy. Cross map here from Roccat is taking turret. Nuclear and Che have to take the Walk of Shame back because they used Abyssal Voyage already.
Then Poke goes wide. Betsy now on the bottom side, though. More cross-map plays continue to happen. This is Roccat making moves, trying to make efforts to get back.
They're investing too deep into this rotation, though. They should have peeled off much earlier because now they leave the inside track open for mid lane. So the cross map is actually a double punish from H2K. Look, top and mid. Roccat were so happy for a moment that they were out rotating that they forgot to look at the future.
Not at all where they wanted to be. Hjarn and Wadid Max, or they think they've got the flank, but can they take the fight? TP from Maokai going onto the top side. Jankos and the rest of the team now retreating. Locked up. Good ultimate going in.
But it's a 4v4 because there's no Zed around just yet.
Foxy on the backside, right onto Nuclear. The team's pulling him back. He's all alone, but here comes Roccat. Here comes Oduwame, though. Holding on to the equalizer. Doesn't even have it yet. This could be the good fight for Roccat. They're moving forward. Jankos now set to fall. Out comes the curtain call. The health bar is so low. Can anyone get into the backside? Hjarnan not even setting his sights there. Flash forward, spins, looks to get a little more. Betsy misses the shuriken. Oh, gets the arrow though.
That was almost so well played by the H2K lineup. Now he dies.
Locked up. He's set to fall. 2 stacks, nothing there left for him.
Oh, he saves Featherman in the fight with Devour Flash, Blast Cone. Then Betsy goes for the highlight montage play where you ulti one guy and you get the residual damage on the other one to get the double kill. But he misses on Nuclear. That's so close.
Misses the shuriken out of range for the auto attack. Brutal, but at the end of the day, Rocket's still coming out on top in that exchange. 8-7 the kill score, the 5K goal lead for H2K, not quite insurmountable yet.
I think it was actually surprisingly even because the top lane turret fell in the exchange as well.
True.
I mean, we need to count in there. Look at it. And they obviously got mid lane. So that turret is very chipped. But watch it again. It looks so good for a moment, right? Luckily, H2K have a really good flash from Nuclear here, who buys time. And at this point, you just want to leave people behind. Look, Nuclear 10% Featherman not being sold out. Jay will devour him. Flash. Get out. Nuclear will peel away. And just keep following Betsy and his shuriken right now.
Oh, it feels so bad.
Sidestep, so well played. Exhausting to slow.
Oh, Betsy.
And we're back.
You can see the damage in the last team fight very heavily in the favor of the Jace. Maokai surprisingly putting out a lot of damage there as well.
Always so surprising when you come out of a replay. I feel like it's named Jack from Lost. We gotta go back. Go back to the island.
I don't care what's happening right now. I want to know what happened 10 seconds ago. Why are they shooting each other?
Yeah.
Oh, Maxler. Moving forward. Has Betsy here. They have the death mark as well as the ignite. That's a good start, but Chase here to deny it.
Yeah, they want to disengage if they can, even if they lose one member, because they have a massive split push and there's no teleport. So if they can just reset the fight, it's good for Oduwame.
Trigger Seed, Fear not going to connect. Che in trouble. In they go. Down goes Che. Nice pickup from Roccat. But the split push continues. Mid lane is the land of Nuclear as he looks to push for the tier 2. Odo pulling back. Maybe hoping to regroup in the mid lane with his teammate as the wave crashes there, and no Baron attempt going to come out from the side of Roccat.
Nope, just a turret for a kill. Another good objective trade here for H2K. Sacrificial lamb of the day is Che.
0-3-3. Unfortunate circumstances. Does give some kills over to Betsy, though. Maybe an opportunity to win out on some of these duels. Both exhausts coming off cooldown quite quickly, however. Febiven and Che will have those.
Have fun playing an assassin in the current landscape of League of Legends, where it's completely okay and even advised for mid laners to run exhaust. With the nerfs to Ghost, it's almost the preferred summer spell. And with enough champions bringing either fast pathing or promoting more groupie styles, that 1-3-1 isn't really advised, so you don't need 2 teleports. It's actually just much better to play exhaust. Because we had a moment where people were playing double TP all the time, play 1-3-1.
I liked the double TP times.
Did you?
No.
White Lantern.
I liked when Zed was good. I liked when Zed killed people and snowballed games and did lots of damage.
I hated when Zed was good because it's the first real hit to my career.
Oh.
That's when it all went downhill. That's how I ended here. It was all Zed's fault. We never understood split push. Why can't you just team fight? I like team fights.
I miss the old League competitive.
Yep.
No, of course Zed still has a decent place here, but I feel like so restricted in what it can and cannot do.
And this is before everybody starts building armor, by the way. These guys are still heavily investing in damage. Eventually they'll figure out they're playing versus almost exclusively physical, like high damage dealers. And then a couple of armor items on Yankos will really make Rockat's life living hell.
I mean, Warden's Mail already on the way, so.
Oh, Zonia's built up with the components.
Decent place to start for the team overall. Of course, have to see what they decide to itemize for armor, if they decide to itemize it, or if the damage trend continues, maybe an opportunity for Betsy to get through as lethality continues to be his main focus. Cloud Drake gonna drop on the side of H2K. Nothing too major. Once again, just small movement speed steroid. But on Warwick, turns like a pretty, that's extra alt range.
I mean, yeah, okay. Really taking the small victories a little far. Maybe with small face check here.
H2K was all about small victories. And as you said, small face checks. Maxlor potentially in trouble. Pulled out by Che as he remains the savior. Fevin's gonna walk away from this game like 4-0-1. I did so good. You know, I was unkillable. And Che's gonna be like, yeah, okay, sure.
Welcome to support life. Alright, the map is really dark right now for Roccat. They have absolutely no vision whatsoever. It's so hard to play at this point.
I mean, absolutely brutal. Keep our eyes on the map as the fog of war toggled there for a brief moment on the side of Roccat.
Yeah. Because this is the moment where H2K could at any point disappear. We're actually going to follow Roccat for a bit longer and just highlight just how hard it is to play, right? Because we always say big map, and it is so dark. Well, it is literally this dark. No, they don't know that H2K just base. They don't know that some guy might be shopping and building up another item right now. Che's right now in base, but he could also be in the brush next to Baron. There could be 3 people there. Luckily, they spot Yankos right now on the minimap and the little Jace right there, but that's the only information that they have. Look, it's so hard. So they always have to group from mid. Now they're out of wards. Wadid has no more wards, and now Roccat is thinking, well, they could be doing Baron. Or not, or we don't know, and then they're like, ooh, Fevin's topside. Okay, good for a moment. Let's just breathe. Okay, we saw Che clear the ward. We have like 30 seconds, and then you have to guess again. And that is just how hard it is to play from behind with no vision. And that's why even small gold leads eventually leave you locked out of the map.
It's good to bring up too, because I feel like it's so easy for us with, you know, with the God mode view to kind of forget.
Yeah. Again, it's also dark. They have 1 ward in the pit right now, which obviously helps. That's the one they need to keep. So there needs to be a control ward there from H2K. It's also really good if you use this perspective, if you're H2K in a replay, to find out, okay, what did we leave them? Those 2 wards, while they don't really reveal too much, the single ward in Baron Pit just means everything. And Roccat want to use the time of that ward being up to build the vision again in their jungle, because they know they can invest vision in the jungle because they don't need to run to Baron just yet. So it's a constant vision struggle.
I mean, the second that ward drops, though, it means they have to move into the river, that they have to check this. Maxwell moving forward here, getting aggressive onto Che. Root Caller going to lock him up. 2 stacks, 3. Going to find only 1 target knocked up. Ult goes wide, but Betsy's on the backside looking for the duel. Misses both shurikens and still gets the shutdown in the end. Knock up onto Che is a good start for Roccat. They're pulling off in the fight. The vision battle may be hard, but the mechanics are coming in clean.
And this technically goes all back to that one little blue ward that they had in the pit. It bought them enough time to breathe and kind of set up and fight for vision, and then they knew they had to pull the trigger, and they find H2K caught off guard. And now they may actually go for a panic Baron.
Che and Feb have been knocked down. Death timer's ticking down, 20 seconds left. Roccat going to pull off the gas here, though, not looking to take any risks. And Betsy going to continue the split push, look to even out the gold.
Now we're back to normal. Look at it, so much more vision on the map. We don't need to go full dark mode to indicate that Roccat is comfortable right now. They have an easy reset. They're still down, but they're only 3,000 gold all of a sudden. And H2K kind of hitting himself in the head because this was a very, on paper, doable Baron bait. They just never checked all the boxes where you have to have control wards up constantly. Let's see, Betsy just finds Fevin clearing a ward.
And I mean, this is so good too because you can see Che now forced to move down to avoid his inevitable death.
And Betsy waited until the exhaust was off, so he got the full benefit of his ulti.
Honestly, really smart play from Roccat. They take Che away, the main denial tool. They wait for the exhaust to fall off, and this is either great communication in that instance or...
And he knows, because H2K's main goal here was get river vision. But there's a distinct pattern that you have to follow, that it goes mid-push into vision, into fixed side lane safely if you have to, but then people need to lean over. Now Chase fighting.
Caught out, Woody taking a lot of damage. Betsy going to the backline, waiting for that exhaust to tick down, but the Equalizer is doing so much work. Jay's still gonna get cut down in the end. Ivern's gonna take that one, or Daisy rather. Wooddeed makes it out to safety. Jarnan flashing out, throws back an arrow. Jankos is nigh unkillable. They're landing in the bush, there's no follow-up. Meanwhile, on the backline, Betsy goes down. Otoamne goes invulnerable. The Hourglass denying everything, and Roccat are falling apart. Jankos just buying time on the backside, but is gonna give an exit to Foxy. Jarnan set to fall. H2K cleaning up, knocking down.
And the Wolfpack howls because eventually H2K win. It was more of a struggle than necessary, and I think there was actually a great Zonias from Otoamne that prevented Betsy from going for that kill, because Betsy's ultimate is on cooldown and he died right about the time that we heard Otoamne get out of Zonia. So I think that's exactly what happened in the backline there.
Saw the fight start with Che exhausting. Saw great
Oopsie.
use of this.
Fever dies to the Nasher. Watch this again. So it looks like a decent fight here. Otoamne, Jankos very far in your minimap. They only get into fight you right now. Keep tracking the Maokai on the minimap as well. Really big loop around here for Faxi. Now he will eventually get into the fight while Jankos is kind of zoning in the front. Should Betsy and Faxi have gone for Fevin? I think the likely answer is yes, because this Zonias right here is what wins the fight for H2K. And I think actually if that was a different target selection, H2K may be in a lot more troubles right now.
We have to guess like how much damage that means. Maybe 1,000 damage blocked by just Zonyasing that death mark.
I mean, just not dying, and then Fevin died. But like Fevin would have died to the Twisted Advance and Z ulti combo, and then they could have maybe peeled off to Nuclear, who was very close there.
I mean,
which means Jankos dies in the front as well, right?
Yeah, and I want to give good news for H2K, or for Roccat. I was like, oh yeah, but Che used exhaust. But Fevin's exhaust is back up again in every fight.
No, you have exhaust every single fight, because they're very spaced out. They're at least, you are usually at least 3 minutes apart around these objectives.
So crushing to watch. Of course, Roccat not completely out yet. An 8K gold lead is nigh insurmountable, but they still need to break the inhibitor line before we can be certain of anything.
But this definitely highlights a working point, and it's something the H2K organization historically has struggled with as well, is perfect Baron control. They've always had the fundamentals down somewhat, but you could always see them miss a single step or throw when they were put into a bind, when they had to think really quick on their feet. Do we turn? Do we finish? Especially last year in summer, this happened so often. Obviously a completely different roster, but there's still some core players in Jankos and Otoamne there that call big shots in terms of teleport and jungle. So we need to see H2K get a little bit more refined in the setup.
Well, Roccat looking to set up onto Otoamne. Does have the Zonyas though. He'll be able to buy a little bit of time here, but he is now set to fall. Betsy has to be careful.
Why is Maxwell hanging around there watching a Rumble die?
It's costing them so much. Jarnan drops in the meantime. Inhibitor there to follow up. H2K, once again, take the better end of a trade.
Oh, that's a good trade. I like that. Sacrifice a pawn to get a rook.
I mean, I feel like you sacrificed a pawn to get a queen at this point. This is...
There's only one. Yeah, I guess you can have multiple queens in a game of chess.
Ah, yeah. I mean,
so,
rook,
like,
maybe rook, but you can't have 3 rooks either. Like, the chess metaphor's rough, man. It doesn't line up
Turns
perfectly.
out chess is not League of Legends.
Yeah. I mean, thank God, right? Because I definitely love League of Legends. Definitely do not love chess.
I mean, chess is fun when it's Blitz. I wish we had Blitz League. 20-minute victories.
I'm so bad at chess, though. Not a thinker, I'm a shouter, Crepo.
Yeah.
You know? Just
Luckily, you definitely make up for that in your stellar League of Legends abilities.
The people don't know that you're insulting me. Now moving forward. Of course, H2K can just continue this siege. They've broken an inhibitor, and now it is all too easy for them to just continue the trend.
Yeah.
Baron buff remains on their members. It's just going to be one at a time as they break them down here.
Get some patience. Because obviously when you see, this is Odoamne calling, guys, I have Zonias, I can buy you some time. And oh. It's such an easy thing to say, but I really like the way Nuclear plays Jhin in terms of Deadly Flourish. This guy hits a lot of Deadly Flourishes that set up for kind of snowballs. Probably wasn't needed. They might still have gotten the inhibitor, but it's very satisfying to watch.
Yeah, just consistently landing that is so crucial too. You kind of overlook that ability in late game because it is so often easy to dodge, but lines it up perfectly, whether it's reading his opponents or just good placement overall. It's been making big advantages here.
Yeah, it's actually one of those abilities when you watch LCK, where players dodge it a lot more often, I feel, than NALCS and ULCS. There's the one clip, I think, where it's the Rocks Tigers who are collectively juking all 5 in unison, Deadly Flourish, because they're so just trained that when they hear or see the animation, they just side click. They don't need to know if it's coming towards them, because there's not enough time when you hear Deadly Flourish being cast to figure out if it's going to hit you. You just guess. You just side click. You know, we need to see
That's
that
what I
more
want to
often.
see. That's what I want to see. I want to see 5-man juking from Roccat. I want to see that level of synergy. Haven't seen it yet.
I'd like to see 1-man juking for Roccat.
Well,
That's a little harsh. They've been playing a lot better than expected.
Yeah, I think putting up a decent fight in 1 or 2 instances. Kill score, of course, remains relatively the same, but H2K, kind of as we've pegged them, remain the king of objectives. Every time you're taking a kill, they may be getting one back, they may not be, but they're definitely getting an objective in exchange. Only looking cleaner and cleaner as we move forward. And this is just a terrifying spot to be. I mean, Rumble is 1-3-8, but that's a Death Cap, Void Staff, Leandry's Torment Rumble.
But I like that Faxi's at least trying to push out far, because he's very deep on the map right now, but so often teams would only neutralize bottom wave, but he's at least trying to set up a bit of a slow push there, so if they can hold top, they can get breathing room when next Nashor spawns. It's very important.
Flourish. Tower now set to fall, Daisy being brought up, Foxy looking for the flank.
Jankos is rooted.
Now trying to save the life, pulling back, Foxy goes in, flash twisted advance, knocking up a couple members, equalizer to deny the engage, Betsy can't find a way in, Jankos pulling back, Deadly Flourish to land to follow up, still Maokai moving forward, he is unkillable, Odoamne left alone on the front line, Deathmark comes out, Betsy wants to get one, Exhaust drops, H2K trading back and forth in the fight, the arrow flashes out, but he still gets Che in the end. Deadly Flourish to try to look for an escape, the arrows just keep on coming, is it enough range? Oh!
It's not long enough. Happens.
To the best of us.
To the best of us. What a flank though from Faxi. Holy moly. Somebody snuck in a ward. Whose ward was that? That was so well played. Let's see. Oh, it's just timed out. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. Because you can see who places wards if you hover over them. It obviously was Deed placing a beautiful ward there. What a flank from Faxi. He solo kept 4 people busy for so long. And then obviously Guardian Angel. Watch it again. And this is communication, because he TP's in. Obviously went for the slow push. Then they go for Jankos. She has to turn around, so it's again a great Devour. Maybe they could have held the Varus ultimate, but then look how much time he's buying, because his team is kind of stuck on that red carpet. And then Odoamne's buying type in the front, time rather, but Betsy's so desperately looking for a way in, but he eventually gets Jankos. I don't even think that's worth it for him to use his ultimate there. Imagine if Betsy was a little bit more hesitant. 3 flashes and he still gets a kill.
Yeah, Betsy maybe just not confident in his ability to clean up there.
I mean, or you just take the small victories again, you know, if you rock it and beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, trying to find an engage. Janko's going to be the one they
Deja
go
vu.
into. Che locked up. Equalizer lands only on Hjarnan though. Betsy can find a way into the team fight, but the curtain calls limiting the entry. 1 member drops. Odoamne
no Zodiac
now set to fall. Betsy moving forward, trying to find a little bit more. Jankos moves in. That's a lot of healing. They're going to try to burn him down quick. Deathmark's ticking down on him. Che, he's in the belly. Is he still going to pop? Yes,
Pop.
in the end. Goes down.
Rockat's
That's another one.
winning.
Roccat! Oh, they're ripping through. The shutdown goes. Fevin needs to find a way to clean up on
Defend
the
the
backside.
minions.
He wants to move forward.
No, not that far. Don't defend him that badly. This is so hard. You can't lose your wave, because if Evan one-shots this, you don't get the armor reduction.
Oh.
Block him, Faxi.
Foxy blocking. Bush there.
Maxlor, it's your turn. Somebody block the minions.
No, save. They're not saving the minions. Feven just waiting. He's looking for just a quadra kill here. They have to be careful.
No, they had minions. But look at it. Femi stopped the game from ending. So that's what you want to do. But they technically, I guess since Che was spawning so soon, it was okay.
Oh, Betsy. Deathmark's on the way up.
All right, Feven.
Where's the fancy footwork? Ooh, nice. That's fancy footwork from Yarnin. Oh! Betsy moves in. Oh, takes him down in the end, but Chase here as well.
All right, there's teleport. Oluana needs to be a hero here. He has Zonias up because he didn't use the last fight.
Equalizer will almost be
Barbecue.
there. Moving forward. He wants to get one. Trees are burning down. Oh, no.
Oh, it's gruesome.
Oh, Smokey the Bear would not be pleased, Odomame. That is cool.
That's a forest fire right there.
Oh, tree burning down. Foxy, his hopes and his dreams. After 2 clean team fights, it's just not enough. H2K are relentless. The tree is set to fall, but Daisy's on the way in. Maybe they can turn this back. Warwick goes forward, tries to connect on the Max Lord, isn't going to get anything there. Wadid flashing out, double kill drops. This is a bloody mess.
Yeah, H2K is pinging bot lane. They want to get minion hit, but they also want to get minions to finish. They're in a fight right now. So they pinged Cammy end by bot lane. They're like, maybe. Something they're considering right now is also going for top lane backdoor. And then Inip into Nashor. That might be the safer play because we have 12 seconds on Yarn. So they like not to go catch the bot lane wave. So it's likely to see that they take Inip and they might rush Baron here.
Now pulling back Feven, coming out of the base. Things look good for H2K. Roccat find a fantastic fight, but cannot convert it.
Yeah, because Yarn obviously needs to deal with that massive wave in the bottom lane.
Maxler playing with fire here. Gonna throw in Daisy just to scout this out.
Origen obviously
standing right behind Probably.
They were ready for a while. They're like, come on, H2K. I always told you guys that immaculate Baron control.
To see it here. Get down the vision. Backing out now. H2K looking like they're suddenly much more cautious.
Yeah, definitely so.
Of course. I wish, Crepo. I'm so glad you pointed out. It's not quite Earth, Wind, and Fire, because technically it was Fire, Wind, and Earth.
Like, I don't know any of their songs. I left the reference to you.
I know. I'm telling you, and I'm trying to explain to you. You're going to look at me, you grin. I like that you set me up. You knew I wanted to make it, but it's not the joke.
It's close enough.
Yeah, Yankos goes in. He's hoping to get close enough in there, but the equalizer drops. It's down on the Baron, not on the members of Roccat. Betsy trying to find Yankos on the backside, dueling out. Deathmark is set to pop. Flash does not make it over the wall. Baron is going to drop. It is in the favor of Roccat. That is massive. Oh my God.
You can swear. It's okay to swear at this point.
Feven now running for his life.
What's going on?
What?
This game is absolutely bonkers. Somehow that Nashor was left on very low HP. Maxlor went in. I think, yeah, he got the one with the smite. Now Feven's behind enemy lines.
Oh, block with the
Edge. Balance item.
Moving forward, arrow.
Yeah, you're not Cody's son. Cody's son would have killed him right there.
Oh my God.
And Betsy's back.
Oh no. Oh! Gets him.
Okay, you got it. That's actually, it's actually worse to die late there if you're Feven. Because your team now has to play 5v4 for longer.
So what you're saying is he should have just ran in and died.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is insane.
Okay, watch this again. These brushes, man. This is worth rewatching just with the H2K vision. You don't know how well Baron is, so Max, yeah, Yankos jumps in all the way, so Betsy can, if we get a Feven jumps in to kind of guess where Baron's at too. I think they were so afraid of losing the Nashor, they forgot about the better picture. The bigger picture, rather.
Such an odd fight. Betsy even fail flashes, and it all works out just fine. He gets the shields that he needs to. Makes his way out.
Is Roccat actually going to win this game?
I mean, H2K, they're resulting in some less than conventional strategies, but Roccat aren't falling for it. They're backing off. They're giving this up. Yep. There's an inhibitor down in the middle lane. Things look really good. This was a 10K gold difference, down to 4,000 at 40 minutes. That is, I mean, that means less than the 3 dragons that H2K have picked up.
I'm so confused that it's Mikhail's, though. There's so little CC on the side of H2K. I guess the new Warwick ultimate is not a suppression? Is it?
I think it definitely is. Still is.
Then why?
Definitely suppresses. We're definitely like reading the ultimate to double check.
So he built the Mikhail's just for Oluwame's slows and Jin W. Nuclear must be really good. So I feel like there are better items available. I guess it's just to get more heal and shield power. Just for Lulu in general.
Redemption, meh.
Redemption, yeah.
Meh,
likes that item.
Too many people build Redemption.
Yeah.
Gotta mix it up. Mikhail's.
Gotta
the new
challenge convention.
It's that new. All right, Roccat. I mean, this is the thing. They have everything at their disposal. And if we want, if Roccat want to make a new name for themselves, if they want to show us that they're more than the bottom team,
but
this is the chance to do it.
They have limited amount of Baron Nashor time left on the minions. They're pushing into super creeps everywhere, so it's actually quite neutral to push. And they're playing versus Jace. Really good wave clear here. So they're setting up Daisy right now, and it's so hard to dive because diving onto a Rumble is a much different scenario. Daisy's down.
Forward. Foxy moving forward. Tower still burning down, but 3 members hit by the Equalizer. They're zoned out of the fight. Maxor still hitting the tower. They just want to get it. Roccat will break it down in the end. Foxy may be gaming his life, but Roccat are going to continue the fight. Betsy leaps forward on the root collar. GA pops. A brief moment. Foxy pulling back. Roccat, are they going to be happy with that? No, they're going to push for more. There's low health bars on H2K. Betsy is on the front line, and he is daring anyone to challenge him. Curtain call comes out. First shot, second shot, looking to find an opening. Third connects on the Foxy. Fourth going to be flashed away. That's a lot of damage onto Febby.
That's really big, especially considering that Foxy's flash is coming up soon, and we saw the amount of, honestly, monstrous CC he could provide if he was allowed to teleport flash in. Right now it's just a teleport walk in. Not so fantastic.
Yeah, just burns the flash. Oof. But of course, once again, Roccat making confident plays here. And
yeah, Daisy setup is good. Maxor trying to get some aggro early. Really good equalizer again, you know, hitting 3-4 people from Ottawa, zoning them out. Yarnan and VODS, Betsy, no agency in this fight. It's literally Foxy versus the world. Then Betsy presses auto attack once. Flashes out, no, shadows out as well. And again, if you have to lose those shadows defensively, you're losing so much power in the team fights.
And I mean, the fight in the end, Roccat 3K difference, they're continuing to even up, they're continuing to push forward here.
And it's also funny how it all really goes back to a single blue trinket that just bought Roccat enough time. Well, not all, maybe I'm exaggerating as a support here who really hates blue trinkets, but it goes back to the improper setup around the first Nashor.
It just feels like when I cast with you that it's like a children's fable. You know, you're always trying to find the moral of the story. What is the heart here? And
the moral of the story is D-ward Baron Pit.
Trinket.
Buy control wards and do it properly or don't do it at all.
Oh no, they definitely did it. And properly or not, they definitely keep trying to do it. And they may be doing it soon as well.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Oh, that's a good lesson. I'm sorry.
If you don't have anything proper to do with Nashor control, don't do it at all. No, it's very hard to obviously do it very well. It requires a lot of teamwork.
Well, when we look at this, we see 2 open inhibitors for both teams. One taken down in the favor of Roccat. And Baron is up in 1 minute and 43 seconds. This surely has to be kind of the pivotal moment in the game, right? Like this, everything has to come down to this one Baron. And Roccat,
you would think,
are in the driver's seat right now. There can be no doubt that they are in control of this game.
They have control of the vision for the first time. They know what it's like playing from behind.
All it's going to take is one clean setup, Roccat. One
or make use of the
backwards scrying bloom.
Yep.
They know their jungle is no longer awarded.
Yeah, they now confirmed that the team who hasn't been in their jungle for over 3 minutes does not have any wards in their jungle.
Control wards, man.
Confirmation.
Blue wards never die.
True, could be blue wards.
This gold graph very accurately tells the story of this game. The explosion, it was the favor of H2K, followed by questionable decisions there in the middle.
Yep.
Followed by good decisions, followed by very poor decisions.
And the Great Depression at the very end.
Yes.
The realization of, has throwing gone too far?
Just a few moments. There were those team fights where the exhausts were so well synced, the equalizer was well landed, and it felt like H2K could not lose no matter what they did.
And Fevin's poke's falling off right now. It's a lethality build, which has an inherent curve early and a fall off late, of course. Obviously, he switched to a defensive GA lost too, and then a BT, which is survival based. So his poke in itself isn't that great anymore.
Obviously going to affect too, because we talk about Ivern scaling. He continues to be terrifying, continues to be frustrating to deal with. Those shields much more able to block out the vast majority of that poke damage.
And look at the side lanes, because both of them seem to be pushing. Top maybe debatable. No, definitely, because it's open inhib.
Pushing in favor of Roccat right now.
Oh, double side lane push at Baron spawn. What you need to do is definitely not do Baron. Oh, they're doing Baron.
Oh, setting it
This
up.
is like the one way to throw.
We're getting greedy. Can they make it work, Crepo? Can they make it work? TP's coming in. We've seen what the Maokai flanks can do. Foxy does not have flash yet, though. Daisy moving forward. Jankos left all alone. Jay's trying to find a way into the back line. That's a great equalizer. That's a good start to the fight. They're backing up. They're still taking Baron damage. Wadid has to ult himself. Foxy is left alone. Oh, Roccat have thrown it all away. H2K popping off, clean in-house. Vevin says the poke damage may fall off, but I'm still more than happy to all in as Warwick is on the front lines. Max Lore is set to fall, a thundering blow. The jaws of the beast. Daisy
It doesn't matter if they drew the game because they had 2 pushing side lanes, they had complete vision control, and they start the goddamn Baron. Why would you do that, Roccat? Look, if you just waited until right now, your base is getting destroyed by minions in the top lane. You're losing your base to the bottom lane, and you're giving H2K the victory. Tom Kench, Abyssal Voyage.
Oh no, Betsy, this is not what you want. Has to flash out the Deadly Flourish. Everything falling apart for Roccat. They finally find a lead. It is not enough. The gold lead once again, 6K in favor of H2K.
They lost the Nexus turret in their own base right now, H2K, just to indicate how poorly timed that Nashor was. We have to stress it. This is 2 games in a row where they throw
Betsy's locked up. No, that's not what you want. Not even a death mark out. H2K, it's anything but clean, but it's going to be the 2-0 in their favor. And I mean,
yeah. Jankos hears the house for the first time. They did it. They did it with Warwick. Probably can be proud of his team here.
Will probably How for the team?
Probably will.
Probably not How for the team.
I love the aura that Probably exudes. It's like he's like a person you just don't want to disappoint him, right?
It was like.
Ooh. Oh. Guys,
One
Probably's
tap.
gonna
Yeah, they only get 1 tap right now.
Oh, 1 tap.
1 tap only. It was so close for Roccat. They had the game in their grasp. Look at the beautiful setup. You're pushing top lane. These minions will inevitably destroy the next turret.
Is it weird that gives me hope for Roccat, though?
No.
Because they got to that point.
It's the opposite of
They got
hope.
to that point.
It's the opposite.
They've never gotten to that point, though. They got to that point.
Yeah, but that's called variance. Like, it makes me question whether what they actually achieved was intentional. When you panic start the Nashor right there, when you have all this control, you could just kite. You pointed it out so well in the fight. Baron was still dealing damage to them. 3 of them were disengaging, while Foxy was in the backline, peeling for nothing.
Yeah, Wadid had to ult himself. I mean, it was a mess. It was a mess. I'm not going to argue that it was a mess. They lined up perfectly for an equalizer. It all fell apart.
Thank you for letting me play Warwick, says
I think that's what Jankos said.
Probably he's like, you know, that's really funny, but never ever again are you getting
He's
this
trying
champion.
not to. He's not trying not to discipline the children in public. I think he's waiting. He'll have much harsher words behind stage.
So we were talking to him earlier backstage, but we'll not be delving into that story because something else coming up.
Tell another story later. But for a look at how H2K secured their 4th series win, we're going to check back in with Shocks and Officio.
Thank you so much, Dracos. Damn, I really wanted to hear that story, but now we're not going to hear it.
I feel like there's a lot of questions right now. Like, first of all, what's wrong with Crepo and Cody's-son? There was
what's going on there?
A million
It's a
times.
romance.
What did Jankos just say to Prolly right there? I think he was kind of saying forgive me and not thank you for Warwick, but I'm not too sure. A lot of questions.
Yeah, probably isn't happy. Febivin is set to join us, by the way, for the second half of the show on the desk. If Prolly lets him go and doesn't spank him too hard, you know a thing or two about that, but we're going to move on. This was a very interesting game in the end because Roccat managed to fight back even though it didn't look good for them. So we want to start by taking a look at where they did turn it around. And, well, it's all on us because we said, why would you pick Ivern? You're not going to get to that middle to late game where you can change something, but turns out you're wrong.
H2K proved us wrong. They proved us wrong because H2K, obviously, as Crepo highlighted 500 million times, had some issues really kind of setting up Baron properly. It led to some late game team fights where Ivern, of course, can shine, and also where we saw some of these old problems for H2K. Target selection, a guy kind of getting left here, which is obviously Odo Amna, and then the whole fight kind of breaks out and there's not enough damage from both Nuclear or Fibman because they can't really enter the fight at any point. And at this moment, we were like, wow, Roccat has won the game.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. This is the classic H2K team fighting in 2017. And then Roccat, the worst team in Group A, is going to beat them. And we thought it was going to, you know, happen until this TP from Odo Amna, who, by the way,
What a
played
fantastic
like a beast. Tell me
equalizer.
how well he played.
It was great.
Was he the best player on H2K?
Well, for the player of the series votes, I think Feminine did a pretty damn good job as well.
Look at this.
But
Look at this guy.
Beautiful. I'll give it to you. That's
Boom,
beautiful.
boom, boom. Missed the first one. Doesn't matter. Kill the guy. Kill the second guy.
Oh, no, that wasn't actually the equalizer I meant. The one that I meant is coming later.
This
Baron.
No,
Yeah.
this one. Oh, he got some Raptors here too.
Yeah,
That's
that's always
power
good.
farming, which is very important.
A little barbecue.
I just love, like, this replay to me signaled what this entire game was about. Crazy fighting back and forth. Whenever one team would win a fight, they would lose the next fight. And we would just keep going like, oh, H2K is winning. No, Roccat is winning. Oh, well, maybe H2K is winning. Ah, okay, Roccat is winning. And it just kept going on. That's why we only have team fights to replay.
Yeah, and we're going to team fight replay another one.
Replay now.
Another one right away. And this is where the beautiful equalizer comes out, actually.
Look at Jankos, though. Jankos is a ton of
No, this
vision.
is also not it.
He jumps in. Oh, okay, it actually goes. Okay, I feel bad for him now. He missed the ulti, so he ended up jumping to the back part of it.
Yeah.
Then obviously was stuck in the back and ended up dying. The ulti will be there.
It's the next one. I'm sorry.
Odoamne's ulti.
I absolutely dropped the ball here.
Do you want to see Odoamne's ulti?
I do want to see Odoamne's ulti, but I do want to also talk a bit about, we were talking about ways for Roccat to get back into the game, and what we thought were the routes were being, you know, go ham early, maybe pick a Kazakh Zac and snowball. Wasn't the case, yet they went for something quite risky. Mid lane, Zed.
And I hated it.
They also actually didn't
But
do
it
that
actually,
much.
yeah, it didn't do that much for the first, like, what, 25, 30 minutes, but Betsy actually found openings, which is very impressive. A lot of credit to him for how he found openings in both fights, but also caught off like February a few times when they were kind of baiting around Baron. And I looked at this pick in the pick and ban phase. They just instantly locked it in the second pick phase. I'm like, oh, you don't even know what the last two picks are from H2K. Then, of course, Time Kench comes in, makes it even harder to play Zed and so on. I really didn't like it, but he actually managed to kind of pull off some pretty sick moves in fights. And also it just seems like H2K, again, really dropped the ball here, which is why it was such a close game, and they needed this last final team fight with Odoamne's.
Beautiful equalizer.
Go.
I promised it, and now it is there.
Look at it.
Boom.
Look at that sexy equalizer coming down. They're tanking Baron. Oh my God.
Burn.
Everyone. And then Fabi also joins with Shock Blast, but you know,
pretty good.
we don't care about that one. We only care about the ulti.
So why does this one work for them? Obviously, the equalizers really well, and why did they not succeed in the previous team fights, all up to that one?
Because finally it's actually Roccat who's like, we will start the Baron. We're going to be stuck near the Baron pit with 5 members of H2K around us. On the minimap, you can see 2 massive waves, one in top lane with super minions, one in the bottom lane. For Roccat, coming, pushing into the base. And then they're like, let's start Baron. And actually give H2K the one way to get back in the game, which is get this big team fight where we are stuck together against Rumble ulti, Shock Blast from Jace. And of course, then H2K takes it. So it was this kind of game where they just kept handing each other chances to actually get back in the game. And they kept also winning those fights, to be fair. So, like, not only did one team throw it, the other team caught it as well. So that is very important.
All right. And at the beginning of the day, we said it should be a 2-0 for both of these teams. So G2 coming up versus OG next. But it is better for the teams to be decisive in their wins, because that looks better for the league overall if your top teams are able to hold on against those lower tier teams. So let's just forget about that second game for H2K.
I think probably wants to forget about it for now. However, that being said, when you win the first game pretty easily, you are obviously the big favorite. So even if you were to lose the game, you have another game, you know. It's very normal for these players to go in, they get a goal lead, they start having a little bit of fun, you lose a little bit of your focus, and you start making some mistakes you normally wouldn't make. So I think H2K will look at it and say, okay, here were some clear problems, but then it'll also be like, it was a game against the lowest ranked team in Group A. We already won the first game. It happens. I think there's more focus when you play the other top teams in the second game.
Well, we'll see if that happens. H2K victory here with the first match of the day, and after the break, we will have our final match of the week. Can G2 maintain their perfect record in Group A when they take on Origen? We'll find out. Stick around.
He's in trouble right now. He's going to get taken down. Nope. Running away. Knocked back. Ticking down. No ignite. Wants to go in. Betsy goes down for first blood.
Waiting for
coming in.
Yeah, he's gonna dive.
They're low. They're bloody. He's hungry. He wants it. Here the How's coming out. Yanko's though taking a lot of damage, and he's going to go down. That is is a great start to that for Roccat. That's in trouble now.
Yeah,
Warwick's
he's
on
in
the way
trouble.
up.
Warwick's going.
Yankos is so fast! Oh no, Foxy, that's the double kill. That's the Warwick. Going to find only one target knocked up. Ult goes wide, but Betsy's on the backside
Yeah,
looking for
look
the
at
duel.
Donovan.
Misses both shurikens and still gets the shutdown in the end. Roccat are falling apart. Yankos just buying time on the backside, but is going to give an exit to Foxy. Jarnan set to fall. H2K cleaning up, knocking down.
This is 2 games in a row. where they
Oh,
draw
Betsy's
Origen.
locked up. No, that's not what you want. Not even a death mark out. H2K. It's anything but clean, but it's going to be the 2-0 in their favor.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where we see H2K and their fan meet probably super excited. There we go. Handshake.
Wait,
Perfectly.
someone is missing.
Someone is missing, and well, there's probably again with a huge smile. It's always fun to meet fans, but you can't meet the fans right now. Do you think you deserve to meet the fans after that Game 2 performance?
I mean, yeah, we won, but the game was really messy and a really big headache after that game.
The Fisher was saying that it might be because you guys really convincingly won game 1, so then game 2, when you get a lead, you kind of play around a bit. Is that what happened, or?
Yeah, I mean, I already felt like before the series started that we are not fully focused, like as prepared as against G2. But it's also because we play against Roccat, which is a worse team, of course. So we kind of play into their hands a bit, and we should just play our style and not fall into their style and just play it out slowly.
I think we saw a lot of H2K style, especially in game 1, where it was just very objective focused. There was always like a turret low HP, so even when Roccat kind of caught you guys off guard, there was always something for you guys to do. Game 2, it just, for me, fell apart around Nasher, just leaving it warded for like way too long, and then Roccat made like a lot of silly picks. But overall, I think you guys can be happy with progression, especially from your bot lane.
Yeah, I'm really happy with our progression, actually. Like, how we played against G2, I was very happy, even though we lost. But I can see the progression, like in practice, everyone is like being friends. There's no problems in our team. We're just improving all the time. Specifically for myself, like having Prolly is really helpful because he was a mid laner and I'm learning so much from him as a team player. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy, even though today was not good games. It's fine.
Yeah, you guys still won. You mentioned G2, and right now we're going to see G2 again up on the Rift versus Origen, and that is really a story of two extremes, much like the first match of the day. So you just come off playing G2. They won, leaders in Group A. How strong are they in your opinion? Where do they need to improve, or can they improve?
I feel like individually they're all really good players, even though they've been slacking a bit lately. Like they're not playing as aggressive as before. Like if I talk about Perks, like last year, he was in my turret all the time, harassing me, like on side lane, not caring about my jungler. But right now, he plays a bit too safe, I feel like. Like he doesn't pressure his advantage that much. But like their drafts are solid, I feel like. They play really patiently, and I really respect that because it's a problem we are having. And yeah, they just play team fights really well. You mentioned that from Perks. He did mention that as a conscious choice. He said, oh, I want to step back and learn more about the macro. And from the team, that also seems to be kind of the
Yeah, multiple G2 players have kind of talked about that, where they were playing too rash and it's going for maybe 70% plays where they didn't need to all the time. And they just want to make sure that whenever they get a lane advantage, for example, they'll snowball that into a map advantage or an objective advantage, as opposed to looking for more lane advantages, like the style that Feveman was describing. I think it's a good learning tool, but obviously, if you want to be a great team, you need to find the exact balance. Yeah. I think they were overshooting last year. They're probably undershooting this year, but the goal is obviously playoff progression. Yeah, exactly. I think I had the same problem with myself. Like, when I started playing, I was playing so aggressive, and then I was getting punished all the time. Then I went to a really safe style, like hugging my turret. And you get nothing done. Exactly, and now I kind of got the balance. Yeah, so it's just about keeping the balance now, and it will be good. It's something that we can talk about later on PGL as well, because it's something that we've seen from you, we've seen it from Perks, we've seen it from Power Vivo, maybe in some sense as well, the kind of the arc of the mid laners. But stepping back and looking at this matchup as a whole, G2 up versus Origen, it does seem like a pretty clear-cut 2-0, and Crepo, especially in terms of how the teams have been performing and maybe even been coached, it's such a polar opposite. Yeah, I think it just in terms of kind of legacy, it's quite surprising that two teams that essentially started with like Ocelot and H2K, where H2K was like the fan favorite and also had more negative sentiment around him. He actually did very well in terms of building G2, a lot of structure, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of growth, whereas I'm just very disappointing in what Origen kind of have done over the last few years, especially if you look at how much of a dream start they had. Challenger, Summer Split, Worlds. Semi-final. And from that point on, it's just all gone downhill. So I hope it's a wake-up call somewhere, or they can just change something, because these players, 5 new players in this day and age of LCS, where there's so much kind of built-up knowledge already, it is so hard to improve, especially when you only kind of have Ducky there. I just feel for the players sometimes. I feel like they're out to kind of, lose. Hang out to dry a bit. So, well, it would be a monumental upset if they win here, so I'm not going to ask you guys for predictions. Maybe we can pivot if OG somehow managed to win game 1. The players are almost ready for picks and bans, so let's hand it over to our casters.
Hello, thank you, Shocks, and hello, eSports fans. Hello, Shocks. It's nice to see you as well. Deficio's with me for this matchup between G2 and Origen. I'm excited.
Very excited for it.
Are you? You didn't yell at me this time?
I know I didn't.
Really
I had to tone it
excitement.
down from 11 to 10 because I feel like I scared you a bit, unfortunately. So why don't we not waste any time, though? Let's run down the rosters. Starting with G2, they're on the blue side for game number 1, which of course means up in the top lane we have got Expect, followed by Trick in the jungle, Perks in mid, Sven on 80 carry, Mythy support, and their coach, Youngbuck.
And G2 eSports, I mean, it's hard to kind of criticize too many things here. They're the #1 team in their group, and they're playing against, obviously, a struggling Origen lineup.
I think that is a very diplomatic way to put it. Origen have had
I'm a nice
so
guy,
many
Byron.
trouble.
That's how I say it.
Yeah, I think you definitely hit it on the head. But G2, you know, Feb even said they were slacking a little bit. Maybe they'll bring it out a little bit more action heavy this time. We saw H2K kind of getting hyphy in their series against Roccat. You never know. This is the week to do it.
Game 1 might be very, very one-sided. Then Game 2, they can have some fun.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they're able to put that one away, no problem. All signs point to yes. Now, facing them this evening, and they have their work cut out for them. Let's be very honest there. It is going to be Origen, which means in the top lane, it is Sartorius in the jungle, Wisdom, Nahan on mid, Tabs 80 carry, support Hiva, and Leduc, the coach.
And Origen, for the first game, has decided to pick red side. And I think if you are opting into red side right now, it probably means you want to leave some of the OPs open. Like, you don't want to ban just Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar, because then kind of why you're picking red right now, it puts you in a bit of a disadvantage. So I think if you are the number 10 team right now in Europe, was the #1 team, or #1 or 2, depending on where you want to argue the 2 undefeated teams are, you gotta gamble. Like, you're not gonna win by playing standard. So leave the OPs up. Trade 1 for 1.
Play something weird, right? Yeah.
Try and have some comfort picks that can maybe snowball out of control. Go for the high risk, high reward. Otherwise, I don't really see many ways they're gonna beat G2.
Yeah. And I think that's a strategy for when you are a team that is a little further down. Roccat, you know, bringing out the Zed in that last game, it had some promise. We might see more of that. But Origen, I think their problems go honestly deeper than that. They seem to have this really clear lack of communication on their side, and you know it does seem to stem from the fact that the roster did seem a bit hodgepodge thrown together.
Yeah, it's what they talked about on the analyst desk, how you have 5 players on Origen where you almost have to feel a little bit sorry for them because they've been put in this super, super tough situation. Nahun was obviously the last guy to join. They were looking for a mid laner because Power Vivo ended up leaving a little bit late in the offseason. He joined Misfits.
Right.
Then they had to find a replacement. They looked to Korea, they found him. And a lot of these players are kind of just picked, not randomly, but from different places. They don't have a lot of synergy together. And that is a problem. You are into this LCS season where a lot of teams have some sort of synergy here or there, or they're just improving much faster, and you're just kind of stuck down there in the bottom.
Yeah, they need to find at least a way to pick up single wins because this is a team that hasn't won a single game, let alone a match.
I've been there, Pyro.
And I know how you feel. Well, I've never been on that stage and done it, but at the same time, I mean,
feel
that's
like
gotta
a loser.
feel
That's
really
what you're
bad.
telling me, man.
Yeah.
Damn, you just called me a loser.
Well, you know, I
don't.
it happens every now and again, I suppose. And unfortunately for Origen, it just keeps happening. But this is such a massively lopsided matchup because, as you said, it is one of, if not the top teams here in Europe versus the one that hasn't won a single game against anyone in their own group, and they've had to go across the board now.
And that's the important thing to highlight. It's not only Origen has lost every single series, they haven't won a game in their series. Roccat has picked up at least a win, where Origen, we can't say the same. Nahun is on his, is it 25-game losing streak at the moment? I believe it is, in his professional career.
Yeah, it keeps crawling up.
So we definitely want to see, like, I want to see these guys pick up a game. I'm not saying they're going to win a series, but I want to see them win a game in here. And I want to see how they win that game. That's kind of one of the key things to follow with Origen. It might not be against G2 eSports, but we need to see where they can start showing some positive things outside of just the
some
early
signs
game.
of life, at least. I mean, you look at who they're going to have in the next couple of weeks. Like, they'll have a Fnatic that seems to have found a little bit of footing and the changes they've made. They'll have Misfits who are surging ahead. But then there's Giants, then there's Vitality, then there's Splice. I think those are the games you want to be looking at that you're going to be able to at least take one win in a game or in a series, and then maybe, just maybe, you can find it. But you have to improve faster than those teams are.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a good thing then for Origen that the next 3 weeks are against some tough opponents, because then you have a bit more time where you face teams you might not expect to beat, and then you start facing the other bottom teams, and that's where you want to peak. Like, that's where now you said we had some weeks of extra practice. We played Giants in that week 7. They're going to play Roccat at some point as well. Those 2 matches, man, they will mean almost everything for this team.
I think it means quite a lot for them. G2, it seems to mean a little bit less. I think they are trying an unconventional strategy.
Sven is trying to show off his skills with the water bottle.
It's a hard one.
He is actually really bad at it, like disgustingly bad at it.
All right. Well, I guess you can't be good at everything.
No, I guess if you're good at AD carry, you can't be good at throwing water bottles. I'm pretty sure I can do it, actually, fairly easily. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying for a second here. Oh, I failed.
All right, well, I'm glad you got it. Giving you guys an update on what's going on. G2, a few of their players feeling a little bit unwell, so they've stepped back for just a moment. And the rest of them are continuing to entertain the crowd. That's always nice.
Yeah, I
a
mean,
lot of focus from the Origen side. I mean, you can see how seriously they're taking this game for sure.
it's also hard kind of not sitting there and focusing on the game, because if we think about it, if you're Origen now, each member kind of has that mindset of, I'm pretty sure he just did it. We didn't get to see it, but
Unfortunately, we missed it.
I'm sure he just did it.
Maybe we'll get a replay.
maybe. Oh, look how happy he is. He's so proud. He just did it, the highlight. Anyway, but if you're Origen, like, every member sitting there is kind of like, will I be the one to carry? Will I be the one to grant us our first victory?
And that's the question, because we haven't seen anyone really step up into that role. We talked about this at the beginning of the season. Who on this roster would look to carry? We had an experienced player in Tabs.
Yeah.
Who, I mean, you have to look at his accolades. Yes, he hasn't done that much in a while, but this is a guy who's been to Worlds twice. He does have an EU LCS championship.
That's true. I mean, Tabs in the past obviously have shown that he could carry against some of the best, but for him, it's many years ago. I think Tabs right now he's pulling his weight. Like, he actually has some games where he's able to pick up quite a lot of kills. He doesn't do too well in the laning phase because he's also like very passive in the way he's playing, but he's actually doing like fine on these poke champions in team fights. It's just not enough. And that, as you said, you know, our prediction coming into this was Origen, it's not going to be great. We don't think they have like a star player here. We don't think there's anyone who's going to carry. And that is basically proven to be true. No one from Origen has been like able to actually win games or be able to say, give me all the resources and I will smack down Sven and Mithi and I will win this game.
Right. I think, though, you have to look at the growth potential of some of these players, whether or not they stick with Origen throughout the course of the season. And you have to look at some of the new guys. In particular, I want to zero in on Sartorius because he has had definitely a bad couple of games. But in the beginning, he definitely shined through. And I think against some of the weaker top laners, maybe not expect, I think he can perform.
Yeah, I think Sartorius is okay. He's fine as a top laner. But again, as we talked about before with him, he needs someone else around him that he can kind of set up.
Yeah.
It's a storyline I've hit on before where maybe I didn't give too much context on it, but they're like very different top laners. I feel that the top laners will love to like pick a carry and say, I'm going to win this skill matchup in the lane. You know, I'm going to take this, I'm going to beat the other top laner, I'm going to call my jungler up there, we're going to dive in, we're going to take turret, and I'm going to carry. Those are the guys who's getting like Fiora and so on. And then there's like this other kind of top laner who is more like, yeah, I love to play the tanks, or I love to play their team fighting picks. And I'm okay just like going even in my lane, but then I want to enter either a fight with like a great teleport and like try and set up my carry to get a kill here, or I want to be this guy who can nail that great rumble ulti, so again, the rest of my team will really benefit from it, but I'm not winning my lane. And I think Sartorius is more that kind of guy, and that's a problem when the rest of your team is then falling behind once we start getting to the mid game. Yes, they can do fine early, but mid game, it's where it just cracks, and then Sartorius can't do anything.
Well, as you said, we may see something switched up this time around. I'd like to see if Origen find a different pattern, a different way to win, or a way to win. At the very least, it would be a mountain to climb over G2 Esports. But we're in picks and bans. We're seeing some of the same bands, but on different sides. Camille on blue.
Well, because G2 doesn't want Origen to leave it open and force G2 to first pick it, so Origen can get like Varus and Ivern on their first rotation. That's why Origen is on this red side. So it's actually a smart adaptation by G2 to remove Camille and then take Varus, because Varus has been like the #1 AD carry in Europe, and it's the #1 AD carry for Taps. So it was very
100%
clear that Origen had the chance to leave Camille open, force G2 to first pick it, and then get some very important picks. The reason Graves is in here now is because he's a pick that is used against Ivern specifically. So when you lock him in early, you try and block the Ivern pick and then see if you can actually kind of hit 2 picks at once, because you take one and you block another one.
Yeah, it also is something that Trick was using to great effect way back in the day, as well as recently that it's come back into the meta. So it's a double whammy to take away. And instead of picking the Ivern, it looks like they're contemplating the Rek'Sai, or maybe they'll just pick it into it. A few seconds to tick down, and they don't need to pick it just yet, so it's the Rise locked in now.
One of the very standard blind picks in mid. is the Ryze. We used to see a lot of Syndra early on in the split, but she is still, like, she's still up there, but she's fallen a little bit out of favor in terms of early rotations. Corki, Ryze have kind of become the two most common blind pick mids here in Europe. So no real big surprise, and Ryze just offers you everything. Like, he can lane against everything. He is good scaling. He can split push. He can team fight. He has an ulti he can use to move around the map faster. There's just too many ways that Ryze can actually be useful.
Yeah, and you add that to Tahm Kench, you have a pretty big front line already available to you. Protecting the Varus, although Sven generally, positioning-wise, doesn't always need that protection. It's answered by the Shen on the other side. We enter ban phase 2, and they take away the GP. What else do you target if you're G2 Esports here?
If you're G2 right now, support is not being picked on Origen, so you can start banning those. That's what they're doing with the Karma. They already banned 2 supports before. Origen might just ban Rumble here, or Poppy. We see both actually being banned against Shen fairly often. It is the Rumble in this situation here. Smart choice. This is why, obviously, the last pick, the Shen. Sadly, I feel like it rarely has a big enough impact to take the Shen as the last pick on red side and then ban to, like, counter top laners against it, because worst case, you just go Maokai. And you're like, all right, I'm okay giving you that second global advantage, but I will outscale you and be twice as good in team fights. So it's rare that you're like, oh, damn, they got Shen. We just have nothing we can pick against the top lane. Because there's also Trundle if you really want to go for like a counter.
Yeah, that's another point too, and they'll see if G2 actually go for that. They have enough tankiness, but Origen, it's going to be their move right now. Will they lock the Talia for Nahun? Be a lot of globals available to them. Maybe that's an in, and they're going to lock it.
All right. I mean, I like global comps. I think Talia is very strong. I think she's very good with coordinated teams. I don't think Origen is a coordinated team, so that might be an issue. But if you just look at the pick and ban in itself, I think it makes a lot of sense what they're trying to build. I want to see a support who can be lane dominant, because they need to be able to put pressure on the G2 Esports bottom lane so they can actually set up these roams with Talia, set up these Shen ultis properly. And look at that, Pyra. It's Maokai.
All right, so we are in for a fun top lane matchup, but I want to go back to your point. Who do you pick as a support here for Origen? Who is that high-pressure, high-laning champion out of what's left?
It is tough because Karma is gone, Zyra. Nami is available, can still give you a lot of lane control. MF is normally only picked against Zyra Malzahar. But you are against a tank support in Tahm Kench, so you don't actually need a range support to necessarily have some pressure in the lane. Bard is also available. I'm glad I actually just got to say that before you hovered it. It is a pick we see against some of these tank supports, because you will do fine in lane, and then you try and be this annoying support who can try and create picks around the map. Brand support is something I see in solo queue a lot. We want to see tanks normally from Hiva. Keep that in mind, in case he locks
he's going to lock the Braum.
All right.
Okay, and this is kind of more in Hiva's wheelhouse, too, because it's something that he played the Alistar style of champions like all the way through his challenger days, and he liked to make those big plays, and he's able to do that a little easier on these tanks.
He likes to be in the front line.
Yeah.
You can't be in the front line on Zyra, because then you die.
Which we saw several times.
Which we have seen a lot of, but you can definitely be in the front line as Braum, and also against things like Varus. You can block a bit of the poke just before the fight starts. You can actually also block Varus from wave clearing if you are sieging up on a turret, but only once, sadly, for Braum. But it makes sense, again. They were drafting a CC support with Talia and Shen. In many ways, Origen are yelling, we want to kill Mithy and Sven. H2K did it. They killed them 2v2. Origen's not going to kill them 2v2, but they have Talia ulti, they have Shen ulti, they have a jungler who can roam down. There might be a party in the bot lane here.
There might indeed. We'll keep an eye on that one for sure. G2 certainly will be, but Sven and Mithy have proven pretty tough customers to face off against, even for well-coordinated opponents. And as you stated, Origen, we have yet to see that from them, but maybe this is the time for it to change. It would be a hell of a statement for them to get off to a starting lead against the top team.
If you got to do it, Pyre, you might as well do it right.
Do it in style. Why not? Yeah,
come at the king. Just come at the king.
Well, Origen, I mean, they don't have too much to lose for sure. Very few people would expect them to be winning this game, winning this match, let alone. But we'll see if they're able to do it. If you think Origen has a fighting chance, get on Twitter. Hop on that platform at LoL eSports. Hashtag OGWin. But G2, heavy favorites in this matchup. And we'll see what they're able to bring to the Rift as we load up for game one.
So far, Origen is not out of the race for playoffs.
No,
that's a big statement. But the reason is the two teams above them in Group B, Vitality and Splice, they're also losing games. So there is actually still a chance for Origen to bounce back. Quite a few weeks left, and that Braum skin, that was awesome. When he had the extra movement speed from Homeguard, man, that was cool.
Oh, we'll get to see that post 20 minutes again. All right, so Origen are actually heavy top side right now. Sartorius is scouting it out, but instantly expects going to spot that.
All right, Origen. We talked about them having something unique prepared. I think their strategy is something we've seen before, but it's still unique enough. That counts. Like, go for these globals here. Try and see if you can create some picks around the bottom side. We've all tried to play an AD carry without any mobility against 2 or 3 champions who will just roam to your lane again and again. Very quickly, you die a few times.
It can certainly happen, but you have to set the dive up right.
Yeah, and sadly, I believe almost none of us, and I talk about me and all the viewers, are as good as Sven at playing these low mobility AD carries.
I think that's a safe bet.
I think it's a fairly safe statement I made right there, unless we have a lot of
I've seen you in solo queue.
The best Korean AD carries watching on English right now, which I'm not expecting.
Well, Sven, definitely.
I just offended like Bang and Prey and everything.
Tons and tons of people. That's okay. You just brush it off. Sven is definitely earned his place as one of the top tier AD carries, especially here in Europe, if not the strongest.
And he's such a good AD carry that he actually leashes for his jungler. It is not often the jungler is starting on bottom side because you don't want your support and AD carry to leash. But when you're not playing these ranged matchups where it's all about getting in lane and instant shoving very, very fast, then you can actually do it. Now there's 2 big tanks against each other. It is not as bad to surrender the first push in a tank v tank support matchup.
It's not something we see all the time, but with so much support focused
Unless you're
bans,
against Alistar, I have to say.
Yeah, of course. It really is interesting to see a tank-on-tank matchup down bottom lane, and especially with so much protection between the two of them. I mean, Tahm Kench, if you try to dive, he's going to be able to walk away with Sven in his mouth pretty easily. I mean, OGs have to work it out for him for sure.
Yeah, just kill Tahm Kench, if it is.
Yeah.
When they do go over, because they should have plenty of damage when
He's
they
got
do
no great
down.
health. It's only level 1.
That's true, that's true. Origen did have a ward on the red buff to see where G2 was starting. Wisdom obviously started top side himself, so that was a very standard start. I want to see what Trick wants to do, seeing as he's starting on the bottom side.
We didn't talk that much about the Kazakhs.
No, that's true. Fallen down in priority, Pyro.
A little bit, but he's still valuable there. So Mithy swallows up Hiva for just a second, throws on the Unbreakable, blocks some of the damage, but he's still taken down to half his health bar. Once again, playing the aggressive forward positioning, punishes him this time.
And let's talk about the Kazakhs here. You wanted to talk about him. You wanted to mention him.
I'm always a fan of Kazakhs.
Me too. I think he's very fun to watch. However, for professional teams, I think what they've learned now over the weeks is that Kazakhs is still strong, 100%, but he works even better in scrims than on stage. Because there are more fights in scrims. There's more action. People are playing more aggressive. And Kazakhs can pick off a lot of targets. On stage, there's a higher chance it becomes a very slow early to mid game. Kazakhs doesn't really get a kill going for himself, and then it can be difficult to team fight. Iron has kind of taken his spot as the king right now that Rengar is banned still all the time. And then Graves and Rumble, these kind of farming picks has come into the meta. So there are definitely a lot of options now. You don't have to just first pick Kazakhs every time. And that's why we've seen him kind of fall down a little bit. He's still used, but just not as much. And yeah, there are other picks that has kind of taken that first pick priority.
Yeah, the Varus has definitely been something we've seen just so much of. And you know, for Sven and Mithy is such a dominant bot lane now, they have to feel pretty happy with what they were able to secure for themselves. But I want to see how Tabs and Hiva can keep up with them here.
And I want to see if Wisdom wants to gank early. We talked about the party in the bot lane. Mithy can just eat Sven and walk out.
All summoners available. Hiva's going to walk forward. Sven spotted this one, and Wisdom is going to sidestep, but they haven't focused on the same targets, and Tabs was too far away to get the autos off, so Sven and Mithy actually shrugged that off.
Well, it's actually a good path from Wisdom, because he gets level 4. He's out of potions anyway, so he's going to recall. So you might as well just stop by the bot lane, poke a little bit, get some damage on Sven, and then recall. Because he was going to go back to base no matter what. Why not get a bit of bonus damage? Notice how Origen never like fully committed to anything in case some sort of counter gank could happen. But no, just takes, you know, a little tour around the bottom side.
But they're sniffing it out too. I mean, this is a proactive play. It requires some coordination. It's already a nice start. See if they can pull it off again. Nahun spotted Trick inside of his own jungle. He's got a level advantage on the jungler, who will have to take a blast cone out through the Baron pit.
And we might see in a game like this, now that we mentioned the junglers before, that the Graves end up being much more impactful than the Kazakhs. If nothing really happens in the first 15-20 minutes, Graves is a scaling jungler. He's a strong late game fighter as well, where Kazakhs can pick people off if it's a very messy team fight, but he tends to jump into it head first, and then if there's 2 or 3 tanks in front of him, there's some exhausts, and then Kha'Zix can't really do what he's supposed to.
Well, we will have to see what Wisdom is able to do. And just take a look at what Mithy had for a score up against H2K. It was definitely a little bit of a crazier game.
Yeah, Mithy tweeted after the game that it was the worst series he's ever played as a professional player. 0-14-18, almost as many deaths as assists. And G2 won that series 2-1. That is the crazy thing. It's not like they got stomped 2-0. They actually won the series. But then the follow-up from this is he's AD carry. Normally when you support dies all the time, your AD carry also falls behind. But Sven actually managed to win on CSD at 10 minutes.
I mean, that's a testament to not just how good Sven is, as we talked about before, but also Mithy kind of made his deaths count. Maybe it was a bit chaotic, but...
Sacrificed himself for the CS.
Yeah, totally worth.
A proper support. It was actually also because G2, while they died in the bot lane, it was often like they would die and then they would get someone low and H2K would back away and Sven would just kind of stay and pick up a bit of extra farm. But of course, credit to him for staying relevant. He ended up having a very good series outside of that game 2.
That was a really interesting one for sure.
Yeah, game 2 we have to highlight. The bot lane from G2 sucked, like big time. They said in the interview as well, like we lost the game on our own just by losing lane. But game 1 and 3, Sven had a lot of impact in fights.
Well, definitely was a little bit more out of control where G2 try to play a little bit more back in the early game, but this time they are going to be racing up the top, forcing Satorius to back away. They should get that first tower blood. The minion wave, not huge, but they have 3 on it, and they may not need any more. They're actually going to bring Trick to the party as well.
Yeah, and this is such a great play. It looks so simple. They're recalling and they go top lane. The timing of it is fantastic. Time the back so Sven can get TS rated Dirk. Perfect. And then, if you look at Shen and Taliyah, they both have ultis. That means if you stay in the bot lane, you're gonna get ganked. So they leave, go to the top side, go to the Shen global, take the first tower because they are ahead in the play. They recall first, they get to top lane with the wave already pushing in. Everything around that play was just perfectly timed by G2.
It's the proactivity. I mean, this is what you expect from a top-tier team, and Origen, they just haven't been able to keep up. They did fire back on turrets, but the gold differential is already there, despite no first blood, 600 gold in the lead.
And it's because we will just never let lane swaps die. They will happen, Pyra. One way or the other, Europe will find a way to swap these lanes around. Not level 1 this time. A little bit later in it. Trade in mid.
Nahun finds Perks, or was it Perks finding him? They do trade pretty even, and it looks like it's Origen that have started on this Ocean Dragon, trying to get a little bit more back for themselves. Ward goes down, courtesy of Expect, so they've spotted this on the side of G2, and we could be in for a tussle, maybe not. Expect looking for something, but the wall blocks off Mithy. Trick and Perks are coming in. They can't finish the job as Expect moves forward. Chains of Corruption are on. First blood for Trick. And now Origen are scattered to the winds. Get them out of there. And that's going to be the first dragon and the first blood over G2's way.
Oh yeah, this is sometimes the answer when a team is swapping on you. When they take your top tower, you take bot tower, and then you try and secure the dragon as well. Origen had it delayed quite a lot. Sven had already returned to bottom side. Mithy had returned to the bottom side as well. Just a really late start on the dragon. And it does deal a lot of damage in the early games. Origen dropped fairly low, and G2 knew they could pick up a fairly easy first blood here. Let's look at it again. So Wisdom has been tanking the dragon for most of the time, but every member from G2 is on the bottom side, and it's really an easy fight for them to start.
Looks like split focus, to be honest. Satorius comes a little bit too late because even with the Shen shield on, they had melted through Wisdom fairly heavily already. So
yeah, I don't think there's a way for Origen to win the fight, actually.
I mean, I feel like they should have just backed off the moment that they saw Expect going in.
Sadly for them, they hoped they could just burst it down. We have another graphic coming up here, which shows one of the big stories for Origen, how pre-15 minutes, they're actually doing pretty well. The number you see here is obviously the kills and deaths they get. So like for every kill they get pre-15, they also die once. So they're even. They're basically even.
Which is honestly less than what you're seeing from G2 in the very early game.
Exactly, exactly. But post 15 minutes, Origen, it just tanks completely. So every time, sadly for them, every time they actually pick up anything, they end up dying way more. That's why it goes under 1, it goes into the negative. So like when they get 1 kill, they die 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
And that is normally not a good sign when it comes to team fights. You enter it, you get 1 guy, they kill 3 or 4 of yours, then you tend to lose.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse in light of that over the Dragon Pit, but you know that kind of highlights they're not terrible at laning. They just really don't seem to have a sense of what to do on the map, and when they try for plays, they're not all together. Wisdom getting tagged up by Mythi's tongue. And just checking in on things right now as the Realm Warp comes in. Origen, you know, they're getting shoved around the map already. It's only 10 minutes in.
And it is also very hard for a new team to actually play late game team fight. It's more than just every single guy knowing what to do exactly. It's the communication between them and everything.
Here comes Mythi and
It
Trick.
is difficult. Oh.
They're going to have to back off. I mean, you talked about globals at the beginning and what Origen can do, but, you know, Mythi still has that Abyssal Voyage available to him, and they have a teleport on Expect, so G2 can match some of this global pressure.
Ooh, let's see here. There's TP from both top laners.
Oh, they hop on tabs, and Trick just deletes him right now. Even with the blowback, it was just over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah. That was supposed to be Origen kind of baiting. Be like, oh, Trick, come on, get that AD carry.
Oh.
Graves is in the brush hiding. Trick is like, yeah, I'll get the AD carry. Just one-shot the poor guy. Let's remember that Kha'Zix is so strong. It's not like we've nerfed him or anything right now.
Maybe he should be after that.
Well,
let's see it again.
He does obviously get a few. So the bait.
The exhaust comes too late too.
It backfired. I'm actually not sure if Origen didn't expect Trick to stay around, because Trick was in the brush with the control ward, so they didn't actually see him jump out of the brush very early. Maybe they thought it was just going to be Sven and Mythi taking the 2v2, but Trick was just there. Like, he was just there in the bottom lane.
And he comes right back around and gets himself a second kill. I mean, he has both the kills in this game so far, so a little extra gold in his pocket. He's massively out farming Wisdom on the map and starting to see it pan out in some of the items. That's a whole phage different.
And yeah, Kha'Zix will be fantastic against Origen as well, because you will find these openings. You will find these people split off, and then it kind of sets Trick up to just be the big carry. And you're okay then if you can last pick it. Like, you don't have to sacrifice any pick priority on getting Kha'Zix. If you're G2 in this pick and ban phase, that is perfect. We saw yesterday, teams were trying to ban out junglers against Vitality. 5 junglers were banned. Kha'Zix was not one of those junglers, so Joko just picked it, and he was still able to carry because it's still strong. So some teams are a little bit too quick to kind of throw it away.
Yeah, unfortunately, Origen was one of those teams. Did like the Graves pick, but sometimes it's not the champion, it's the pilot. Map pressure now is in G2's favor as they continue. Just shove out. Mythi turns right around, doesn't want to contest the Raptors too heavily, but Trick's still there.
And we get a potential fight pyro.
Arrow.
I was going to say we get a Super Soaker Talia in this game. The Hex deck are coming in, instead of obviously Rod of Ages or anything. Just get some instant power there and get the slow as well from it. When I've seen this build, it normally then becomes something like Rylai's as well, or Abyssal Scepter, and you're trying to get a more tanky build, where you just have you only focus around like sustained damage, consistent sustained DPS, and it has less damage than the normal standard like Morello and so on, but you're just more tankiness. You can kite more. It's pretty difficult to actually like take you down fast, and you're trying to just have this like utility build in a sense while still having decent damage.
But is that really what Origen need right now? I mean, if they have less damage on their mid lane, but they have a lot more utility, they are a little tankier, it seems like they're going to be over-reliant on the AD that they have from Wisdom and from Tabs.
Yes, but when you have Graves jungle, you do get extra damage coming in there. Yes, it is all physical damage, as you highlight, but I think there is still enough damage on the side of Origen. I just want to see how Nahun is in using this build. Like, is he actually going to be able to use the active properly? Is he using it to create catches? That's kind of the thing, because there needs to be a trade-off. Instead of you just going for pure damage, the fact that you are sacrificing something, also depending on what his second item is.
Oh, there's the wall. He's going to be delivering Shen. We're not quite into the fight, but they do get an ultimate out of Hiva. Glacial Fissure, Expect is tanking it all up, though, and it looks like around the backside, Trick picks up Wisdom without a second thought. Origen are running right now, and it seems like everything is completely backfired. Expect takes down Eva. The rest of Origen may not live through it. A double kill for Trick, and it's Sartorius all by his lonesome. The tongue lands, the cage, the sapling, everything thrown at him, and that's a 1440 ace.
Well, Pyra, that stat we showed earlier with Origen always able to trade kills for deaths in the early game,
Not true here.
Yeah, that's gonna look very different after this game. It's 7-0 for G2, and this Kha'Zix pick, we said it, it's the perfect pick against Origen, because once we get the replay, we're gonna see the same thing we've seen before, where they're trying to set up for a team fight, one guy's split off, two guys are split off, and then they just end up getting caught, basically. This time it was Wisdom who just died.
That was rough. Okay, the gold lead is snowballed out of control right now. It is 7,000. It is 7 kills to 0. 15 minutes into the game. This is insane.
It is, however,
G2.
the #1 team in Europe taking on one of the weakest at the moment. So let's look at it. Wisdom, oh, unlucky. Nahon is actually the guy who got a trap him on the wrong side.
Unlucky.
And then see, now he's caught. Oh, Wisdom. Poor guy, your mid laner hates you. And then he gets caught and tricked, just picks up a kill with Perks. And now, obviously, the fight is over.
This is the problem with walls, is that they push people apart.
They definitely do.
Including your own team.
I wish there was a wall sometimes between you and me, Pyro. No, I don't.
Wow.
Damn.
You still mad about that LCS comment? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well.
It hurt me.
Yeah. Sometimes truth hurts.
It does, yeah.
And the truth of this game right now is that Origen are going to be finding it harder and harder to have a snowball's chance in hell to come back in this one.
It does look
always something you can learn, though.
What can you learn right now?
Don't build that wall.
True. So now for next time, when they play this exact prompt, they know it.
If it happens. I mean, they have a lot of globals, like we talked about in the pick and ban phase, but they're not coordinating anything, and this is the criticism we've had about this team, all split.
It's also, to be fair, in this situation, credit to G2 for that swap to topside, because that ends the laning phase very quickly. And when you have Shen to Leah and you want to dive bot lane, you want a long laning phase. You want more time to sit 2v2 and then to be like, oh, now we push them in, now we dive. That ended when G2 swapped top lane, took a tower, opened up the map, bam, dragon fight right after. More fights.
Chains are on for
Yes,
Hiva, but
Trick.
curtain call's open up.
Oh,
Tabs
this
is
guy's
going to try to
split.
find one more, but Trick comes and interrupts the curtain call. And now it's Wisdom and Hiva collapse between the rest of G2 and Expect. Picks up Wisdom. They're blowing through the team once again. Perks is nowhere to be found, or is he? He's around the other side, and he's looking to hunt down Tabs.
He's
Won't
warding.
find him there.
Look at that, supportive mid laner. Goes just to ward. What a nice guy. That's the change to Perks. He used to only go for the kills. Now it's all about the vision.
And about securing the towers. They should be able to knock another one down easily. They haven't actually taken the one in the bottom, but they found themselves in inner right now. G2 continue to push that dominance, and they're well on track to a nearly perfect game with only one tower lost.
Yeah, lost that one tower. So, Origen, we're trying to set up 1-3-1. Normally you need to use your globals with it, but they were kind of just fighting in mid. I think, yeah, I think they're kind of trying to find random fights, and it obviously backfires very quickly because G2 is just collapsing instantly.
I mean, they have so many tools available to them to continue to do that. And I mean, G2, what do? You talked about high risk, high reward. They have been taking those plays, but you can just see the quality difference in how the two teams played out.
I think Origen has taken the high risk, low reward plays mainly, where it's been like guys kind of trying to chase a kill, more or less like they were chasing Expect in the last fight when then the Talia wall came in. Wisdom died. This one is you run 3-man mid and you start just poking the enemy to support under his tower. Like, there really is no high reward there, and it is extremely risky.
Just about everything, as it seems, for Origen on the map. Sartorius thought he was safe, but nowhere is safe from the fed Kha'Zix.
So, last pick Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I think that might be banned next game.
I guess that's the thing. But can you afford to ban it? Because now G2 will get to pick side next game, because it was Origen to pick red side in this one.
It's very true. They have caught Hiva up, but is it going to be worth? Tabs gets jumped on by Trick. Once again, he hops over for a double kill, looking for 3, but Wisdom is throwing down the smoke screen.
This is where every other jungler is watching this game, and they're so angry because they're all playing for KDA, and they just see this. Trick is getting so far ahead of everyone now, just because he's playing Kha'Zix, and he's able to just pick off Origen 24/7.
Normally we see Origen falling behind at past the 20-minute mark, but this game has been an accelerated pace for sure. Origen have really given up the ghost.
Yeah, I really loved this graphic when we looked at it before the game started, because it was like, they're so even up until 20 minutes, and then everything just crashes normally for Origen, and it drops down to like 7k gold deficits. When you play against a G2 in top form, not the same. We also have to say, it really feels like Origen, after they lost that top tower and then the dragon fight, they've just been like completely lost and like just look for these really random fights. It's not even like looking for team fights. They've just been looking for picks.
Absolutely. And Origen have punished them without really showing any weaknesses. I mean, this is very good form from them overall. We thought maybe they'd get a little looser this time around. Maybe they'd make a couple of mistakes, or at the very least go for bigger plays than we've seen them do. But they haven't had to this time around. In 20 minutes, they have been playing it out safely while still getting the counter engages every single time. And it has resulted in this nearly perfect score for them.
Exactly, and we're going to see G2 just keep trying to farm kills as much as possible. Just keep finding these random people being caught out, and then like Trick can get more kills. And this is where you need to, as a support, Pyra, you need to build an item that has some sort of AoE that you can use, so you can get more assists. I actually had the #1 KDA in Europe in Season 3 summer as support, and the trick was have items or champions where it's easy to like heal or speed up the rest of your team just when the fights start, because then you don't need to hit any skill shots, because they will just run in and get a kill, and you're gonna be like, great, I got another assist right there.
You sit in the back just kind of clapping?
Yeah, you just clap, you like play Nami and just press like W on someone.
That was the secret to your LCS career.
That was the secret.
Oh,
and
good to know.
You get a real high KDA, so Mithy now, he needs to step it up. He's lost 3 kills right here. That's gonna cost him.
Yeah.
Where's Redemption? Lock it, something that gives you an AoE utility tool.
Definitely need to see. We're going to be building that a little bit later on. Okay, so Trick is going to take out a pretty free Dragon at this point. They haven't really been major contested objectives because of the nature of them this time around, but G2 just continue to own all over the map. Mithy does get caught up. The Chains of Corruption were on. Hiva, Nahun, Sartorius, they couldn't finish the job, and Perks around the side has found tabs, and he makes quick work of them as they turn around once again. Does no damage on the side of Origen, not enough to finish anything off, and Trick just says, forget it, let's take the Baron, we've got the team down already.
Well, they're gonna take a lot of damage from this, because I expect has to walk around.
It's a slow start, but they'll be able to get it. There's no one to contest. It's only Sartorius. He's backing away. G2, they just make this look too easy, man.
I think it is too easy, Pyra, for G2 right now. 15-0, 22 minutes into the game. Must be the biggest goal lead we've seen, because I think actually the biggest goal lead came yesterday, and that was 10K at 20 minutes. G2 is, for sure. I have to actually, what a 10K ahead of 20 minutes? Or was it from this fight and then Baron?
I mean, it's definitely up there if it's not the top one for sure, but I mean, this looked like they could get a catch off. The problem is, every single time, Origen are catching somebody who can tank it up for days, and they're so far behind, they just don't have damage. Mithy lives through this because Trick just stomps on top of Wisdom.
I mean, at this point, we can't really talk about a whole lot that Origen is doing. I don't think it's worth it to sit and like criticize anything specifically, because the game is already lost some time ago.
I mean, what can you do from this? Like, you got to think about next game, but like, what can they even take from this game?
I mean, I think for it's always that question that's like, it's so hard to answer, because you want to say coming into the series, you want to learn. You want to learn from one of the best. You want to play against G2, and then you want to try and see what they're doing, and maybe you can you can see some stuff and you can use it yourself later. But there's just such a big difference in skill that it's hard to say what Origen can really do. Maybe the trick is play super standard next game and just try and play super slow game. Don't go for any fights. But that would be the opposite of what Origen has done all split long. And then try and see if G2 can punish you macro-wise, and you can learn from that. But again, I'm grasping at straws here, as you can hear.
Well, I think Origen are grasping at straws as well, and maybe that's the solution for them to try and play a different style. But as it stands, the game will just keep playing out this way. Continually pushing in on 3 lanes right now. G2 are just looking to close this one out. They got the noose around Origen's neck for game number 1, and they just need to pull it. Little resistance you can offer. I want to see what they change up in comps for game number 2. See if they can maybe play a little more controlled. See if their communication can improve. But, you know, as we said in the pick ban, this is not necessarily the team you need to win against, because it is the best team in Europe, or at least tied with the Unicorns for that. And even though they're going to try to make these big plays, let's see if they can at least get somebody down. Mithy chunked through, but the shields are just too big, and Expect is coming around the side. Trick is having a ball. He hops on 1. They jump on 2. Sartorius gets melted. Even Hiva's running the wrong way right now. A double kill for Trick, and that's going to be lights out. 20 kills to 0. And it's an ace.
Oh my god, G2. They enjoyed this game for sure.
I think they were having fun.
Have they any ways they can actually push this turret without waiting for these minions? No, they can't really tank it yet. But you don't really care. You got mains. Oh, I expect strength.
They got enough time. Expect is tanky enough.
He
They
can
can
just
just
W
shut
the
through it.
minion anyway and reset aggro. So
All right. So G2, they're making short work of Origen here. Just sub 25 minutes. They will take the base. They already had the ace, and that's going to be game number 1 in their favor.
Yeah.
GG.
We talked about this coming into the series. It is the Kings of Europe against the weakest team in Europe right now on paper. There wasn't really much to talk about when it came to like building up the upset. You know, could it happen? It was like,
I mean, that would have been one of the most monumental wins in the history of the LCS if it had happened. It is so rare for us to have such a lopsided series.
yeah, and it gets really, really difficult to start finding new things to talk about when games Origen play can end up being this one-sided, because it's like you can look at individual players and it's hard to then find the positive and say, oh, this guy, you know, he's doing well. But there's also no point in kind of saying, but it's this guy who's doing poorly, because it's obviously a team effort right now. It's not just one guy underperforming, and that's why they're losing 20-0 against G2. Like, that's a team effort, and the entire team is just not strong enough.
And that's the problem. I mean, but as we said, this is something that they can at least take and watch a little bit of the VODs, watch the film and say, okay, here's where we messed up, here's where we messed up. Maybe that's where they can learn how the best teams actually play and use that against teams like Splyce, teams like Vitality. There is still hope for this team, but we'll see. And we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk for a closer look at that quick game 1.
Oh.
He was like, please.
Hello. Thank you so much, Pyra. We were just jumping ahead of the discussion. Absolute dismantling from G2 over Origen in game 1. Always difficult to find like the finer points in a game like that. We're going to start with pick and ban because we have Febvin here. And we want to ask generally about the matchup, the Ryze versus the Taliyah. How does it go? How is it supposed to go?
But I think Taliyah should always take cleanse in this matchup, because if you have Kha'Zix Ryze and you overstep once or even flash on the Taliyah, then he will die. But it's mostly just farm, and the Taliyah can just push with range because you actually have the push advantage with your Q. And then at level 6 you have a longer ultimate than Ryze, and at 11 like it kind of balances out the global. But they didn't get to do anything in early game, and then Taliyah just gets really outscaled. So
looking at this comp, it seems to be what we were talking about earlier about G2 playing a bit more kind of slow, passive and macro oriented. It seems to be like an exact comp that works for them. Maokai top lane, take on Kha'Zix, and then kind of 2 globals on this Ryze Tahm Kench. Do you think we'll see more of Ryze Tahm Kench in general in the upcoming weeks? Because it seems like, especially pairing Abyssal Voyage and Realm Warp together, seems strong.
Yeah, I mean, if the range supports are out, then Tahm Kench is really good, because, I mean, you lose your lane, but it's so good globally because you just have so much pressure on when you actually start the 1-3-1, especially with the Ryze. Like, you can just Tahm Kench ult into the Ryze ult, and then you can just be over the whole map in 2 seconds.
How does it affect you when you're playing like a split push champion like Ryze? Is it super? How annoying is it on a scale of 1 to 10 when enemy support can be in your lane anytime?
At the moment, not really, because I feel like people are not using it properly yet. Like with the Tahm Kench ult, some teams of course, but some teams do. But if you play against a really good global team ult, then yeah, if you overstep, you will get punished. Like Unicorn, for example, they will not hesitate and they will just kill you.
Definitely will. We see OG discussing there, and in the previous game, we saw H2K, or the first game in the series, taking it very systematically, and that is also what happens here. G2 took it on systematically. They didn't particularly care about the kills early, but about playing the map.
Yeah, I'm just a big fan of it. It seems to be very meta on first base. Get some items and then rotate to the top lane. What I like a lot here is just that not only are they doing this, Expect also just goes for a trade right here. Just to force Sartorius back, because he knows his bot lane is coming, he knows he might not get ganked, and then at least the wave is pushing. It seems to be like a map move that's happening more often. Are we seeing this like almost in every scrim as well, Febvin?
Yeah, but I only see it from like the top tier teams. Like for example, Splyce, they are doing this. Even though they're not playing that good right now, I feel like they're really good in scrims, but just not translating it. But yeah, they do this, and then obviously you don't want to trade it like for an Infernal Drake or something, but if you can be in time and stop them and get the first turret, then yeah, it's just so good.
Yeah, we saw it from Splyce. Usually, it always happens against the Shen, but then yesterday we saw that sometimes they did it and it didn't yield any results, and then this fight follows.
Yeah, it's a follow-up. They just swapped going to bot lane, and then it's a pretty free fight here for the G2 members.
And you said it's pretty much over from this point if they win this fight.
I mean, if they get the Drake, they already have a small lead, and I feel like the OG is getting outscaled, so I mean, G2 is not gonna throw this game, and it's really hard to come back against them.
Especially when you're playing 1-3-1, right? That's like, yeah, sorry.
No, I wanted to say it was almost a perfect game, but they got a tower, but I think your point was
Nice.
much more informative, so please go ahead.
Oh, I actually didn't notice that if it wasn't for that single tower, it was almost a perfect game.
I'm actually not sure, maybe another one fell, but yeah. All right, so usual question is, of course, what happens then after? What should OG do? So how do you disrupt that macro then? You know that they might do it again. You know that they're going to swap again and go top again. You have to be quicker on the draw, or are you as a team like that unable to read that regardless of when it happens?
I mean,
I think they should just go for early game comp. Like, this is kind of early game comp, but they have to play more aggressive. Like, I don't think you should be playing Graves against G2. Like, you should be trying to invade Trick a bit, you know, try to trade on lanes, try to get some random kills if you're a team as OG. Like, you're not gonna win macro-wise. So.
I have a counter-argument, though. That's exactly what we said after H2K Roccat game 1. We said, well, why not go for the Kazakhs if it's open and try and get snowballing early, because you're not going to get to a point in the game where an Ivern is good. But somehow it was good for Roccat, and they ended up almost winning versus you guys. So should we not tell OG to do that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if they don't take Ivern, we can take Ivern, you know. So it's like, it's a trade-off.
I was just trying to
rile
you up.
If G2 trolls as much as H2K was trolling around Baron, yes, then Origen can extend the game, but their style is even more like centered around slow play. Also, Origen is just worse than Roccat, I feel, as well. So
I was sitting down, I thought.
No, I think for Origen, I definitely echo what Fevin is saying. You just go for crazy snowball lanes. You rely absolutely on variance.
Just solo queue play.
Like, you know you will win this matchup maybe 1 in 20 games. So you need that. You need that 1 in 20 game, and you want to snowball that.
Mithy saying, Trick, you see, I didn't die at all in that game.
Just trying his hardest.
Yeah. All right, well, we are going to take a quick break. We're out of analysis clearly, while the players ready up for picks and bans for game 2. We'll see you on the other side.
One fire? Okay, but it's really hard, I think. I'm nervous. You are terror boosted.
Ooh, let's see here. There's TP from both top laners.
Oh, they hop on tabs, and Trick just deletes him right now. Origen are running right now, and it seems like everything is completely backfired. Expect takes down Eva. The rest of Origen may not live through it. A double kill for Trick.
We can kill them all. We can kill them all.
The tongue lands, the cage, the sapling, everything thrown at him, and that's a 1440 ace. Has found tabs, and he makes quick work of them as they turn around once again. He does no damage on the side of Origen.
Keep close. Maybe you do.
Notorious gets melted. Even Hiva's running the wrong way right now. A double kill for Trick, and that's going to be lights out. 20 kills to 0, and it's an ace.
Thought about this too much. What's there left to say? Throw your stones the river. Like me, it drifts away. I would watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Swallow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my mind. Until you break my thought. Until you break my thought. I'm throwing wishes in the well in hopes that you keep them for yourself, and know there was a time when we never let go, never let go. Ooh, we never let go. We
run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains.
All right, welcome everybody back to the ULCS studios. We're about to kick off picks and bans for game 2 between G2 and Origen. And man, what a quick one. 25 minutes, dude. 20 kills to nothing.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Origin members looking around, not really sure what happened in the last game. Basically what happened was they split up, they all died, and G2 managed to get a 20-0 advantage. However, it wasn't the biggest goal lead at 10 or 20 minutes. They were actually 400 gold behind Fnatic, who managed to have a better score at 20 minutes yesterday.
Well, somehow I don't think Origen will take too much solace from that. What a rough performance, but in all honesty, you kind of have to expect to lose against the top team in Europe, and they're all smiles on the G2 side. Question is, I mean, these guys are going to keep themselves undefeated moving into Unicorns of Love if things look this way. Can Unicorns and other teams even like learn from what G2 are doing, because they're not showing anything different?
No, definitely won't be the games you're sitting in. And scouting specifically, depending on what happens now in game 2, Pyro, it is a new game. There's a chance that Origen can find some sort of advantage in the early game.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they were talking about on the desk, hey, why don't you just pick super dominant lane? Just try to win lane, win games,
Hey, we talked about that as well, yeah. Just like all in early game, like just try. But problem is, I'm not sure G2 will allow you to get those picks in the early game. Last time, it was G2 on blue side as well. Zyra, Malzahar, and then Camille was banned because they didn't want to have Origen leave it open and force them to first pick it. They're doing the same. They're going to first pick Varus, unless Origen bans it away instead of the Jace right now. But then you can also still go Jhin.
Yeah, always a possibility. So Origen, 20 seconds still left to ban this one away. As you mentioned, G2 on the blue side. They picked it this time.
And I want to see MFA to carry from Tabs now.
There you go.
I want to see something where you have like this crazy strong lethality ulti that if G2 is playing a sloppy game, then you can win team fights with it. Strong laning phase as well with the double up. So now, ooh, you gotta decide as G2, do I want Jace or I want Varus? Which one? If they pick the Jace, Varus will be locked in by taps, and we sadly won't get our MFA to carry.
No. Make it a support though, you never know.
Yeah, but
or maybe Sven picks it up.
It's not the same. Ooh,
There's
maybe. Sven is a very boring player who's like, what is best in the meta? I will pick it. So now, for most teams, Jhin would be best because Varus has already been locked in, so he will just pick Jhin. And then he will be like, yeah, I'm not here to have fun. I'm here to win games, get some kills. Could add another line to that one, but let's just move on.
I've never heard someone flame someone for being good.
No, it's not a flame. I'm just saying, like, he is the kind of guy who's like, what is best right now? I will play that. So many other AD carries are like, no, what about Draven? Or maybe I should try Twitch. It's like, what is best? This is best, pick. There you go.
And there's the Jhin. Okay, so far so standard on that side. G2 still have another pick for themselves available, but they have a lot of power between the Jace and the Jhin. I mean, that is going to hurt with the armor penetration, or the lethality, I should say, coming through a little bit later in the game.
Yeah,
what G2 like to do?
Ryze is open again, which obviously is a good pick for them, but then you would show Jace top already, and that kind of removes the flexed option. That is why they're going for a support instead. Now, this will be a bit of a curveball here in Europe.
Why not?
We have seen it before.
What do you got to lose, Origen? Come on.
I mean, fair. Why not? You know, you have to try something.
You already built a Hextech GLP.
And this is a pick that can roam and try and snowball your lanes. Not
Speaking
as
of
effective
roaming,
as that's another one. I don't think you need to pick it right now. You can save it for the next pick phase, which is why I think they're just kind of trolling around. Oh, yeah, they are.
Okay, so they're going to lock the Corki at the end of the day. Man, that was so much build-up.
Thought for a second when he went back to the Radiant Soul, but no. Origen now have shown the mid laner, jungle AD carry, jungle support on G2 side, so G2 can pinch support or top laners, and Origen can pinch mid laners or junglers, depending on which role they decide to focus on.
There's the
Ryze ban, not a big surprise.
I just don't want to face it down. I mean, it gives G2 a lot of late game power, but it's also something Perkz has been showing to be more comfortable on, despite being just a strong pick. And there's the start of the support bans, as you mentioned.
Yeah, get rid of the Karma. Is there anything else they want to get rid of to make sure Jace has a good lane? Most likely not, unless they fear a potential Shen coming in. But it was a pick that Origen obviously couldn't really utilize at all, also due to the very good lane swap by G2 in the last game.
Expect to see more of that again as well. Origen, maybe if they can try to preempt it a little bit, try something tricky. We'll see as the game gets underway, but still in the ban phase. No, it's the Graves.
Okay.
Okay, so target the jungle pool, trick a little bit more. You've already taken the Kazakhs for yourself.
Yeah, like our last game, it was Origen going very early Graves, and then they gave a last pick Kazakhs over to Trick. Now they realized, okay, Kazakhs is still strong, and he's very strong against us because we do get caught out a lot, so let's just take him ourselves. Might not be the same when you play against G2 eSports, and that could be a big issue. There's still a lot of junglers available.
It's only the second Kazakhs that Origen have actually picked up for themselves throughout the 8 games, 9 games now that they played.
They play a lot of different things. Actually, they have tried a lot of different picks. Both carries top lane, tanks top lanes, multiple different junglers. Yeah. Olaf was in there for a moment.
They are experimenting. I mean, you have to give them credit for that, but it's not the issue with compositions for them. It just seems to be always execution. That Braum is the last ban,
so they pinched
out for Eva.
It's definitely a mix. It's a mix. So it could be top lane Nautilus coming in. Tanks are a thing against Jace that a lot of top laners do like to pick.
There's
but
Bard, though.
We get the potential playmaking support. I am okay risking Hiva getting caught and dying if we can land that sick ulti into a stun. So there is tools here for Origen to definitely start fights and create picks. A lot of squishy members though, and it's gonna be fine for G2 if they honestly just track the Bard and just make sure they know where he's going in the early game.
Probably pushing up in lane. We know Hiva. It's going to be the blind lock-in of the Rumble for Expect, and then G2 have one more pick to go. It's going to be the mid for Perks. What are they going to take here?
I think the Rumble is actually...
excuse me, jungle.
Yeah, so Rumble could be jungle, it could be top, depending on the last pick coming in. It's going to be Rumble top, Elise jungle. G2 realizing that Origen will aim for strong early game and just say, let's match it without jungler. We can now set up ganks ourselves, and I don't think G2 is too worried about potentially getting outscaled, which is one of the problems when you pick Elise so often. We know it's going to be Jay's mid against the Corki, and now it is, interestingly enough, a tank locked in against Rumble top. Not sure I agree with that one, but maybe Sartorius didn't feel like he had any sort of carries he wanted to play against Rumble. Because this is just going to give a farm lane, and then Expect team fighting presence is going to be fantastic on this Rumble against things like Varus.
It does seem a bit more mix and match on the Origen side, but for G2, I mean, that is a ridiculously strong mid-game power spike. With the way you build the lethality now, I mean, that's G2 can just run over Origen if they just march it up mid.
I mean, I like Origen's mid-game as well. I think mid-game on both teams is actually very strong. Should be a super action-packed game.
Yeah, it should be.
Laning phase-wise, with the Bard down the bottom lane, if Hiva is playing a good game, he can try and set up some picks here against Sven and Mythi. And also you have early game jungler from Trick. We know how active he is on the map.
Oh, yeah.
But mid-game is where it should really explode. Like, both teams have very strong mid-game spikes.
And they banked pretty heavily on Wisdom getting his hands on the Kazakhs, so we'll see if he's able to make something happen with that one. Last time we just didn't see enough of him. As the coach shakes hand to walk off the stage once again. G2 looking to close this one out with a clean 2-0. They did it in 25 minutes last time and got 20 kills without giving up a single one.
They lost the tower, so it wasn't a perfect game.
Yeah, it was a swap. It's okay.
Shame on you, G2. Shame on you.
Is that what Febby meant when he said they were slacking?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on. Where's your second perfect game of the season? We didn't get it. This game as well will be very hard because Origen pack a lot of damage as well.
That's true, they do. Well, we'll see how the matchup goes up top, expecting that to be the farm lane, but we'll see how it all goes in the rest of those, and then once the game breaks out in the middle, expecting a lot of action. Every time there's a rumble in the game, I get really excited because those are so pivotal. Like we saw last series, you can land that big equalizer, expect no stranger to the champion. Yeah. Origen, looking to challenge though.
I think Origen is one of my, Rumble is one of my favorite champions to look at in professional play for that exact reason. I just feel like every team fight with Rumble, it should be impactful. And then you can also laugh at the Rumble play if he completely misses the ulti. So like it's a win-win. He nails the ulti, awesome fight. He misses it, you suck, you know? It's always a win.
This is a very, very pivotal champion in that way. And Trick on this Elise right now. See if he focuses on getting those ganks off early. It's a champion that had fallen down in prominence a little bit, but the jungle pool pinched so heavily, feels confident to take it.
Funny story, Trick using SKT Elise here. When he actually played in Korea, he was subbed in against SKT in the BO3, and they managed to win it, which was one of the big upsets in that season. Sadly, then Trick was back on the bench, and Ambition came back into jungle. And no one actually knew why at that point.
Well, I think he definitely proved himself here in Europe. He got the Rookie of the Split, MVP a couple of times after the fact.
Yeah, it's funny because about Trick, you know, when you hear people who followed LCK a lot, like closely, not just the LCK itself, but also things behind the scene. I didn't always hear talks about how Trick was a huge talent or anything. Like, people respected him a lot there and said like he had definitely potential. But then when I talked to Ocelot and G2 and they talked about finding Trick back then, they were like, yeah, this was a guy who had a lot of offers. Like, there were Korean teams who wanted to pick him up as well, but then G2 came in, they offered him obviously a nice deal here in Europe and so on, and then he picked that over some of the other teams he had right there. So clearly there were a lot of people believing in his talent. And as soon as Trick showed up here, he was just one of the best junglers, like almost instantly.
Yeah, and that does not happen all that often, and it's so risky often with the Korean imports, but it's definitely been one that's paid off, and it's a large part of G2's success.
And I think from their story, it really sounds like the scouting was spot on right there. Like, they knew this guy was really good. They followed him, they heard good things about him, and so on. So, really good investment. Has turned out to be one of the absolute best in Europe, honestly. Getting him over because he's, as you said, been MVP twice, and this season, he's playing well again.
So far, so good. G2 can't complain too much about their overall performance, and Trick in particular. Wisdom is going to have a hard time matching that, but he is on the Kazakhs. He does have carry potential. Wisdom as a player, though, we just haven't seen as much of that out of him for a long time.
Let's see what Trick can do. Elise wants to gank early. Bait out Valk.
Does get a connection on the Cocoon. Spiraling pokes down, as well as the Shock Blast from Perks, so they deal a little bit of damage to him, but Nahun playing a very safe game on that Corki. Wisdom getting vision down bottom with the Scuttle Crab complete. Might be an earlier game in the Dragon Pit, because there is an Infernal that is spawned first.
Good, more action. Just more action. All we want in this game, Pyro, is just fights.
Well, we might see some. Ooh, Trick is a little low. Wisdom is on the hunt here, and he's going to flash for first blood. Stopped under tower, but he gets it.
All right, classic caster problem when you talk about a player and you kind of tell his story and you hype him up a little bit, then he plays it greedy.
The curse is real, Deficio.
Curse is real. Oh, Mithy might get caught.
Uh-oh, Wisdom and Hiva incoming. They're going to turn for Sven instead. Now they go back. Mithy's exhausted. Wisdom is as well. He's stunned up. They're flashing past the team. Wisdom is so low right now, and he's going to get taken down by Perks as he tries to walk towards the rest of G2. Hiva flashing into the Dragon Pit. It has gone really messy. Another exhaust spent onto Sven. This time it's courtesy of Nahun. Summoner's blown all over the place, but at the end of the day, G2 get a kill for nothing.
I promised you action, Pyra. We are 4 minutes into the game, and we have so many flashes down now. Kill for each team as well. Mithy on a bit of a detour, took the blast cone over, and then he actually got kind of cut off. But because we had a roam for Perks, we had Sven already there, they could take the fight. Hiva has no flash now. Does have his portal though, so he's gonna be fine.
Mithy has no fear right now. Just keeps walking into Hiva, has to take the portal out.
What happened there as well is exactly what happened to H2K in the last series. When they won the first game so easily, second game, started chilling a little bit. Like, Trick literally sees the guy right in front of him. And he's like, no, I need another Raptor here. I'm not gonna give him all 4 Raptors. Instead of just walking away and be like, all right, I'm not gonna deal with this, and he actually dies for it. Mithy with the crazy blast cone. It's all a bait here, Pyro. It's all a bait.
It is definitely a bait. The long con. I mean, Sven, he looked in trouble for a minute, but there just wasn't enough damage, and you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, but this actually also comes down to that mid lane gank Trick had before, where Nahun got poked down a little bit. Perks got to push out the lane after that. So that's why Perks could roam first and walk straight down, and Nahun joins very late.
There were so many summoners popped, like in the span of like 3 seconds. All right, so everything's gonna like quiet down for just a minute because no one can flash out of anything anymore.
Well, you say that, and here's an invade.
Mithy and Trick are on the move. Some vision down.
I love the way Tom Kench walks around.
Is that your soundtrack for it?
That's my soundtrack for him. No copyrights. You guys can all use it.
Someone out there is gonna make that a ringtone, I guarantee you. Hiva's gonna be walking into a cocoon.
Look, see, Trick has changed. From, damn, I need these Raptors, I'm gonna die for it, to, I'm not gonna go for this play. Great change. This is the well-done effect, obviously. Not tilting in game right there.
That's what you're crediting
Switching the adaptation, adapting on the fly.
I guess there's something to be said for it, but it gives Wisdom a chance to get a bit of counter jungle on right now, and he has had, that first blood.
Yeah.
A little bit of an earlier impact, so we'll see what he can do this game.
And we do actually have to praise the coaches on G2 eSports. Like, well done, Sharks, and of course, Youngbuck. They're getting a lot of praise from the players. The team is looking strong right now. Still stuff to work on, of course.
And they're looking controlled.
They're looking very controlled,
That's the important thing.
Exactly. Some people call it slacking, Petrigan. Other people say it's controlled and trying to adapt your style a little bit. Jungle matchup came up right there super quick. Sorry for slightly ignoring it. But he was basically telling us that Trick absolutely dumpstered all of Origen in last game.
Way to sum that one up in just a few seconds. Wisdom, we'll see if he has something to say about that this time around. Kiva and Tabs already stopped up under tower. Pretty big farm differential. Sven and Mithy started to turn it. Of course, Tabs has always been playing fairly back, even on winning lane matchups throughout this split so far. We have seen him be very, very passive. Against Sven and Mithy, it's hard not to be.
Yeah, Nahorn has actually been the most aggressive laner on Origen, which does reflect a bit in his CS numbers at 10 minutes. They're not actually that bad. He gets a lot of CS as well because he's trying constantly to like shove his waves and then get a bit of pressure. But sadly for him, there rarely is a lane he can actually go to and then impact, or he doesn't get a whole lot of help himself. And then he ends up like getting ganked and he dies and then he starts falling behind.
You could really see what Origen are trying to do. The Talia pick last time around. I mean, he did try to be on a lot of playmakers. We saw famously the Echo as well early on, and I believe it was week number 1. And it just hasn't panned out because of what you said. He just isn't getting a whole lot of help. He doesn't find a way to move into side lanes. But Origen aren't getting crushed in lane every game. It really is after that laning phase that things start to drop off.
Definitely is, and obviously with G2, they don't really care. Like, they don't need to win laning phase, and that's the thing we talked about before with the new coaching staff and the change to them as a team. Crepo talked about it a few days ago when he was casting G2 as well. Like, this change in mindset where it's win lane, win game might only work for you in your home region, where some of your players are some of the best in their positions, and you can just play this style and you can use it to win as many games as possible. But it doesn't matter at all if you then can't do it against some of the best teams in the world when you play MSI, when you play Worlds, these kind of things. Because then you're not going to win lane, win game. You're not going to take on like some of these top teams and just destroy them early game. So you have to force yourself to really practice this more like methodical style, this more like macro style, where you need to win games by not just winning lane only.
I think it's a huge credit to G2 infrastructure and player-wise that they've been able to do that.
Well, let's see if it works first. Let's see if it works first. They haven't obviously qualified yet to international tournament to show if it paid off.
But it is setting them up for some big plays right now as Sartorius is going to have to go anchors away back to base. A big dive set up by G2, and they are looking to push on top tower. That macro game seems to be working well for them so far.
Yeah, good roam from Perks again on the Jace. Will lose a bit of minions in the mid lane. He doesn't really care because bottom lane is where his bottom lane is already recalled or backed away. Sven and Mithy, the classic move. You make a play on top side, well, they're going to make a play on the bottom side. So Sven and Mithy had already stepped away. We're not going to risk anything.
But for Origen, they're going to be able to secure themselves this Infernal Drake to start things off. That'll definitely help them the longer the game goes on. They might be down in gold by quite a bit. But under 10 minutes, they do have an Infernal.
And this is then where G2 has to be able to return to top lane and collect the reward. The one kill for Infernal Drake is not a worthy trade, but if you then go back top when the guy has no flash, no teleport, then you can then take the top lane tower and get a first tower gold, and that's then your reward a bit later. Good roam from Perks again, after killing whatever he needed to kill in the mid lane. And now we gotta see if they can return here, take that top lane tower and Sartorius down. Otherwise, technically, a fine trade for Origen.
Yeah. They're down 1,000 gold, but they can be pretty happy with the fact that they have a very critical dragon secured for themselves. So we'll see what they're able to get done with that a little bit later on in the game. There is another Infernal that'll come up, but that'll be some minutes away for sure. Origen holding strong in lanes.
And another way Origen can use that dive here to kind of snowball further is teleport. If they don't want to go top lane and kill Sartorius himself, expect just walk back to lane when Sartorius had to TP back to catch the wave. That means now you can actually make a play on the bottom side as well that Origen has to respect. So you see Origen are recalling and they're going top with the dual lane. They don't want to risk a bot lane dive where expect TPs in. So yes, Infernal Drake for Origen is a quick win, but G2 have control of the map because of that dive they executed top lane.
Yeah, they definitely have control of the tempo in this series.
And they're going to get bot lane tower probably much faster than Origen.
No problem. Wisdom's there as well.
In the end, G2 wins out.
That's exactly the way they want to play this one out. Keep it firm, keep it controlled, don't give a chance for your opponent to respond. It doesn't matter who they are. They don't mess around. And although Expect was able to melt that minion wave, so G2 easily winning that trade.
And this is all planned. Like, none of this is just random reaction. If Origen stays bot lane with Bard and Varus, they get dove and they die and they lose first tower. if Origen swaps to top lane, Expect saves his ultis the wave, and walks away. He doesn't stay on the tower, he walks away, because he knows it's going to be 4 members from Origen, and G2 takes first tower in the bot lane. Like, it's all planned out from them right here. And Origen, they just have to settle for, you know, second turret, and they have to react later. They might not even get the turret.
They are going to try to go on to Expect right now. He's got no ultimate. He gets swallowed up by Mythy, though, who stopped up for just a second, and they blow a lot as Mythy was trying to get there. Nahun around the backside, instant exhaust, Frost Bomb. Around the back is going to be Perks, though. They're going to pay for this one. Origen, they decided to go all in under tower, and they might be regretting it. Mythy's chunked down. It's a double kill for Nahun, and they're all taking the journey. But Trick is right behind him, hot on their heels, and Sven opens up the curtains. It's not even going to be needed, as it's only Sartorius there. A double kill for Trick. Once again, the anchor, but he stuns him under tower, locked by the cocoon, but he's taking tower, and Sartorius gets the kill, and he dies!
Keep walking!
He stops on it!
No! He thought he had it!
You wanted action, Deficio, we got it!
Oh, Sartorius. Walk away, man, walk away. He was just like, I did it! I killed him, I'm gonna recall here.
He didn't even BM spam.
No, maybe he was
still.
Maybe he was about to, and then he saw the snare.
Ah, you gotta have quicker reaction time than that.
Slow reaction on the on the emotes.
All right. Let's take a look at where we are. So Origen, for a second, they looked like they were going to grab Expect. Mythy said nope, and then all that happened. It's 12 minutes in. It's a 5K gold lead, 4.5 rather, and G2 are still in control.
Yeah. So this is the play where Expect knows he can stay around because of Mythy. Notice how Mythy waits until the knock-up from Nautilus hits before he eats Expect. Wants that CC first, and then he takes and devours him. Perks over the wall, smack right in the back of Origen, and now it is one of these fights where you can't really go anywhere as Origen because there's a tower in front of you, so Heaver's portal is everything really to get out, and Wisdom is trying to catch Mythy.
Oh, great help. And in comes Trick. Unlucky.
Not bad, not bad.
I mean, he's still pushing his weight around the map. I mean, for a 1 and 2 Kha'Zix, it's not too bad right now.
Origen
I'll just take a couple of tower shots.
Yeah, Origen is going to try and play fast. They're going to try and force G2 down on their level and just take some of these sloppy fights that can go either way. Perks is pretty damn fed, though, on this Jace with lethality.
Yeah. He's had a great game as he dodges away from the anchor of Sartorius. Origen trying to make their stand in mid and continue to push. There will be another Infernal in a minute and a half, but there's some time on the board before that. So, instead, they're just going to set up the vision for now. Pushing lane in the bottom side. Expect is easily going to be able to deal with that one. G2 are denying any tower attempts from Origen for now.
For now. Get ready, Pyre. Just relax for a moment, rest your voice, and start yelling very, very soon, because we're going to keep having big fights. We're in the mid-game. We talked about it. Ghost Blades, Trinity Forces, whatever it is you want. Anything that can set up a fight, it's here.
Well, there was an equalizer, and Nahun was able to dodge it, but around the backside comes Trick and Mythy, and we don't even need to see it. That one was too R-rated for us.
Yeah.
As Hiva went down as well.
I'm not really, I think Hiva maybe didn't expect anyone to be in the river. Just kind of walked that way around, wanted to portal over the wall possibly.
Yeah,
That's a no-no. Don't do that.
G2 are starting to 2-3 shot people. It's a little rough, and now they're on mid tower.
Taps, get away, get away!
Dodges Cocoon. Okay, the curtain call's opened up, and they don't even need it. Perks claims number 6.
You know they're coming. They just killed your bot lane. They left into the jungle. Just leave the tower, man. Just leave it.
Yikes.
It's okay. It's going to die anyway. You're just going to die with it.
Well, give some credit to Origen. They are playing better this game. They've got 4 more kills than they did that time.
Yeah, that is very true.
All right, Hiva's back at it.
Oh, Hiva.
What's he going to do?
All right. Place is safe. Place is safe. Wisdom
is hunting for Sven. He's isolated. He's got the bonus damage for a second, and he gets stunned by Mythy. And Nahun just can't get the damage off in time. Oh, Shock Blast hurt.
Some close ones here. Heal coming in from Sven. Just when Wisdom thought he had the kill.
So clutch, though, Mythy's Tom Kench has been. He's exactly where he needs to all the time. He arrives at precisely when he means to.
Exactly. It is easy in this kind of game. Just be with your team, run as 5, and just keep fighting.
Okay, here we go. He was around the side.
No, even
no, he's going to take the journey. He did let his team secure the dragon by making himself bait.
As soon as he missed the Q, just stay in the brush. All right, double Infernal, baby.
Yeah.
If Origen can extend this game, you know, like another 20 minutes.
It's going to be hard.
They're going to pay off. Sadly, it's a very long-term investment, and You're kind of losing money right now.
Yes, they are. Giving it over to G2. Big Rocket lands onto Trick, but Mithy once again noms him up.
There Mithy is sending a message. I'm going to let them hit you first, and then I will eat you. Classic.
The Mithy special. All right, 7-0-1. Perkz is having a field day on this Jace. And with the Edge of Night now completed, he is shredding through the armor of Origen.
Well, yeah, let's actually look at that. Because obviously lethality, the change that happened to it, we talk about it all the time, but we don't actually mention the change in itself, where now 60% of it is instantly when you get it, like early game. So 60% armor penetration, basically.
Versus the 40 it used to be.
Yeah, so if you have 10 lethality right now, as soon as you have it at level 1, you get 6 armor pins. You remove 6 armor from the enemy team. And then the rest kind of comes over time. At level 18, you then get the full amount. You have then 10 armor penetration. Now, lethality obviously are higher numbers we're dealing with. We're up in the, right now, 20, 30s when you have 2 or 3 items of them. And we're already at the point in the game where, like, level 10 on the side of Origen, well, you're past the halfway point. So right now, you're going to get, like, 80, 85% of that armor pen. And let's look at the armor on, like, a taps. He's sitting on 55 armor, obviously, scaling armor on these different champions. And Perkz is sitting right now on 35 lethality, if he has no runes or anything. That means he's almost dealing, down towards the true damage area. Not quite yet, not quite.
I think you can see that from the Shock Blast,
If he gets a Duskblade, we're getting closer then. If he has some runes as well, then we're getting even closer.
He has been very, very big this game. We're getting closer and closer to that 20-minute mark.
Actually, he does have runes. He's sitting on 58 armor pen. So right now, Perkz has 58 armor penetration through his lethality. And as we said before, Taps has 55 armor.
So, yeah, that doesn't mean too much for Taps.
That's going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, still trying to stack his tier right now. Poor guy as Nahun gets caught up by the cocoon, gets licked by Mithy, and the spider explodes on him. I hate when that happens. Oh, hey, when that happens.
That's a lot of damage when you don't actually have any armor. Now, armor pen cannot put you under 0 armor. So it will just get you to 0 and stop there. It won't actually go further down and then further increase.
I think it's enough, to be honest.
I think it's enough as well. Just remove all of his damage reduction.
But another hope for Origen is that not only do they have those 2 dragons, another Infernal is spawning. Question is, can they actually contest it? Because it was close last time around.
You feel like you're ready. You're full HP. You're walking in.
Oh, speaking of walking in.
Damn, Mithy.
Okay, but he just eats up Wisdom, and Trick was right there for the Tempered Fate. Body block. Okay, they're throwing everything at it right now, but he's so low, he steps right outside of it.
He's alive.
Woo, and he makes it out.
Yeah, so you walk out of base with full HP, you feel ready to fight. 1 Shock Blast on one of your carries, and they're down to like 40% HP.
Yeah, he's got to hightail it back to base to heal up right now. It's going to give G2 an opportunity to open fire on this turret. He even nearly botted on that one. I mean, Trick, all he's got to do is step up with his hand cannon, and now they're just going to move towards the mid. It's only Nahun here.
Also no minions.
That is a problem.
They don't get it.
Okay.
I want another Shock Blast.
Like that. Oh, they lock Trick, and Mithy denies. They just can't finish off any of these G2 members, and a lot of that credit to Mithy. Spec, meanwhile, still clearing away on the bottom side.
Oh, yeah, it gets even more annoying when you feel like you're finally able to get a kill, and then Tahm Kench is there. It's like, oh, come on. Only way back in the game from Origen is crazy, crazy fights.
Well, they've been trying their hearts out right now, but they need to live through those Shock Blasts. Hiva takes another one, clips him in the side, and instantly halves his health bar. Tabs has got to be careful as he pushes out. Still trying to control the map best they can. 20-30 in this game, and it's getting very tense. Perkz holding mid right now. Next Dragon, an option in a minute for both teams. Origen would love to have this. All 3 Infernals in a game would give them a huge edge as it goes on.
Yeah.
But as much as you can, I mean,
man,
all that can be evaporated by Perkz.
If Infernal Drakes were just like flat 80 and AP gave you right now, damn, it would have some value for Origen. But the fact it is still percentage, so you need more time before it really kicks in and becomes insanely impactful. That is sadly for Origen the problem at the moment, because they've been trading those Infernals for kills and towers.
But they are not losing by nearly as much as they were. It
You're
was a
so
25-minute game last time. You know me, Deficio. You know me. They have a better chance because they've been able to pick those up, because they've been able to take a few fights and get a few kills. But you're right, it is so monumental to try and claw this one back. I feel, though, if they can shut down Perks, that eliminates a lot of the damage on this G2 side. Expect still got it, but if they can find a pick, they might just be able to do it.
Yeah, well, G2 might pull an H2K here and start having some of these fights where they overextend, and then suddenly the game becomes very, very close. Can definitely happen.
Yeah, we haven't seen it much from them this split, though. I mean, that's a huge thing for them.
It might be around this Infernal Drake.
We'll see.
right
Teleport
now.
already coming in for the Rumble. Expectus coming in. Wisdom waiting in that brush, sends the Void Spikes, dodges the Cocoon. Dragon's not started yet. Everybody is coming to the party.
Oh, that was one spider.
Okay, they find Mithy, and it's Nahun who gets caught. The curtain call opens up, and they just blow through everybody and make it look easy. Nahun and Hiva are down, and G2 say thank you very much.
Satoris didn't even get to teleport. He was like, I'm ready, guys. How do we engage here? Is it bot ulti? Is it Varus ulti? How do we start the fight? And bam! 2 guys are dead.
All right. Remember what I was saying about how there's a chance?
I mean, yeah, I do.
It's smaller now.
You're 100% correct, Fire. It is definitely smaller. Then again, for Origen to actually take down G2 is, of course, very, very hard doing this. And I mean, that's the thing, if you're Origen right now, you need to find wins somewhere. You can't just lose every game and then go into promotion tournament. It is obviously not against Unicorns, against G2, against H2K. Those are not the teams you're looking at. You're looking at Giants, you're looking at Roccat, you're looking at Vitality even the next time you play them. The teams just around you in the standings who have also shown a lot of weaknesses, a lot of inconsistencies. And you're hoping they have a really bad day and you have a good day, and then boom, suddenly you pick up a 2-1 or 2-0. And that can be huge, because you are right now just fighting against the teams in your group to avoid promotion tournament. The one spider already dealt too much damage for it to be fair.
And then Sven's just able to snipe down Hiva after the fact. And the cooldowns are low enough for G2 to get away with this over and over again. So unfortunately for Origen, they didn't really have much of a chance. But as you said, this is the team. This is not the team they need to beat for sure. Let's see what they can take away. It's 23-30 on the game clock. 10K gold differential. Been a lot of Infernal Dragons, and we have had a lot of action, that's for sure. And you've got to give some kudos to Origen for continuing to fight it out. They're playing with a lot more heart this game than we saw the last time around. But it is just so tough for this team.
68 armor penetration now from Perks, the lethality doing wonders for him. Tabs is currently sitting on 62 armor, so we're still back to him basically not being able to get any sort of damage reduction from it.
No, and he's still working towards the second item as well. I mean, he's been set so far behind. It's something we haven't tracked as much throughout this game, but he's 2,000 gold behind Sven this time around. I mean, that just kind of tells you how they've not been able to get that many resources. No towers in this game to the 4 that G2 have gotten.
But Infernal Drakes.
Yeah, but they don't always translate to gold, right? That's a long-term investment, not an immediate payoff.
Exactly.
Economics 101, Deficio.
That's true.
Right,
I think I said that earlier and you stole it from me.
I totally learned the lesson and then tried to teach it back to you.
But it worked.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well,
Origen will have nightmares of this Jace right here. Sven, let's see if we can hit it.
Okay, Hiva is going to be able to not stop that curtain call, and now the tower is going to be G2's once again. That is number 5 for them, and they're looking to open up the base. Tabs and Hiva incredibly low. Sven stepping forward. He has no fear this game. So Origen are finding it harder and harder to fight back.
And as it looks like G2 can close this out, get the 2-0 victory. They will stay undefeated after week 4. Unicorns or Love are still undefeated as well after week 4. And they play each other on Thursday. And that game is going to be insane. Both teams undefeated, different styles. You have the more calm and collective one on G2, and you have the crazy team fighting on the side of Unicorns.
I think it's going to be a battle for who can control the tempo of that game for sure. Big test for G2 coming up, but they're looking on track to close this one out.
I love that because I've been watching a lot of playoffs of the NFL, and that's a classic comment from their commentators as well.
I've been watching it as well. Where do you think I got it from?
Yeah, exactly. Good old Joe Buck always talks about
you had to bring
tempo,
that one out.
the tempo. You got to control the pace of the game. You got to throw a bit more.
All right, but let's not talk about the NFL. We're here in Europe right now as Wisdom is getting fired down. Hiva trying to make a play on the backside, Meep slap in the back of Sven's head, but it is not enough damage. Tabs trying to 2-step, Nahum tagging in. They lose 1. It is Wisdom, so the damage is a little reduced right now. Origen still trying to hang tough, and Tabs is just having such a hard time right now. He's only 0-2, and it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I think everyone on Origen is having a hard time. G2 right now.
I love this mirror build between Perks and Sven.
Yeah, just the boots. What a problem. That's poor coaching. That's a big mistake.
They almost got their matching today. Well, there's still plenty of time to review and fix some things. Minor corrections.
The big notes Youngberg is writing down here.
I mean, we joke about it, but in all honesty, there's so little to criticize G2 for, not just in this series, but in this entire split so far.
Well, in this series, but go back to the H2K game. They lost the game as well there. They did struggle a bit. So let's not paint a picture where it's like perfect for G2 so far. It's not perfect for any team in Europe, not any team in North America either. There are very few teams, like even SKT is just lost. Yeah, KT probably can be very happy with their recent performance, but like I feel like there are still so many things that every team wants to work on. Some teams just have less to work on than others, but we're still early on in the spring split. It would be weird if someone were actually perfect already.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to consider. It's only the end of week 4 right now. We've only just begun cross-group play, and that's where things get really interesting, but there's so much more to play out. Wisdom and Nahan, we're going to try to get a pick off onto Trick. Nahan trying to make himself look tasty. The rest of G2's playing up topside, though, and you can see the vision is all theirs. Origen have had a hard time just getting outside of their base lately. Eva's going to get tagged up by the tongue. Wisdom looking to go in, but he gets cocooned in the back of the head instead. And now the curtain call is opened up once again. Trick sinking the fangs in. Not enough to finish the job, and the curtain call doesn't do it either, but Origen are low, and Sven blows away the bug.
And Eva died too, by the way. He was in the front line.
He did.
He was in the front line. He went down.
Thank you for picking me up after that one. Eva has not been able to survive a whole lot this game.
I've also realized now that we have this cross-group play here coming into week 4, we actually have very few upsets overall in the LCS because the top ranked teams in each group A, Group B, so that's Group A is G2 Misfits and Group B Fnatic, Unicorns of Love and H2K. Whenever they play teams under them, they've made sure that it's pretty clean, and it's often pretty one-sided as well. We haven't seen these big upsets, also because it's BO3 now. So there is a bigger chance that the best team actually ends up winning in the end, despite losing 1 or 2 games. Or lose 1 game, not 2 games. That'd be too much. How did Wisdom actually die in the end? Oh, okay, that one.
Just one big shot from Sven.
Maybe shouldn't have recalled there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem was there was plain vision, and it was pretty easy to just line up the Deadly Flourish, but Sven has had a great game too. A little quieter than what Perks was bringing out, but the lethality has been doing a lot of work right now, and G2, they're a well-oiled machine right now, moving themselves forward to close this one out. 16-4 in kills. It's taken a little longer. Last game, much more thorough stomp from them. Nonetheless, they'll be happy to pick up the victory.
Yeah, they had the 10K goal lead at 20 minutes. Not exactly the same right now. Perks, nice damage.
Yeah, that's more than twice anyone else on his team, or in the game.
In the game, yeah.
He's doing work. I mean, he got off to a great start, but holy moly. There's a reason that Jace gets Vandal out. Wisdom tries to hop forward to make a play, realizes it's not happening. He's got to back out once again. G2 once again trying to close this out. OG still offering resistance, but it is getting harder and harder for them to push back.
Oh, good for Satori. He actually missed it. He probably died instantly.
No, I agree with you, but that is not a hopeful thing. Curtain calls just keep on flying. The last shot hits tabs, another Deadly Flourish, and he stays alive by the grace of the heal, but the base is going to be in shambles here. And Leduc is unfortunate. Can't be pretty happy today, but all the same, you can't really have expected too much more. Origen trying what they can, but G2 are just too strong. The Kings of Europe will not let something go easily.
No, and once again, as soon as we got out of the early game, where Origen were getting a few things, then G2 was just taking full control like this. With no other kills for Origen, no towers still, haven't gotten another Drake either. So in that sense, obviously, slightly less one-sided than the first game, but like, who cares at this point? You're super far ahead, you're stomping them.
And this is the way G2 want to play it. I mean, they finished it out so early and so easily last time. We didn't really see the spike up that happens at 25, 30 minutes into the game because we didn't get to that point. But now they're just having a field day, and it's pretty easy to see that they're going to be able to take this one out no problem.
Satorius with the flying.
Let's see if he can get something done. Chains aren't going to land.
Missed everything.
Not going to do it.
He's walking away, guys.
They keep on trying, but unfortunately there just is too little. There just is too late. Sartorius is surrounded by G2, and Perkz with a legendary kill, and that about sums up this game.
Trick game 1, going crazy. Perkz game 2, going crazy. Sven trying his best as well.
Wisdom gonna have to flash away. Tabs is gonna follow him. There's nowhere to go but base.
Ulti.
Ulti's on the fountain. And down goes Wisdom. G2 looking to finish this one off. It is nothing but Nexus turrets coming up. And they've got super minions, Baron empowered minions pushing all across the way. But they're not gonna finish it just yet.
No. They're gonna delay it. Gonna delay it a bit. 20 kills again. Seems to be the theme for G2. We will get that one little push in with a million super minions. Tons of Fed members. I don't think Perkz will allow Trick to have gotten more kills in game 1 than Perkz is getting in game 2. Knowing Perkz as a person, that is actually what he's thinking right now. He needs to make sure he gets more than Trick. I think Trick had 10 kills.
So he needs to add a little bit up for
I'm pretty sure Perkz can get it.
Well, we'll see. Speaking of getting it, Sven's having an easy time on the Cloud Dragon, so they'll move a little bit quicker. Just to finish it off. They own the map, they own everything, but let's take a look once again at how they just continued to force their way into the base of Origen.
It's just a montage of Origen dying, basically, at the moment. Missed everything there. Sartorius was trying to set up a flank.
You could see the exact moment where he just goes, nope, turns around. And
I'm sorry. I didn't actually mean it.
He gets snoped himself. Ah, it's rough.
It is rough. But again, we've said it already. I think at this point, Origen can't really care too much about the game because they are so far down and they know they're playing against G2. I just want to see for them because next week it's Misfits. That's going to be tough. Or is it Misfits? It's Fnatic, sorry. That is a game
then
where,
they got Misfits.
You know, with Fnatic, we might see Origen be able to do something in the early to mid game. And then it's Misfits after that. It's going to be tough.
Oh, Wisdom getting blown up. Pretty easy to see.
Where's the Perkz kills?
Oh, my goodness. Sven in the back just sniping away for the rest of them. One more shot is not going to connect. They don't need the kills just right now. Perkz definitely wants him to see if he can get the dive on. Trick just goes golden on the steps of the fountain. Sven's still pecking away in the back, and they're just letting the minions do the job.
Oh, Perkz, get in there!
Lined up, Sven gets exhausted. And that's going to be it. That's going to be game over.
Come on, Perkz, you need
22 kills, and they're still looking for a couple more, but the Nexus falls. G2 making it look easy.
Definitely agree. One of the easiest predictions ever. Saying 2-0 G2 eSports in this match. As expected, when you have the champions versus Origen here, who's trying their best to kind of pick up something, but they're not even close, which is a problem for them. And I don't think there's any news stories there about them and their struggles.
Definitely continue. But against G2, there's not a lot most teams can hope for. And they can be pretty happy that they've continued their undefeated streak to go up next week against the Unicorns of Love. That is going to be such a hell of a matchup.
And now, basically, we just look towards next week. Like, this is our first week of cross-group play. I think we've actually had some really fun series to look at. We've seen the top teams in each group pick up wins. None of them have dropped the ball all of a sudden. It was really quite expected. I feel like if you kind of predicted the favorite to win every match coming into this week, you've got almost every prediction right. Yeah. And that is something in Europe is not always the case.
But with best of threes, we see sometimes teams can drop games a little bit. Sometimes they get a little hype. We saw in the previous series, of course.
Yeah, you dropped the one game, but
looking
then
like
you
it could happen,
next.
yeah. And I mean, that's part of an advantage of it. You can sometimes see, oh, that didn't work, even if they can't come back and close it out, which sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't. But G2, I mean, there was no point that they were out of control of the game. 1 or 2 catches, maybe. Trick got caught early on when he was trying to do the Raptors.
But he was so greedy.
You gotta have one.
He was so greedy.
You gotta have
Raptors.
one. Yeah, a lot of learning to do still for this Origen squad, but there's still hope that they can pick up some wins against some of these other teams that are also struggling.
It just has to be against the other bottom teams. Like Roccat lost today. Look better though than what Origen showed right now.
That's true.
So that is obviously something to look for. But they have to face each other before we can really see who is actually the weakest or the best of the 2 teams.
Well, we know that one of the best, at the very least, is the reigning kings of Europe, G2 eSports.
I like how there's a theme with the coaches, blue suits, and then Weldon steps in with the black suit and ruins it all. Man, come on, they're all doing blue.
We talked about the coordination. I mean, the AD carry in the mid, they had different boots and everything.
Yeah,
they got to step up their fashion game.
Some issues there.
Oh, well. You can't be perfect 100% of the time to Fisio.
No,
I know it's hard for you to imagine.
Yeah,
Off the riff, that is.
I know. So awful. I think actually we have a replay we want to show.
Yeah, let's take back a look at
if you didn't
11
see
minutes
enough
into
kills,
this game.
If you didn't see enough kills or fights,
There was a lot of stuff that changed very quickly, and this was Origen thinking they were going to be able to get the pick off onto Expect.
But look at the Beast Devour from Mithy after the CC has already landed, so he doesn't get knocked up himself. And then Perks, this is actually where it started for Perks, I believe. Really getting super fit. He got a 1 kill before this, gets another one, goes ham. And this kind of showed the entire game, I feel like. Origen trying, forced a fight.
They did get 2 kills out of it, but
the
problem is they just didn't have the damage to finish it in time, and then you could see the cleanup was pretty much all they needed.
I want to see the Sartorius one.
There we go.
All right.
Keep it going.
Come on.
He's out.
Gets it. And he's like, yeah, I killed him. Emote spam right there.
And he stops.
No!
Ooh. Yeah, that one kind of hurt.
Decided the entire game, honestly. Decided the entire game.
Well, Perks really stepped up so much for that game because he got those kills early and he just kept rolling on them. And maybe he was just trying to compete with Trick for the kills overall. I mean,
Trick won, though.
There's so many weapons on the side of this G2 eSports squad. You get some good ones. Every single time. If it's not one, it's the other. I mean, they had a lot of damage in that composition.
I just want to watch G2 vs Unicorns next week.
It can't come soon enough for you, can it?
That's what I'm looking at right now. 2 undefeated teams facing each other, different styles. We talked about it already. I really want to see if this new approach for G2 will pay off, because they used to play a little bit like the Unicorns do, like where they force a lot of players to play very fast pace in the early game.
Yeah.
That was at least the style they had in the spring split. Summer split, it changed a bit when Mithy and Sven joined, but it was still very focused on getting early advantages, which didn't happen on the international stage, and then things just fell apart.
Absolutely. But we got to dial in, though, on who we think performed the best overall. And for the player of the series, I guess somebody has to win out between Perks and Trick. It's going to be Perks.
Yeah,
he managed it.
I think we could have picked almost any player on G2 right here, because they've just been
I mean, Mithy was
Origen.
saving people's lives left and right. I mean, it depends on how you actually calculate it, right? Like,
Perks
life
gets it,
savers
though.
and kills. Perks managed it this time around.
Last game, he was part of everything, absolutely everything. Like, won his lane.
He did pretty solid in the first game, too.
Yeah, of course he did. Like, first game was great, too. I think this is Jay's performance was really good. Trick at the Kha'Zix, I mean, they were all great.
Easy peasy for them, so they close out, once again, continuing to be undefeated. Now, with our final game of the week on the books, it's time to load into the post-game lobby. Take it away.
Welcome everybody to the post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Krepo, H2K's Febivin, and G2's Perks to take a look back on the week that was. And if we start by the last matches of the day, you were both victorious, and you guys are both player of the series here today on Saturday. You guys beat Roccat.
We are so good.
And you guys beat OG. Obviously, it wasn't the hardest matchups, Perks. How do you reflect on your performance today? Because it's still important that you close those games out and not flounder, let's say, in the second game, like H2K versus Roccat.
Well, our performance today was really clean game 1. I think game 2, there's like, we could have made it much cleaner. Just some people got a bit excited. So I think we'll work on it for the future, but I think our performance today was like a test. If we can see if we can like pull out our consistent performance versus like a lower tier team, which we should be able to. And I think we passed the test, so we need to be ready for Unicorns next week.
Yeah, that will be a very big matchup. Febivin was saying the same thing, that it's about like testing if you can close it out, and sometimes it's easy to kind of lose control when you go up against a easier opponent.
Yeah, we had kind of throws sometimes. Like first game, we gave Betsy a call kill when we said we should back, but we still go. Then the other game, we just...
Betsy's just too good.
We just inted it, and Betsy is so good.
So that happens. You guys did both win today, and this week was the first time we saw teams from groups A and B battle against each other. We saw some standout performances, and the first one we want to talk about again is G2 versus H2K on the very first day. G2 went out, but it was a very close one, so I'd like to hear... I
was playing first time Azir against Perks, because I knew it was easy win, so...
Doesn't matter what I like to hear.
Well, it was a really easy win. I didn't even feel the pressure of the series.
Not at all?
No, not a tiny bit of pressure. I think Milan was crumbling.
Okay, Perks then.
Is that why you missed all the Orioles, or...?
No, it's for pressure.
For pressure?
Yeah, look at Mariana will know.
I think Febivin also didn't feel too much pressure sometimes.
Wait for it. Mariana is coming, and he's coming, and...
And Perks getting not
he's
attacked
coming,
the whole team fight.
And he's coming. And he's coming.
And
oh shit,
God,
that Oriana.
You catch me so good.
Yeah, obviously very excited. So on a more serious note, Perks, can you say 2 or 3 things that you were impressed with H2K, or you think that they played very well in this series?
This game, I was zero health.
Okay.
And
why?
Because Febivin was too good on Rise.
Because Febivin was good. See, that's why.
Actually, I was so good at the game.
And I think actually H2K surprised me. They were pretty good. They just rolled over us in the game 2, and I didn't know what was happening, besides my Nexus falling down at 20 minutes. And but it didn't matter because we just reset for game 3 and went again, and then they were good in game 3 too. But of course, we were not playing really clean either, so...
Most impressive part was still, I think, Jankos and the H2K bot lane. I think Jankos had a really nice gank there in that game 3.
And nuclear
if I was
chain.
Ryze, I would have carried alone.
If you were Ryze, you would.
Okay, so can you tell me how do I carry this team fight? Just analyze it for me, yeah?
Let me see. Oh, the Ryze is boosted.
I can kill the Sivir here, but that's it.
I mean, this is actually a winnable fight.
Guys, look at the Ryze.
This is a very winnable
I could have
fight.
killed Sivir, but then I couldn't kill anyone because my team was dead. So.
It's actually unfortunate by Che that he used Devour there, because he ended up actually buying a lot of time for G2.
That's true.
As opposed,
we were analyzing the replay, and I had exhaust, so I think if Jhin flashed over, like I would exhaust the Jhin, and then my team would be there in time, and then time would eat the Jhin, and they were still in really bad position. So they would most likely die anyways. I think it was just like overzealous catch by them.
Yeah, I didn't really agree with that call, to be honest.
So blame Jankos, guys.
All right, so I heard one thing. I asked you one good thing about H2K in the series. You said that Febiven played really, really well, so you can also say something that impressed you about G2 in that series now. Seriously?
I feel like they play like really well, like patiently. Like they don't get like stressed or anything. It feels like they play really slow and like calm, and it's something we're really bad at. We are really rushing things a lot, and yeah, that's one thing they do really good. And also the individual players are just really good.
Yeah, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think H2K has shown a lot of strength in terms of like first objectives. They have a really high like first turret rate, first dragon, first blood overall as well. But definitely there's always that one play, whether it's a late game fight where they overchase or a pickoff where they go too deep. I think H2K would fare well if they learn how to kind of call off a play and just reset. And then I think Baron Vision is the next thing to improve on. For G2, I would like to see them play a bit more aggressively still. I think you can overshoot in terms of aggression last year and undershoot now, but I think there's a balance in between.
He agrees.
We are just looking for the perfect balance, you know, right now. We are playing control, and maybe in some weeks after playing unicorns and getting stomped by unicorns, you will go full aggro, you know?
Yeah, we'll see what happens in that matchup next week as we see some of your teammates meeting some of the fans. And we go over to Misfits versus Splice, which caught some of us off guard thinking that it was going to be 3 games, a close matchup. But Misfits turned out to exceed our expectations. Febiven, what do you think of the team?
I think Misfits is just like really good right now, like especially their jungler. I think like the jungle and support are basically carrying the team with the top laner, and I know Splice is really underperforming in LCS. Like in scrims actually play really well, but on stage it's just they feel like this steal, like for example, this cannot happen, you know, like I don't know, just missed calls all the time and just not good performances.
So why do you think that is when they're a team that have stuck together? Perks maybe, they've stuck together, they've trained with the same people for the whole time in the same system, so...
It might be that just last year that the teams were worse, so they were like shining through, and now there is a lot more like potential lineups and just better lineups than last year. And that might be the reason why they are struggling, or the other reason might be like some underperforming individually, or... Yeah, I don't see any other reason.
Yeah, we could see last year's strengths from Splice was that they had like really good team play with okay individual players. Eventually they were rated like among the top, but they were never distinctively like top 1, top 2 in their role. I think maybe Wunder you could argue last year.
Yeah, maybe.
But this year a lot more competitions coming in. Yeah, Wunder and Nar, 5 games.
Wunder and Nar was like faker of Nar, you know.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see what happens with Splice, and at the end of 4 weeks of competition here in the spring split, let's see how the teams look after our first weekend of cross-group play. G2 eSports is #1 in Group A, 6-0, followed by Misfits and Fnatic. In Group B, UOL, and then H2K in second, and Unicorns of Love. G2 eSports will be what we'll be kicking off with next week. What a fantastic matchups. How scared are you of the Unicorns?
Fear their horns, guys. That's all I can say.
Fear their horns.
I don't know. I think I'm not honestly scared because if we lose, then it's just a good sign for us that we can improve even more, you know. I wouldn't. Wow. I mean, I would like to win, obviously, but I will not cry to my bed if I lose to them because they're actually pretty good right now. So maybe we can like learn a thing or two of them. And maybe we can win and learn a thing or two. It's pretty good too. But it's gonna be an interesting match. Nevertheless, I really hope that we don't get rolled over like versus H2K game 2, and then I think we have a really good shot.
All right, we'll see what happens. Well, we're going to take a closer look at the teams play and some of the players to watch with our guests. So if you're joining us in client, load up youtube.com/LoL esports for the extended edition of the post-game lobby. Right, but we can keep talking. Whew, there we go. You guys are pretty active. I think you're happy with your wins and maybe happy that the first week of cross-group play has come to an end. How much different was it now to prepare for kind of a team in a group that you actually might have more information on, because those are the teams that you scrim more often than not, or not?
Yeah, we actually scrimmed, like Roccat, for example, we scrimmed them 1 week ago and we played like 5 games in a row, and you can just get so much out of that. But generally, you just play all the teams like a lot anyway. Like it's not like you don't scrim, like you scrim every team basically, not as much, but yeah.
Is that in scrim culture? Is it also shown the fact that you guys are deciding to take it a bit more slow and maybe play more calculated as a team, Perks? Is that something that bleeds through?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we worked on this year, so much more than last year. Like for us, for example, we don't FF in scrims. Like we play until our Nexus falls, literally. Like we pause in last second. So I think we've like actually learned to come back and play better as a team because of that. So, and I think about scrim, what Fabian said, I think it's like same as last year. Like you just don't scrim the teams you play next week. And like for example, we scrimmed H2K 1.5 weeks ago, like before this week. So. And it's just you choose what teams you want to scrim from your group too, you know. Like for example, we play Fnatic in week 10, so we can scrim them too, you know. Mm-hmm. And scrims, I think some teams in Europe still have to like take the scrims more serious. Like I don't know, not being late or not FFing in 10 minutes.
Or int feeding.
Or int feeding on mid lane, dying level 3 every game.
Me? No, you did.
Yeah, I can do that too. Yeah, sometimes.
Is there still a lot of like random breaks that are unplanned in scrims? I remember from my time where people would randomly go like, oh yeah, one of our players has to have dinner now, and suddenly the scrim is delayed. Like those things hopefully have been solved.
No, that happened last split, and then we didn't scrim the team again because you don't have a dinner after game 2 randomly, you know. But yeah, that's not happening anymore.
And how about the distribution? Is it 1 best of 5 or the full 5 games, or is it double best of 3? What's the kind of European scrim culture right now?
I'm not sure about everything, but for us, we like to do like 1 best of 3, food break, and then 2nd best of 3.
You played out.
I mean, 3 games. We played 3 games. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's better as well. Like unless when you start getting to best of 5s, you want to do best of like 5 games in a row. But now I think it's 3-3 is better. You play 1 more game. So.
Is it about building up like endurance and like brain and concentration and all that as well? Is it a big shift?
Like 6 games on 1 day is actually a lot. Like for example, 1 week ago we lost 5 games in a row. And then, yeah, like your mental is like, it's like really, it's like low, of course. Like if you play 5 games really serious and you lose, then
nice mindset.
It's really hard.
It's similar to casters, actually.
Yeah, go lose 5 games in a row, yeah.
Oh, I know what it feels like losing 5 games in a row. I'll try really hard.
Losing scrims or not, your teams are both doing very good in the standings. You guys are aiming for that #1 position, obviously, in Group B. And we have seen that Nuclear and Che had a really, really good performance. So as to your team, do you feel like the communication has vastly improved with them and the rest of the team since this week?
Yeah, like in communication is increasing all the time because we got the English teacher now as well. So they're learning English like 3 to 4 times per week for like 2 hours. And we try to speak as much as possible to them so they get more comfortable and speak, and some bad words here and there, but it's fine.
Some bad words? Oh, don't teach them any bad things. Well, you guys obviously also have IEM coming up in 2 weeks. How are you looking towards that? It's a unique chance to get some international practice in between the European teams.
Yeah, I'm just really looking forward, like just another experience, like learning experience for us, international, playing against other regions, and just learning experience, and maybe we can even win it, hopefully.
We'll see. I think you might have a chance, or is that just my bias talking, probably?
No, we can win.
Okay.
I'm calling H2K versus Unicorns finals.
Fantastic. I'll take it. Yeah. You guys still have to sit out.
Pick.
No, I'm not sure about that, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. Perks, if you guys would go to IEM, would you also win?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't know how good the teams are from.
You're a changed man.
I don't even know who's coming.
Of course.
Nice research.
Yeah. In any case, I also want to talk a bit about you guys' performance personally, because it was quite interesting. We were talking before about the fact that like you guys both have kind of the same path, that you first started off really aggressively, then you make a conscious choice to learn more about the macro and other things about the game. Perks has said this as well. So
yeah, it's really cool to see. So like you have 2015 Febiven, who was good. 2016 Feven, who was, in my opinion, not so good.
I agree.
You had 2016 Spring Perks, who was insane player, but then you have 2016 Summer Perks, who
That's
was...
a nice win, by the way. I was really good in summer. But yeah.
It was not so great. But now 2017, what's going to happen? Is 2017 Caps going to beat you all? Or... But serious, like, do you feel the progression from coming in being super aggressive, then going through like the whole macro phase, and then finding middle ground? Feven, you've gone through it. Do you think Perks is like doing something similar now?
Yeah, I feel like if I compare like his screenplay with like his competitive play, I feel like he plays more safe. I mean, everyone does it. It's just there's too much difference. I feel like, but as he said, he's trying to balance it out. So
I think before I would not play same in scrims on stage, or like I would try more aggressive play, or like I don't know. I would just troll. I actually no, I would not troll, but I would not take scrims as serious, you know. But after like Korean bootcamp, we took every scrim really serious, and I really liked it, and everyone from my team took it really serious. So you're like, oh, this is really good practice, so we should do it the whole year next year. And now I feel like we are improving at a very fast rate, and that my play is improving at, or not improving, just being really consistent, because I play the same in scrims as I play on stage. Like I barely take risks, and I mean, when I take risk, I take it consciously and not stupid.
Yeah, it's like if, for example, I was playing against Perks in Scrim, and then we play like Katarina against Zed, and then one of us dies 1v1, and then the guy just keeps dying. You know?
That was
this is what you don't want to have in scrims, because
that was one game which I did not play like in stage.
Yeah.
But the thing a lot of fans out there or may not realize is the whole reason that you want it as consistent is because if you're another player that has to interact with these roles, it's very hard for your jungler to get a gauge of your power level when your mid's either 10-0 or 0-10.
Exactly.
Or item spikes or team fight comps that spike on a certain time. Like you will spike much faster because the overall gold gains in scrims is much higher because there's just so much chaos. Which is now one of the strengths of the Unicorns is that they play the chaotic style that they play in scrims so well on stage. But there's definitely something to be said for playing more, at least similar between scrims and stage.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thought that was a very good insight. Actually.
Yeah, I like have
you
a little
do
bit
have
of trolling scrims, but yeah.
Talk about you two guys, and then looking at the other mids in the landscape. Power of Evil is someone that has really caught our eye. Last year, he wasn't very good. He didn't perform very well. We don't know if it was due to the circumstances or this or that. But this year, he's spoken out, and his team has spoken out the fact that he feels much better within the other players in the team setup. We think he's doing a lot better. What is your opinion of him?
You can go first.
I see both of them smiling.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think he's really good, like on his champions, like Oriana, Casio. Like he has his good champions, like Corki, stuff like this. But honestly, I think that you can put any mid lane player in the team, and he will still like do well, like as he does. I don't think I don't think he's like a really spectacular player, but he's really consistent and like. Yeah, just plays well, doesn't feed, just plays good, and yeah, he's better than last year for sure.
For sure, we've seen that. Do you want to add something, or do you want to talk about someone else?
I've praised Powerwheel because I think he's been all better this year than last year. Like last year, I got some free wins from him here and there, but this year he's actually been like pretty good. He doesn't like get out pressured super hard, and he just plays smart with his team. Yeah, I don't know, he's just good. But it's what Fabian said. I think like. He's really good on his champs, Corki, Syndrak, Oriana, and I want to see him play a lot more, like more champion. I mean, I don't care as long as they shouldn't care as long as they're winning. But what if like meta changes or something, and then they might have a problem, But as of now, I think he's really good, and if he can keep that up and learn more champions, he's gonna be good too.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because that is something that we criticized him for being champion pool before, even though he said it wasn't particularly a problem, but it's shifted and he's doing better. So
I mean, right now it's good for him to be a role player if Misfits don't need him to carry. It's the same with Hansama. Everybody came in like, oh, Hansama is the most looked at prodigy, but in essence, all he has to do is kind of play safe because Ignar and Kakao have a really good synergy style thing going on where Ignar leaves lane a lot or Hansama pops off, but only on Draven when he's like really being catered around, and that's fine. Like, there's a lot of value in a player that knows not to try to be a hero as well. Because when all three lanes want to be a hero, you get exactly what that scrim culture is, where people overextend. So we need to see if Misfits, when they get tested, whether Power of Evil can actually do more. Because we actually haven't seen them truly get tested in like different comps.
That's true. Who wants to be the hero on H2K and G2 respectively?
I cared last year, but I don't care now. Now I'm just a team player. I'm completely changed, man.
That smirk, though.
Of course, I want to play as best as possible, but I don't have to get the praise for it. Like, doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Same. I try to play my role as perfect as I can, like controlled perfect. You know, I don't make mistakes, or I try to not make mistakes. And like when we were behind versus H2K and I played Jace, I tried to make something happen because I felt like we were losing really hard. So I was like just trying to flash on the 10-0 Jhin every time and try to kill him. And if it works, works. If it doesn't work, he's like 1 HP at least, you know. So I just try to play my role how I think should be played.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because someone who's at the beginning of that arc we were talking about before is Caps, and also Fnatic just put a lot of, not pressure, I would say trust. They give a lot of trust to him because they let him pick the Katarina, they let him pick that Camille mid, they let him pick those matchups, and he goes ham, he goes balls to the wall in all of those, and sometimes it goes bad, and sometimes it goes good. So what is your opinion on Fnatic letting him do that, and where do you want to see him progress?
I think like champs like Katarina, Camille and stuff is more like scrim champs. I'm pretty sure when he plays in scrims, he gets like 5 kills in before 10 minutes. So I think he just doesn't have enough experience yet, like with the champions. Like he just has to get punished more, and then he will learn from it. Like I'm pretty sure he can learn how to play like good control mages and just do well instead of like playing a snowball style every game.
But should your coach tell you to, or help you learn, or should?
Yeah, I mean everyone should.
Yeah.
I agree with what he said. I think with some time he will learn to just become more stable and reliable player and not go for flashy plays or flashy ways of winning the game. Like me picking Zed in Spring Finals, I remember when it was so horrible, and we won unluckily, you know, because I didn't get punished enough for my Zed pick. But it's like something that he will learn too. So yeah.
I think you see it a lot on Fnatic. I think a team that is winning some and losing some, but has high expectations on them, may actually default to picks like that, because when you really want to win scrims, you start playing just more all in lane. I think we saw something similar for Jez. It's a large like leap to assume, but when you see him upgrade like his support item to tier 2 before even buying Sidestone on like a Malzahar.
That tilts you.
No, it doesn't tilt me, but it's indicative that you're playing so hard for lane. But then when the whole swap lane meta is going on, where you don't actually interact with any enemy champions, and then you get outwarded to the extreme by the enemy
just
support.
the best 2v2 laner.
Yeah, but that's where like, it's a bit of a meme right now. But that's where that mentality comes from, where you're like, of course you're winning 2v2. When you cater your style and your aggression and your risk taking around pure dueling, then you may fall in the pitfall when somebody neutralizes that in LCS, plays purely vision and controlled, kind of the style that G2 want to go for. Like, have fun going all in then, because you'll be predicted.
So what you're saying is Broxah won't fix everything that needs to be fixed.
I don't think anybody ever thought Roccat would fix everything. Fnatic's main communication, for me, from watching the VODs before Amazing's departure, a lot of the communication issues lie between jungler and support and setting up the vision. If Roccat is a very communicative player and actually, I don't know, maybe more of an alpha and just like tells people what to do, then maybe he fixes their vision, right? And then a lot of pressure stems from that, because when they play 1-3-1 and you don't have vision, you guys know how hard it is to play on a side lane without any vision. Like, you will get caught.
Yeah, I remember Fnatic's game versus Misfits.
Yeah.
When they had Zed and Shen.
Yeah, no vision.
They were 4K up and they had the most free win ever, but they lost, so and then I was really disappointed with their performance after that.
Yeah, so. And not a single time during that game, Jesus and Amazing actually worked together to get vision. Amazing was invading alone with no wards, Jesus was playing somewhere else, and that's not to discredit any of their individual players, it's just as a unit, Fnatic was not playing well enough towards their win conditions.
Are they ever catching up to Misfits?
They can. There's like 6 more weeks before playoffs.
Yeah, but come on, play the game with me. Do you think that they can progress more than the Misfits can this split?
I think it's possible. No, like, what do you want to, like...
No, I don't
if
know
I had a future ball and played a lottery, you know, I wouldn't be here. Like, I'd be dirty rich right now, but...
Okay, never mind. Let's take a look at the player of the game, or player of the series, rather, leaderboard. I don't know if any of the 2 gentlemen here are... in a moment it's coming, but I know who's number 1. It's Jankos. There we go.
Jankos is so good.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Jungle is really balanced role.
And then, well, 2 Unicorns of Love players in there and 2 G2 players on Splice and 1 Misfits. It's pretty balanced overall, I would say.
Actually, my jungler is so good, no? Look at him. He's the only jungler up here.
He had a really good path on Rek'Sai, though, to get that first spot in Game 3.
Yeah, he's insane at ganking, actually.
He's a really smart player.
Yeah, I can never tell if you're like joking.
No, I'm not joking.
That was super smart pathing.
I don't think I died to Jankos gank.
He forced G2 bot lane to start inting, so I was actually...
I remember in the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I caught him running mid.
Well, in any case, besides the EU LCS action, tomorrow the European Challenger Series continues as well with a very special matchup, and James Stress O'Leary has more for us.
Hey everyone, Stress here to bring you up to speed on the European Challenger Series so far. We had 1 week of play, and what do you know, 2 0s all across the board from our best-of-2 series. The first matchup we want to take a little bit of a look at is Misfits Academy facing off against Millennium. It was a really close series that had everything. Baron steals, Dragon steals, you name it, it was here. But it was Misfits Academy, the newcomers to Challenger, that would take down some Challenger veterans in Millennium for their first win of the split. A couple of other teams that picked up big wins in the first week of play. Schalke 04, football team that everybody's keeping their eyes on, took down Kinguin in what would include a perfect game in their first showing for Challenger Series. It couldn't have got much better for Lulex and Selfie because the duo in the mid lane, Lulex continually found out Tabasco, continually found out Kinguin members, killed them and snowballed so hard for Schalke 04 that every single fight went in their favor and Kinguin got completely shut out of the game. Schalke looked really strong in this first game, and everybody really has to be talking about how strong Lulex is. Last time we saw him on H2K, didn't quite look up to this standard. Very scary jungle player right now. And speaking of jungle players, when we look at Fnatic Academy versus PSG, that was our last series that took place in week 1. And Broxer, you've seen him now on the Fnatic main LCS roster. Well, his debut in Challenger Series went super well for him. He got right into the jungle of PSG, taking away all of the buffs as often as he possibly could, and really set Fnatic Academy up to snowball heavily. Kikis, just a monster on this Maokai. Triple kills, unkillable in a bunch of the fights, and that's a lot of that LCS prowess coming through. That experience of these players really makes them difficult to deal with. PSG weren't deterred, though, as coming into Game 2, it looked so much better for the French lineup. They eventually shut Broxer out of the early game by picking him off fairly early on, getting a couple of kills, continuing to take fights, and it looked like PSG would be one of the teams that actually could contend against Fnatic Academy. If it wasn't for Fnatic Academy continually trading objectives and eventually getting themselves in front of an inhibitor after a big fight, with a couple of flashy plays from Niski's Rise along the way, dragging the minions with the Realm Warp from mid lane down to bottom lane in order to take 2 inhibitors. Reckless told us that Fnatic Academy look insanely strong, and after their week 1 performance, we have to agree. But I think this week, everybody's talking about the battle of the football titans. It's Schalke 04, Paris Saint-Germain going head-to-head in our final series on our Sunday coverage. All of our coverage will kick off on Sunday at 3 p.m. Don't forget to join us.
Thank you very much, James. Indeed, Schalke versus PSG, what a fantastic matchup. But after what we've seen last week, it looks like Schalke has the edge on this one, Crepo.
Yeah, they looked very convincing.
Super strong.
Lulex.
Lulex in 2K17.
No, he's okay. So there's a lot of memeing with you guys whenever we mention a player that is involved in them. But how good do you think Lulex is? Do you think there's a chance for him to kind of like go back on the arc of his career, or is this just him being better than Challenger but still not good enough for LCS?
I think Lulex betting is really insane.
Great, nice. All right, you're off the board because you're memeing. Feven, serious answer?
No, okay, so I think Lulex is like really, probably the best jungler like at pathing actually, like not memeing. He knows, no, actually he knows really well how to efficiently like jungle, you know. I think the one thing he has to fix though is like just getting synergy with his laners, because you can't just AFK farm, you know, like you have to actually play accordingly to your lanes. So if he can do this, and if his laners play well, obviously, because you're not gonna win if your laners are not playing well, he cannot 1v9. So yeah, if everything matches well, then they can win.
But Selfie can. He can 1v9, right?
I don't think anybody can 1v9.
Okay.
In Challenger you can, maybe.
Except Perks, of course.
Yes, of course. Perks is the only one who can 1v9. Deserves every player of the series, has only nice things to say. But thank you very much for joining us, you two guys. And congratulations for the victories. I think it's about time for us to log off here. Thank you guys very much. And the NALCS, they kick off in just over 30 minutes with CLG versus Echo Fox and Phoenix 1 versus Flight. We will see you next week at 5 p.m. Central European Time for our continuing coverage of the EU LCS 2017 Spring Split. Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Marhaba, baby man. Let's go. Maar marhaba. This is so mean, no? Marhaba, man.
All right, we're gonna have to focus back because Betsy's getting taken down here. H2K are blowing the map wide open. Bevin running forward. Who's he going to kill first? Jarnan goes down. Can he get Betsy 2? Exhaust onto him. That's going to do it. Betsy running and it's the triple. He's looking for the quadra.
Tough as well. I'm really strong now.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Max Lord down next. They're just cleaning house.
Yeah, now just end the game, please.
Oh, he's going to get taken down. Nope. Run away. Knocked back. Ticking down. No ignite. Wants to go in. Betsy goes down for first blood. He's in trouble now.
Yeah, he's in trouble. War's going.
Yankos is so fast. Oh no, Foxy. That's the double kill. That's the Warwick. Yankos just buying time on the backside, but he's going to give an exit to Foxy. Jarnan set to fall. H2K cleaning up. Knocking down. Oh, Betsy's locked up. No, that's not what you want. Not even a death mark out. H2K. It's anything but clean, but it's going to be the 2-0 in their favor.
Bonfire? Okay. But it's really hard, I think. I'm so nervous.
Ooh, let's see here. There's TP from both top laners.
Oh, they hop on tabs and Trick just deletes him right now. Origen are running right now. And it seems like everything is completely backfired. Expect takes down Eva. The rest of Origen may not live through it. A double kill for Trick.
We can kill them all. We can kill them all.
The tongue lands, the cage, the sapling, everything thrown at him. And that's a 1440 ace. Torius gets melted. Even Hiva's running the wrong way right now. A double kill for Trick, and that's going to be lights out. 20 kills to 0. And it's an ace. A double kill for Trick. Once again, the anchor, but he stuns him under tower. Locked by the cocoon, but he's taking tower. It's Torius. Gets the kill. And he dies.
One spider.
Okay, they find Mithy, and it's Nahun who gets caught. The curtain call opens up, and they just blow through everybody. And that's going to be it. That's going to be game over.
Come on,
G, 22 kills, and they're still looking for a couple more, but the Nexus falls. G2 making it look easy.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the